Chapter 1078. There was a long introduction at the end, so Xiao Chan skipped over it and looked at the second part of the Jade Strip, the Paradise Secret Canon's cultivation method. The second part was divided into 4 parts. The first part was the Heavenly Eye. Open the Heavenly Eye, seek dragons and fix veins, see through the mysteries of heaven. The Yuan clan's dragon-seeking secret arts all used the Heavenly Eye as the foundation. Without cultivating the Heavenly Eye, seeking dragons and fixing veins would be impossible. The mysterious hand can steal the work of the heavens and fight for good fortune. The second aspect was the ingenuity of surpassing nature. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, one could not truly seek dragons and fix veins. One would need to rely on the dragon-seeking secret treasures of the Yuan clan. The Yuan family had a total of 3 dragon-seeking treasures, which were the dragon beheading platform, the dragon revealing mirror, and the dragon fixing needle. In this section, the refining methods and materials of the 3 dragon-seeking secret treasures were introduced in detail, as well as the main points of attention. The Tao is boundless and ever-changing. The heavens say that it is unfathomable, but it can be measured, thought about, and imagined. The third section was the 100 changes of heavenly secrets. The content of this section was the most complicated but also the most important. It introduced over 10,000 different terrains, stars, and geomancy in detail. It was detailed, profound, and complicated. Ordinary people would not be able to understand it at all. Even if they could understand it, they might not be able to immerse themselves in it. With a plan in mind, I will capture the dragon with a wave of my hand. The fourth segment was prison drawing. It mainly explained how to trap spirit veins and how to use the dragon fixing needles to form all sorts of formations. There were 3,000 types of formations of various sizes used to trap different spirit veins. Fighting with others, fighting with the heavens is boundless joy. The 5th stanza was about the trapped dragon ascending to heaven. Its content gave Xiao Qin a fright. When a grand heaven master reached a certain level, he would be able to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth. It could fight against the heavens, create dragons with manpower, and nurture spirit veins. The spirit fountain was nurtured by the heaven and earth, and would never be destroyed. However, the Yuan family actually wanted to create their own spirit fountain and fight against the heaven. No wonder the Yuan family had lost their inheritance. Fighting against the heavens, how could they have a good ending? As for the third part of the Jade Slip, it was completely blank. There was nothing at all, causing one to feel suspicious. Xiao Qin guessed that there should be some kind of concealment technique. Without cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon to a certain level, one would not be able to see its contents. Withdrawing his spiritual sense from the Jade Strip, Xiao Chan had a complicated look on his face. The dragon-seeking art was not something that could be learned overnight. His previous thoughts were too simple. It was too early for him to be happy. No matter what, I have to learn this Paradise Secret Canon. His right hand trembled as he gripped the Jade Slip tightly. Xiao Qin's eyes were filled with determination. Throughout his life, he had never liked to ask for favors, nor did he like to owe favors. It was rare that God had given him a chance to stop bothering the Haotian Emperor and the Thunder King. He would not give up no matter what. No matter how difficult it was, he would not give up. The cultivation technique of the Paradise Secret Canon had a total of 4 segments. The 5th segment was just a supplement. It was like a forbidden technique, making one's hair stand on end. What kind of existence dared to say that fighting against the heavens was an endless joy? Although the path of cultivation was heaven-defying and also fighting against the heavens, most cultivators respected the heavens. However, most of the cultivators were filled with reverence. They were cautious with every step they took. No one dared to say such disgraceful words. Paradise Secret Canon. Xiao Qin felt curious. He really wanted to know what kind of person the ancestor of the Yuan clan was. He had to go to the Black Sea. If there was an opportunity, he had to find Batu and see that corpse. When Xiao Chan calmed down, he started to carefully study the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Eye. One had to take things step by step. Even if one was anxious, one could not mess up the steps. Xiao Qin understood this principle. The Heavenly Eye was extremely profound. When one opened it, one could see a brand new world. When cultivated to an extremely profound level, one could see through the mysteries of heaven. This was not a lie. There were many levels to it. The Geomasters of the Yuan clan were known as Great Heavenly Masters mostly because of the Heavenly Eye. Normally speaking, the level of the Heavenly Eye determined the Great Heavenly Master's ability to seek dragons and fix veins. Otherwise, no matter what kind of schemes one had, one would be helpless when facing a high-rank spirit vein. After studying the cultivation technique of the Heavenly Eye to the point that he was thoroughly familiar with it, Xiao Chun decided to open the Heavenly Eye. The process of opening the Heavenly Eye was not difficult. However, it was very complicated. One needed to use a special liquid to wash the eyes. Every day when the sun rose, one had to look into the distance and absorb the purple qi. After doing this for half a month, one had to circulate their energy and open up 1,000 tiny meridians in the eyes. Then one could formally open the Heavenly Eye, opening a vertical eye on the forehead. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not have the liquid. However, there was the refining method and the required materials. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Chun found that it was not too troublesome. It was just that the formula was rather unique. After finding the nearest island on the sea chart, Xiao Chun successfully bought the required materials. After familiarizing himself with it a few times, he succeeded in refining the Heavenly Eye. Every day when Xiao Chun dripped the liquid into his eyes, he would feel an indescribable numbness and pain. It was like countless bugs had entered his eyes, causing him so much pain that he wished he were dead. Just like the jade strip said, there were no accidents. Xiao Chun did not stop, relying on his willpower to endure this inhumane torture. This made Ao Jiao's heart ache. At first, Little Yellow Feather was curious and clamped down, wanting to give it a try. In the end, after trying it once, it cried out in pain for an entire day. After that, when Little Yellow Feather looked at Xiao Chun, a rare reverence appeared in its eyes. Its mischievous attitude from before faded significantly. At the same time, Xiao Chun would sit at the bow of the warship every day, waiting for the sun to rise in the east. At first, he did not see any purple qi. However, as he persisted day after day, using the special liquid to wash his eyes, Xiao Chun finally saw the so-called purple qi. It was a majestic and surging scene. A hazy purple qi filled the sky, allowing one to truly feel the rising luck of this world. After persisting for half a month, Xiao Chun carried out the final step of opening his eyes, opening up the thousands of tiny meridians connecting his eyeballs. After carefully completing this final step, a crack appeared on Xiao Chun's forehead, and a vertical eye appeared. It gave off a strange purple light, and the world before his eyes suddenly changed. The vast sea actually turned transparent before his eyes. He could clearly see the topography of the seabed, the swimming fishes, prawns, and spirit beasts. The air was no longer empty. Instead, it was a combination of all sorts of gases of various colors. Aside from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, there were many other gases. Xiao Chun could see the direction of the wind and the movement of the clouds. The entire world seemed to be moving rapidly. A painful sensation came, and Xiao Chun quickly closed his eyes. The vertical eye closed, leaving behind only a faint bloodstain. After wiping away the bloodstain, Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy. Blood was definitely present when opening the Heavenly Eye. He knew that he had succeeded. In the future, as his cultivation of the Paradise Secret Canon deepened, the level of his Heavenly Eye would continue to improve. This was just the beginning. How is it? Did you succeed? Ao Jiao asked urgently as she ran over with Little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chun nodded and Ao Jiao immediately revealed a joyful smile, feeling very happy for Xiao Chun. However, this is just the first step. I still have to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure and familiarize myself with the 100 changes of heavenly mysteries and the thousands of topography. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "There's no rush. As long as there was hope, it was fine. As long as Xiao Chun learned this Paradise Secret Canon, he might be able to advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years. After all, the dragon-seeking art was a clan's secret technique. It was passed down to males and not females. It was only passed down within a Geomaster's clan. No strong faction, even in immortal Holy Land, could obtain any dragon-seeking art. Furthermore, Xiao Chun's Paradise Secret Canon was clearly much more profound than the existing dragon-seeking arts. Great heavenly masters were existences that only existed during the ancient era. Following that, Xiao Chun docked the warship and purchased some materials. Then he started to refine the dragon-seeking secret treasure, the dragon-fixing needle. The dragon-fixing needle was a one-time consumable. It was the secret treasure that the great heavenly masters used the most and required a lot of preparation. The dragon-revealing mirror and the dragon-subduing platform were rather troublesome to refine. Furthermore, he could not be careless with the materials. He would not be able to find top-quality materials on any random island. He would have to wait for a large-scale auction. Xiao Chan did not intend to refine them immediately. Furthermore, with the dragon-fixing needle, he could deal with most spirit veins. He only needed the dragon-revealing mirror for spirit veins that were sage grade or higher. As for the dragon-subduing platform, it was used to deal with mutated ancient spirit veins. 3 days later, the first dragon-fixing needle was refined in the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. It was a palm-sized black needle. It was very sharp, and its tip flickered with a cold light. The dragon-fixing needle did not require a lot of divine materials. However, there were many kinds, at least 100 of them. Furthermore, the amount of each one was specified. Even if there were more or less, it would not be able to achieve the effect of stabilizing a spirit vein. This was a secret treasure unique to the Yuan clan. According to the introduction of exquisite workmanship, the quality of the dragon-fixing needle could be improved. However, it required a more complicated refinement process. The result would be a golden needle which would be more effective. However, unless one ran into a situation that could not be dealt with, one black dragon-fixing needle would suffice. Xiao Chen experimented a few times, but the chances of success were too low. So he stopped after refining 100. Then, he frantically refined the black dragon-fixing needles. He only stopped after refining 10,000. That would be sufficient for a long time. Xiao Chan spent the remaining days on the most complicated part of the Paradise Secret Canon, the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. He had to start from scratch on the various aspects of geography, constellations, and geomancy. He had to spend a lot of time to study them. On this particular day, the warship arrived at the Northern Sea. Xiao Chan came out of the warship's hold for a breath of fresh air, which was a rare occurrence. As he looked at the calm sea, he felt excited. He opened his heavenly eye and carefully observed. Xiao Chan prepared for an actual combat, to see if his recent bitter study of geography and geomancy was effective. The seawater was transparent, and he could see the topography of the seabed. A bookworm would not be successful. If he could not apply what he learned, even if he memorized the contents of the third section, it would be useless. As Xiao Chan looked at the shape and power of the seabed, he recalled what he had learned in the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries over the past few days. Then he quickly made a judgment. That's not right. This is poor land. The dragon's mouth is not locked, and chi is not condensed. It flows with the water, formless and powerless. That's not right either. The surroundings do not respond. The mountains do not wrap around it, and the water does not flow around it. It flows straight to the heart of the heavens. There cannot be a spirit vein. Xiao Chan, who was traveling with the warship, vetoed many places. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the topography of the seabed. Then he got Ao Jiao to stop the warship. That was a seabed vein. To the north there were endless mountain ranges. To the south there were 3 small hills that echoed each other. There were 2 mountains on the left and right, heavily guarded. Chapter 1079. The layout in the middle was clear, and the terrain was spacious. There were also many large trees at the bottom of the sea surrounding it. The mountains rose and fell, high and low, twisting and turning like they were alive. The dragon's mouth in the center was locked by trees. Mountains and water surrounded it, guarding it. This was definitely a treasure land with spirit veins. There were many spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. However, most of them were hidden at the bottom of the sea. Unless something strange happened underground and they leaked out, one could only rely on a geomaster to use the dragon-seeking art to find them. Regular cultivators did not understand the geography of earth veins. Even if one walked past a place with a spirit vein, one would not discover anything. Xiao Chan held the 5 dragon-fixing needles with his right hand. He felt slightly nervous. This was his first time making a move. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge blow to him. Whether Xiao Chen had the talent to learn the dragon-seeking art or not, this unknown treasure land before him would give him the answer. Was it right or wrong? Holding the dragon-fixing needles, Xiao Chan leaped out and dove into the sea. Then he arrived at the dragon cave surrounded by many trees. When Xiao Chan got closer, he discovered that the so-called tree locking the dragon was just something he saw from afar. When Xiao Chan truly walked at the bottom of the sea, the hundreds of underwater trees were very far apart and sparse. Ordinary people would find it hard to connect them to a dragon cave. When Xiao Chan got closer, he carefully touched the trunk of the tree. It was not a spirit tree, just an ordinary sea tree. Xiao Chan had already closed his heavenly eye. He looked into the distance in the seawater. To the south, there was a continuous chain of mountains, looking like a ferocious beast coiled in the sea. Then he looked to the north. There were many low mountains and small mounds surrounding them, heavily guarding them. As Xiao Chan stood at the dragon cave in the center, he closed his eyes and carefully sensed the undetectable currents in the seawater. Most of the time, the direction of the currents in the deep sea was quiet. However, if this was really a dragon cave with a spirit vein, the direction of the water would definitely be different from other places. Invisibly, Xiao Chan sensed that the water 1 kilometer away was flowing from left to right in an extremely slow and indiscernible manner. There was no mistake. Trees locking the dragon, flowing water surrounding it. To the north, there were small mounds protecting the dragon, layered over each other. To the south, there were ferocious beasts with ferocious fangs and bloody jaws. The ground beneath his feet was definitely a dragon cave. A spirit vein hidden within. Xiao Chan stomped his foot on the ground. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and cracks appeared in the ground. Countless bubbles rose up. Kacha kacha. Xiao Chen's stomp seemed to have broken some sort of balance. The speed at which the crack descended was astonishing. Soon it was a kilometer deep. With a bang, the ground split apart in an instant. The water that was originally difficult to detect, and was only moving at a weak speed, slowly turned into a stream of water. It spun frantically at an extremely fast speed. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's tense face. He was right to win the first battle, but now was not the time to relax. Seeking dragons and fixing veins was not as simple as that. Hoochie hoochie. The earth's crust trembled, and the hills in the north were uprooted by the mighty force of nature. One after another, small mountains with the force of 1,000,000 caddies slammed towards Xiao Chan. This was the dragon's guard. Anyone who touched the dragon's cave had to pass through it. Otherwise, not only would one not obtain the spirit vein, but the spirit vein might even devour one's life. In the fourth segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, Earth Prison, there were all sorts of secret techniques that could use the power of mountains and rivers to easily resolve this tribulation with a wave of one's hand. Xiao Chan had not reached that level yet, so he could only use force to suppress it. Looking at the small mountains rushing over in the water, Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and blocked one of them. As the small mountains danced around, they crashed into some of the other small mountains. Rubble flew everywhere. Even with the seawater as a buffer, they still created many large pits at the bottom of the sea. Roar! A ferocious beast broke out of the ground in the mountains to the south. It was a 300-meter-long snake as thick as a calf. The snake glared as it charged over with a surging aura. In the end, when it saw Xiao Chan, it trembled in fright and turned to retreat. This snake was only as strong as a Grandmaster-level martial sage. When Xiao Chan saw this snake's strength, he was already certain. The spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave would not surpass a superior-grade spirit vein. However, that did not matter. Even if he tried it out, he would not gain anything. He did not have to worry about the spirit vein being of low quality. All he had to do was prove that Xiao Chan had the talent to seek dragons and fix veins. Buzz! 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 Cracks appeared in the ground, spreading to the north. It seemed like something underground was moving. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. Hiding your head but showing your tail. How long are you going to hide? The 5 dragon-fixing needles in Xiao Chen's hand shot out, moving quickly and disappearing in a flash. Mournful wails came from the bottom of the sea. The seawater surged and huge waves surged 10,000 meters above. The small silver boat drifted with the waves. Ao Jiao, who was at the bow, revealed a joyful expression. One did not fear strong winds and waves. One feared nothing. The cracks stopped spreading. Xiao Chan walked calmly in the water. When he arrived at the end of the crack, he kicked the ground a few more times. In the end, he was still not skilled enough. If he could learn even half a move of the fourth segment of the Earth Prison, he would not have ended up in such an ugly state. He could use the power of the mountains and rivers to make the ground rise and crack. Right now, his cultivation was not there yet, so he could only use brute force. When the bottom of the sea exploded, a green roaming dragon was pinned to the ground by the 5 dragon fixing needles, unable to move. My luck is pretty good. A high-rank spirit vein. I can mine medial-grade spirit stones in the surrounding spirit stone mines. There is also a chance of superior-grade spirit stones appearing. Xiao Chan smiled faintly as he sized up the spirit vein below. In the Sky Dome realm it was worth cities. However, in the Kunlun realm it was not worth mentioning. At the very least, at Xiao Chen's level, it was not worth mentioning. The 5 dragon fixing needles slowly melted, and the green roaming dragon turned into a clump of spirit veins origin. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and directly absorbed it. The surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a river flowing through his body with great momentum. However, when the spiritual energy reached the dantian and the silhouette of the dragon-shaped heavenly seal, it was like a river facing the sea, silently drowning out the spiritual energy. The terrain of the earth vein was destroyed. After Xiao Chan absorbed this spirit vein, he sized up his surroundings. Then he shot out of the sea like an arrow leaving a bow. Ao Jiao, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly asked, "How was it?" "One high-rank spirit vein," Xiao Chan said softly when he landed on the warship's bow. Ao Jiao said excitedly, "Not bad, not bad. Really not bad. In the entire Kunlun continent, all the spirit veins that can be found with one glance are already occupied by the various major factions, not leaving a single one behind. Originally, if you wanted to obtain resources, you could only rob those holy lands. Now that you have the dragon-seeking art, not only do you not need to beg others, but there will probably be people lining up to beg you." The importance of spirit veins to sects went without saying. Any strong geomaster would be an honored guest of a holy land, receiving the highest treatment. Ao Jiao was right. However, Xiao Chun was still far from it. After all, Xiao Chun had just learned this Tao. Compared to some of the veteran geomaster clans, there was still a huge gap. "Oh right, we have already entered the Northern Sea. Should we go directly to the headquarters of the Northern Sea Alliance?" The Northern Sea Alliance was a community of interests formed by many factions, somewhat similar to the Bushin Palace. However, in terms of accumulations and strength, they were much weaker than the Bushin Palace. The current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance was Yi Chen's father. If there were no surprises, Yi Chen should be in the alliance headquarters. Xiao Chan took out a sea chart and checked it. Then he said, "Let's go to the Cloud Treasure Sea Market first. That is the largest sea market in the Northern Sea. Let's see if I can buy the materials there to refine the dragon-subduing platform and dragon-revealing mirror." These 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures required many divine materials, at least 100 of them. Each would require at least 5 tons of each. Just the materials alone were astronomical. If not for having more than 40 million black astral coins and being filthy rich, Xiao Chun would not have been able to bear to refine them. Ao Jiao nodded obediently and received the sea chart. Then, she smiled and pushed Xiao Chun into the ship's hold, telling him to focus on cultivating the Paradise secret cannon. Xiao Chun and Little Yellow Feather could handle the matters of the ship and the ferocious beasts they would meet in the sea. After traveling for 10 days, the silhouette of the Cloud Treasure Sea Market could already be seen in the distance. It was the same as the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market, built around a gigantic immortal statue towering in the sea. From a distance, this immortal looked different from the immortals in the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. However, its expression and hand seals were almost the same. As it looked at the distant starry heavens, there was a trace of heavy helplessness in its rage and sorrow. With his previous experience, Xiao Chen knew that the peak of this place was naturally the Cloud Treasure City in the palm of that immortal statue. Not wanting to attract attention, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and followed the crowd into the city. After asking around, Xiao Chen learned that there was a branch of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. Furthermore, it was one of the top 3 branches. The person in charge was the 3rd City Lord. As the largest sea market in the Northern Sea, the prosperity of Cloud Treasure City went without saying. To be able to enter Cloud Treasure City, one needed to be a superior grade martial sage at the very least. The threshold was already very high. The endless stream of people on the streets was the best proof of this bustling city. According to rumor, all the immortal statues in the heavenly starry ocean belonged to the mysterious treasure master. As Xiao Chun walked in the city, he entered deep thought. If the rumor was true, for this treasure master to be able to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger and remain standing among the many immortal holy lands, he had to be an incredible person. Before Xiao Chan knew it, he arrived at the gates of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. He strode in, and a pretty maidservant immediately came over to attend to him. "This young master, what instructions do you have?" Xiao Chan did not say anything. He took out a list that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. The maidservant took one look and was startled. It was a long, densely packed list of all sorts of peak divine materials. The signature at the end was even more tyrannical, 50 tons of each. "Young master, come with me. We will go to the distinguished guest pavilion first and rest for a while," the maidservant said with a smile, suppressing her flustered heart. In the distinguished guest pavilion, Xiao Chan did not have to wait for long. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association, a major character with the status of one of the three city lords, personally appeared. When this person entered the distinguished guest pavilion and saw Xiao Chan, he was clearly startled. Then, he waved his hand and dismissed his attendants and guards. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He smiled in surprise and said, "Miss Ziying, we meet again." The two were surprised. Unexpectedly, after parting at the treasure master's residence in 10,000 Treasure City, they met again in Cloud Treasure City. Ziying walked over leisurely and smiled. "It is truly a small world. Blue Dragon King, should I call you Mo Yun or Xiao Chan?" Chapter 1080. As they chatted, Ziying's tone clearly contained a hint of rebuke and mockery. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "A name is just a symbol. Miss Ziying can be called anything you want. Speaking of which, why is Miss Ziying in Cloud Treasure City?" "Thanks to you, I can now go out on my own. The person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in 10,000 Treasure City is my father. Now, I am the sole person in charge of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association in Cloud Treasure City. At the same time, I am in charge of the business of the entire Northern Sea." Xiao Chan took a sip of tea and said, "In that case, Miss Ziying, you will have to give me a discount for this business. You are really a headache." "There is no problem with the discount. I just hope that you don't cause any trouble for me again. If you kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter again, I will not be able to tolerate that." Ziying smiled somewhat helplessly. If not for what happened to Xiao Chen, she would not have been promoted so much. She would have been able to enter the headquarters and enter the core of the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association's authority. However, she did not resent Xiao Chen. If not for Xiao Chen, she would still be in 10,000 Treasure City, not even having the chance to go out on her own. However, she could not stand it. With Xiao Chen's unruly character, it could only be a headache. "I've seen your list. It involves 10,000 kinds of divine materials, 50 tons of each. This is not a small sum." Xiao Chen said calmly, "Money is not a problem. You know how wealthy I am. As long as I have the goods, I can settle the bill immediately." Haha, doing business with young Master Xiao is really refreshing. Divine materials are one of the most frequently traded natural treasures. The Nine Cauldron Merchant Association can take out most of your list. We will only need 3 days to mobilize them. However, there is one thing that my Nine Cauldron Merchant Association does not have. I believe that the other merchant associations do not have 50 tons of it either. Xiao Chun was not surprised. He was very clear about his list. The divine material that he lacked was the black patterned gold. The black patterned gold was practically an all-purpose divine material. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was, as long as it had the black patterned gold added to it, its quality would increase significantly. Xiao Chun, who had seen the place where the black patterned gold was produced on the Bushan Palace resource planet, knew very well how precious it was. Only 500 kilograms of pure black patterned gold could be produced from 1,000,000 kilograms of ore. The small output was not proportional to the strong market demand. The market had always been in short supply. Adding a bit of black patterned gold powder to ordinary secret treasures would greatly improve their quality. Xiao Chun wanted 50,000 kilograms in one go. No merchant association would be able to gather that much in a short period of time. How much can your 9-tripod commerce help me get? 50,000 kilograms. We have our own reserves, and with the addition of special channels we have a maximum of 50,000 kilograms. This is the limit of the limit. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. 50,000 kilograms was barely enough to pass. It was enough. Deal. Ziying smiled and said, I will deliver the goods to you in 3 days. And may I ask what kind of artifact you want to refine with so much black dragon vein gold? Refining an emperor artifact? Clearly that was impossible. Ziying did not believe that Xiao Chun could do so. Aside from that, what kind of secret treasure would require so much black dragon vein gold? One had to know that treasures of different grades all had their own upper limits. If it was not an emperor artifact, it would be a waste no matter how much black dragon vein gold one used after a certain limit. Xiao Chun smiled and said, No. I knew you would say that. Originally, I was planning to tell you something. It looks like there is no need to tell you now. Xiao Chun's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he said, The secret treasures that I want to refine are 2 ancient dragon-seeking secret treasures. I hope that Miss Ziying will help me keep this a secret. Shock flashed in Ziying's eyes. She asked in extreme surprise, You are a geomaster? Xiao Chun did not say anything. Ziying reacted and realized that she had spoken too much. She quickly apologized. Sorry, I promise not to tell anyone. Tonight, the Treasure Master's residence in Cloud Treasure City will be holding an internal auction. The treasures being auctioned are from the Treasure Master's personal collection. They are not open to the public. They will only send invitations to some of the honored guests of the Treasure Master's residence in the Northern Sea. After pausing for a while, Ziying continued, Among the items being auctioned, there is 50 kilograms of divine grade black dragon vein gold. 50 kilograms of divine grade black dragon vein gold is worth 50 tons of black dragon vein gold. Can you help me get an invitation? The dragon subduing platform and the dragon revealing mirror held great significance in the Paradise Secret canon. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not let go of this opportunity to raise the quality of these 2 items to their limits. Ziying smiled and said, Since I asked naturally, I am confident of getting an invitation for you. Many thanks. There's no need to thank me. It is only right that you take care of such a big business for me. The night arrived unsteadily. The sky was filled with stars sparkling brilliantly. Xiao Chun followed Ziying to the Treasure Master's residence. After handing over the invitation, the 2 successfully entered the residence. With someone leading the way, they passed through 9 turns and 18 corridors, passing through garden paths and winding corridors before arriving in front of an exquisite building. The signboard had the words, Cloud Treasure Pavilion. The guards at the entrance verified the 2's identities before letting them in. Please rest here for a while. There is still 1 hour before the auction officially begins. The attendants led the 2 to a private room before taking their leave. There was a formation in the private room. There was a light screen in front of the window, allowing one to clearly see the situation on the auction platform. There were specially made bidding stones on both sides of the seats. The words transmitted through the bidding stones could be heard in all the private rooms. Without activating the bidding stones, all the conversations in the private rooms would not leak out, ensuring the guests' privacy. As Xiao Chun waited, he looked at the rather simple auction list. There were only 20 items on it. The quantity could not compare to that of any other auction. However, the quality rendered Xiao Chun speechless. Every one of them was a treasure worth cities. The divine grade black patterned gold that caught Xiao Chun's eye could not stand out from the rest, standing out among them. There were at least 5 items that were no less valuable than the divine grade black dragon vein gold. This showed how high the standards of this auction were. The treasure master is really mysterious. To think that all these treasures belong to him. Furthermore, he casually auctioned them off. He is really willing to part with them. Xiao Chun believed that the treasure master definitely did not care about the black astral coins he obtained from the auction. There was only one reason for doing so, to protect his reputation. Ziying nodded and said, There has always been a saying in the outside world that the treasure master is the hidden 7th holy lord of the heavenly starry ocean. The power and wealth he controls are no weaker than any of the holy lands. In terms of wealth, He should be the strongest in the heavenly starry ocean. No one can compare to him. This bit of treasure is just a drizzle to him. He is that incredible. This exceeded Xiao Qin's expectations. This treasure master was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Ziying said, "This is what my father told me, so it should be correct. However, to us, we are still unable to come into contact with the circle of the treasure master. There is no point in overthinking. Xiao Chun, can you help me buy that soul-nourishing azure underworld fruit?" Just at this moment, Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, suddenly spoke up. Xiao Chun stopped chatting with Ziying and quickly replied in his heart, "You want to use it? Yes, it is very useful to me. I did not expect to run into such a rare natural treasure here. In that case, I'll buy it for you no matter how much it costs. You did not even ask me what I would use it for. As long as you like it, even if you eat it as a dessert, I will buy it for you." Haha. In that case, I'll really eat it as a dessert. Ao Jiao smiled mischievously from the immortal spirit ring. This dessert was very expensive. The starting bid was already 1 million black astral coins. However, it was still the same as before. If Ao Jiao liked it, she would buy it no matter how much it cost. There was no reason for that. Soul-nourishing natural treasures were rather unorthodox treasures and were not cheap. However, only a few people who cultivated special cultivation techniques or people with severely injured mental energy would need them. Normal cultivators would not spend a lot of money to buy them, so there should not be many people competing. "It's starting," Ziying said. Xiao Chun looked up and saw an old man appear on the light screen in front of the window. The auctioneer had officially started. The yellow-clad old man stepped onto the stage and bowed to show his politeness. "Everyone here is a regular customer of 10,000 Treasure City, so this old man will not say much. I believe everyone knows the rules. Now let's start with the first treasure." After a pause, the old man removed the red cloth and said with a smile, "This is a treasure sword, a subdivine weapon of the fire attribute. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 10,000 black astral coins. Friends who need it can make a bid." The old man did not show much expression. He looked like this matter did not concern him. Compared to the public auction, he appeared extremely indifferent. He did not care at all about the final price. Xiao Chun rather liked such an atmosphere. In a public auction, the auctioneers were all very experienced. Not only did they speak a lot of gibberish when introducing the treasure, but they also dragged out their words when bidding. His accent was also extremely long, and he had to repeat a sentence several times before he stopped. Just based on its appearance, one could tell that this fire-attributed subdivine weapon was no ordinary subdivine weapon. Its quality was extremely high. Xiao Chun did not use the sword. However, he paid attention to the bids for this item. He wanted to see how wealthy the other guests were, to see if he could get anything out of it. When it was time to compete for the divine grade black patterned gold, he could make a reasonable bid to suppress his opponents. The price sword and the treasure sword sold for more than twice its original price, 2,300,000 black astral coins. The buyer was a distinguished guest in booth 75. The booth had a formation that blocked spiritual sense and mental energy. No one would know the buyer's identity, ensuring privacy. There were only 20 items up for auction. The yellow-clad old man moved quickly and decisively. Soon it was time for the azure underworld fruit. This is an extremely rare mutated fruit. It can nourish the soul and heal injuries to one's mental energy. Normally you do not need it. However, when you truly need it, you will not be able to find it anywhere. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. The yellow-clad old man was very familiar with the items up for auction. When he introduced them, he was very precise and did not beat around the bush at all. When the bid started, the treasure pavilion remained quiet. Clearly, most people felt that there was no need to spend 1 million black astral coins to buy a treasure that they could do without in case of trouble. Chapter 1081. 1,010,000 astral coins. Just when Xiao Chun thought that no one would compete with him, someone in booth 65 raised the bid by 10,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun followed up, raising the bid by 100,000 astral coins. Booth 70 raises the bid by 100,000 astral coins. 1,500,000 astral coins. The person in booth 60 paused for a moment, apparently not expecting anyone to compete with him. When he saw the bid, he immediately called out 1,500,000 astral coins, trying to scare off Xiao Chan. After activating the bidding device, Xiao Chan called out calmly, 2 million astral coins. This increase in bid caught the yellow-clad old man somewhat off guard. Unexpectedly, there was such an intense bid for the azure underworld fruit that no one cared about. 2,500,000 astral coins. A furious bid came from booth 65. After a pause he continued, I am the young manor lord of the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor, Shifeng. Friend on the other side, will you give me some face? The Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor will definitely remember this favor. 3 million astral coins. Ao Jiao rarely asked Xiao Chun for help. As far as Xiao Chan could remember, there had never been such a thing. It was rare for Ao Jiao to have something that caught her eye. No matter what Xiao Chan said, he would not let it go. Rage flashed on the face of the yellow-clad old man on the auction platform. He said sullenly, Young Master, sure, after this auction, there is no need for you to come to Cloud Treasure City. Cloud Treasure City does not welcome you. If you still want to use your identity to ruin this auction, don't blame the Treasure Master's residence for not giving you face and sending you out. The people of the Treasure Master's residence were extraordinarily strong. The yellow-clad old man's reaction surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Haha, Senior must be joking. This sure just wants to make a friend. How could I ruin the auction for no reason? I will let this friend have this azure underworld fruit first. Bang! After Shifeng spoke in booth 65, his face sank. Then, he punched the table, shattering the exquisite mahogany table. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry to disappoint you this time. Haha, little friend sure is too serious. This old man's main target this time is the divine grade black patterned gold. The azure underworld fruit is just incidental. Shifeng said in a deep voice. No, I said that I would help Senior Jiang. I will definitely get this azure underworld fruit. Old Yang, help me keep an eye on booth 70. I want to see who is so bold as to not give our Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor any face. A thick killing intent flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he spoke to an old man. Old man Yang accepted the order and left the private room without a sound. In booth 70, after Xiao Chan paid the bill and successfully obtained the green underworld fruit that Ao Jiao wanted, a faint smile appeared on his face. Ziying wanted to say something but stopped herself. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. Xiao Chan put away the azure underworld fruit, glanced at her and said with a smile, Miss Ziying, what do you want to say? Feel free to say it. You're in trouble. Xiao Chen asked. What disaster? The Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor? Naturally. Among the many factions of the Northern Sea Alliance, the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor can rank within the top 10. In recent years, the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor has risen abnormally fast. Many people say that they will push down the Yi clan for the next alliance chief position. Although you cannot make a move here, the other party is intent on keeping an eye on you. Once you leave the city lord's residence, it will be somewhat problematic. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Then he said seriously, Yes, it will indeed be somewhat problematic. Seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, Ziying felt somewhat helpless. Suddenly she reacted and said, Are you messing with me? You know the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's background. Oh, she really hit the mark. Xiao Chen does know. Since Xiao Chan had thought of using Yi Chan to establish a connection to the Northern Sea Alliance, he had done his homework. He was rather clear about the Northern Sea Alliance's internal affairs. You. Seeing Xiao Chan tacitly agree, Ziying clenched her teeth. She hated this fellow to death. However, she could not do anything to him. She could not bear to part with that big deal. Xiao Chan smiled and said, I came to the Northern Sea this time to visit the Yi clan. If the two clans fight, I will definitely help the Yi clan. Sooner or later, I will run into this group of people. Ziying said, feeling wronged. You sure are carefree. However, I am the one suffering. Doing business requires one to be smooth and slick, traveling everywhere and currying favor everywhere. However, this requires extremely high skill. Given your current experience, mental state, and age, you cannot do that. You will only run into walls everywhere, not gaining any benefits. Now that you know your weaknesses, You should make a choice as soon as possible. Choose between the Yi clan and the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manor. Then support them fully. When Ziying heard this, she felt stunned. Xiao Chen's calm and indifferent gaze seemed to see through everything. These words were like a wake-up call, enlightening her and rendering her speechless for a long time. Wait a minute. Ziying reacted. I was clearly the one who wanted to teach him a lesson. How did it turn out to be him teaching me what to do? Ziying wanted to say something but discovered that Xiao Chan was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Just as Ziying was about to say something, she discovered that Xiao Chan was already staring at the light screen. The auction for the divine grade black patterned gold had already started. The bidding was extremely intense. Soon the starting bid rose from 1 million to 3 million. Ziying calmed herself down and analyzed. 5 million is a dividing line. It is already twice the market price. Spending an extra cent would be a huge loss. Only 2 or 3 people remained bidding. Among them, Shifeng number 65 was the most unyielding. He did not hesitate to raise the bid every time, raising it to 500,000 every time. He was extremely wealthy, acting like he could crush the other party no matter how much money he had. The yellow-clad old man looked around and said calmly, Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? Number 65 bids 7 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the price higher? The yellow-clad old man said calmly as he looked around. 7 million was already more than 3 times the market price. It was simply not worth it to buy more. The intense bidding finally calmed down. The sky-high price of 7 million forced back many potential buyers. 10 million. Xiao Chen activated the bidding device and calmly called out a number, shocking the entire place. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen was currently chatting happily with that mysterious senior Jiang. Shifeng, who was waiting to receive the goods, received a heavy blow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of tea. Damn! Is there no end to this? The sky-high price of 10 million black astral coins shocked the entire place. Shifeng, who had always been overbearing, no longer made a sound. Xiao Chen successfully won the bid for the divine grade black patterned gold. When the maidservant brought the treasure over, he happily paid the bill. Ziying was flabbergasted. Using 5 times the market price to obtain the divine grade black patterned gold, Xiao Chen's boldness was truly admirable. Including the price of the other divine materials, Xiao Chen still had to pay another 20 million black astral coins. That was to forge 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Xiao Chen spent a total of 30 million black astral coins. Not counting the ordinary Emperor Wu's treasures, he could only take out so much black astral coins. Is it worth it? Using such a high price to obtain the divine grade black pattern gold is worth half the price of the other 99 divine materials. The divine grade black patterned gold flickered with a dreamy 9-colored light. Xiao Chen was mesmerized by it. He said softly, If you knew how important these 2 secret treasures are to me, you would not ask this. Are you really a geomaster? You should not ask what you should not ask. Xiao Chen did not answer. He put away the black patterned gold and headed for the door. Don't be so petty. Ziying smiled faintly and quickly chased after him. Are you really a geomaster for dragon seeking and vein fixing? Just tell me. Ignoring Ziying, Xiao Chen went out. The dazzling walkway looked empty. After casually looking around, Xiao Chen headed back the way he came. After Xiao Chen went far away, a figure slowly appeared at a corner of the wall. It was Old Yang, who had been waiting here on Shifeng's orders. As Old Yang stared in the direction Xiao Chen left, he entered deep thought. He muttered, So it is him, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. No wonder he was so tyrannical, not even giving face to the young manor lord. This will be difficult to deal with. Shaking his head, Old Yang did not think too much. With a few flashes, he returned to booth 65 and reported everything that he saw. Is the Blue Dragon King very incredible? When Shifeng heard what Old Yang said, he felt a fire burn in him for no reason. Then he snorted heavily. Right now, everyone knows that he will die young, becoming a meteor. He is just a piece of trash. To think that he dares to compete with me. He is simply reckless. If I do not teach him a lesson, he will think that he is someone important. The mysterious black-robed old man with the family name Jiang put down his teacup and said softly, "Let's just forget about this matter. No matter how dazzling a genius with no future shines, it is useless. However, I do not wish to offend the Thunder King behind him." Seeing Shifeng open his mouth, the old man with the family name Jiang interrupted. "Young master, sure, don't worry. I will continue with what I promised you. It is hard for me to reject the Manor Lord's sincerity." Shifeng was young and full of vigor. In the Northern Sea, he had never felt so stifled before. He got slapped in the face at the auction. If word of this spread, he would become a big joke. "Senior Jiang, I will bear all the consequences of this. I don't believe that the Thunder King can do anything to me after dealing with a genius with no future." A vicious look flashed in Shifeng's eyes as his voice turned bone-chilling. Shifeng's words were filled with confidence. He felt that Xiao Chun was already past his prime. If he touched Xiao Chun, there would not be any major consequences. However, Shifeng did not consider whether he had enough people to deal with the Bushan Palace's Thunder King. In Shifeng's opinion, Xiao Chun was just a blue-robed emperor who had not even reached small perfection. Shifeng did not care about the rules of the world. How could Shifeng give Shifeng any chance to turn things around when he outnumbered Shifeng? He could do whatever he wanted. As long as Shifeng did not die, the Thunder King and the Bushan Palace would not be able to do anything to him. "Let's go. I'll go and see what kind of person this Blue Dragon King is." Right after Shifeng spoke, he led the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors group away, quickly giving chase. Soon, only the mysterious Mr. Jiang remained in the booth, sipping tea alone. Mr. Jiang slowly put down the teacup, and some doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did this Blue Dragon King spend so many black astral coins to bid for the divine grade black patterned gold for no reason? According to the rumors, this Xiao Chun was not a sucker. Could it be that he did not live up to his reputation? Whether Xiao Chun lived up to his reputation or not, it would be clear from the outcome of Shifeng's group. Chapter 1082. Xiao Chun smoothly walked out of the treasure master's residence without any danger or commotion. This allowed Ziying, who was following behind, to heave a sigh of relief. After all, this was Cloud Treasure City. No matter how arrogant the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors people were, they would not dare to make a move here openly. However, before Xiao Chun could reveal a smile, he saw a group of unwelcome guests not far away from the treasure master's residence. The surroundings were quiet. Clearly, the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors cultivators had already notified the people nearby and sent them away. Shifeng had a casual expression as he led the three small perfection blue-robed emperor old men. Then he said to Xiao Chun in an unperturbed manner, "Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, are you surprised? As I said, I only handed the Azure Underworld fruit to you for safekeeping. Do you think that by leaving the auction hall early you can just walk away?" Dong! 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 Urgent footsteps resounded in the surroundings. Several cultivators wearing the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors uniform appeared on the walls and roofs. These people were all martial sages. They held crossbows and all sorts of ancient demonic energy cannons as they surrounded Xiao Chun with surging killing chi. Ziying's expression changed slightly, feeling extremely surprised. She had not expected the Seoul Hegemon Mountain Manors hidden faction to be so strong. Her voice quivered somewhat as she said, "Shifeng, are you crazy? To think that you dare to make a move in Cloud Treasure City. Are you really not afraid of offending the treasure master?" Shifeng smiled and said, "Everyone has their value. I believe that the treasure master will make the right choice between the second strongest faction of the Northern Sea Alliance and a has-been genius. You two. If the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association still wants to do business in the Northern Sea, then shut up now." Ziying was exasperated. Now she finally understood what Xiao Chun meant. It was simply too difficult for her to be smooth and smooth, currying favor with everyone. Beat him up. Beat him up ruthlessly. Let him know what pain is. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the Blue Dragon King. Shifeng felt angry in his heart. When he thought about the scene at the auction hall, his rage flared. He had revealed his identity, but the other party did not give him any face at all, embarrassing him in front of the many honored guests. Like a fool, he couldn't swallow this anger no matter what. At this moment he couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't be bothered to say any more nonsense. He just wanted to vent his anger, or else he wouldn't be able to calm down. Whoosh! Behind him, the three blue-robed emperors did not say a word. They did not dare to be careless when facing Xiao Chun. They attacked at the same time using their best killing moves. Obviously, he wanted to heavily injure Xiao Chun in an instant with the force of a thunderbolt, so as to avoid any new problems from arising. The person in the middle displayed a sword move. His body became one with the heavens, and a sword flew over, piercing through the void. Strange phenomena appeared, and its might was unparalleled. Of the two old men on the left and right, one was wielding a staff while the other was wielding a spear. Their imposing manner was not inferior to the old man in the middle at all. When the three of them attacked together, the color of heaven and earth changed at this moment. The curtain of night trembled and was on the verge of collapsing. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Xiao Chun gently pushed Ziying, and an irresistible force pushed Ziying back a kilometer in that instant. Now that there was nothing holding him back, Xiao Chun made his move calmly. First, a sword appeared in his hand. 9 flashes with 1 step, 9 strikes with 1 flash. As plum blossoms fell, Xiao Chun stepped on the plum blossoms and took 9 steps, sending out 81 sword strikes. When Ziying, who was in the distance, saw this scene, she was shocked. This profound martial technique was clearly the changing plum blossom sword. One of the 9 jade strips that Xiao Chun sold her was the changing plum blossom sword. Ziying guessed that Xiao Chun definitely had a copy of the profound martial technique that he sold her. However, she could not have imagined that Xiao Chun, a bladesman, could actually execute this sword technique so well. His mind and soul were present, and there was no awkwardness at all. The 81 sword strikes followed the mysteries of the changing plum blossom sword, breaking down the killing move of the old man in the middle. Then Xiao Chun kicked the old man away. That was not all. The sword in Xiao Chun's hand disappeared, replaced by a wooden staff. He grasped the staff with his right hand and spun it around 3 times. The howling wind gave off a thunderous tremor in the air. Then he took advantage of the momentum to withdraw. The wind and lightning suddenly stopped and hid themselves, clashing forcefully with the old man using the staff. Bang! The old man's staff shattered. The wind and lightning exploded, blasting the old man back and causing him to vomit blood. The wind thunder staff was another one of the 9 profound martial techniques. Ziying gaped, not knowing what to say. After sending the old man flying with 1 staff strike, the weapon in Xiao Chun's hand changed again, turning into a spear. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he turned around and thrust his hand back. Purple lightning-attributed flames spread out on the spear. When Xiao Chun turned around, his spear contained great might, seeming to pierce through space. When Xiao Chun turned around and struck the spear in the last old man's hand, the spear shattered from top to bottom. Flames spread out and surged over the sky, burning endlessly. It was like the sky was on fire at this moment. The blazing flames burned endlessly on the horizon, illuminating the night sky and making it look very bright. Furthermore, it was one of the 9 profound martial techniques, Heaven Burning Spear. Ziying was already completely stunned, speechless. The Xiao Chun before her completely surpassed her imagination. In an instant, he defeated 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors. Furthermore, he used the weapons that they were most proficient with. Aside from the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, Ziying simply could not think of anyone else who could do this. After landing, Xiao Chun held the spear flickering with lightning-attributed flames and ferociously tossed it forward. The spear was like lightning tearing through the dark night. This startled Shifeng, who quickly dodged. The spear tip stabbed into the ground, and the spear hummed endlessly. Shockwaves radiated out in all directions. Shifeng, who was retreating, could not dodge in time and was struck by the shockwaves, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. In the Treasure Master's residence in the distance, the Cloud Treasure City's city lord stood on a tall building. When he saw all this, he muttered to himself with some pity, "If I could really advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I would definitely favor you." The meaning behind the scene was that the city lord's current choice favored the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's young manor master. Without the city lord's tacit approval, no matter how capable the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor was, how could they have mobilized so many people under his nose? The city lord waved his hand, and the people hidden in the shadows received his order and withdrew. At the place where Xiao Chan and the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor fought, many black-clad men descended from the sky and surrounded the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people. The city lord has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Cloud Treasure City. If anyone dares to make a move again, they will be killed without mercy. Someone in the air said coldly. They really appeared at the right time. Xiao Chan smiled mockingly in his heart. Since the city lord's residence was so strong, why did Shifeng appear to surround him? Yet, after Xiao Chan gained the upper hand, he immediately appeared. On the surface, he did not help either side, but in reality, he favored the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's side. Let's go. Shifeng wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and glared hatefully at Xiao Chan. Then, he quickly led the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people away. When Shifeng looked at Xiao Chan, he no longer had the initial arrogance. There was only heavy fear. The three small perfection blue-robed emperors instantly lost to Xiao Chan. Furthermore, Xiao Chan had used the weapons that the blue-robed emperors specialized in. In terms of strength, Shifeng knew that even if there were 100 of him, he would not be a match for Xiao Chan. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people left, the guards of the Treasure Master's residence also retreated like the receding tide, as if they had never been there. The merchants and cultivators that the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor had cleared out earlier also appeared out of nowhere. The desolate path slowly became bustling. Ziying floated over and thanked Xiao Chan. Many thanks for making a move earlier. Xiao Chan said calmly, let's go. It's just a small matter. I would like to ask you, did you learn all the 9 profound martial techniques that you sold me? Strictly speaking, I can't be considered to have learned them. I can barely execute them. I am still far from reaching great perfection and mastering them through a comprehensive study, not to mention comprehending the states and mysteries. Naturally, Ziying was not satisfied with this answer. Her lips curled up as she said, you are really humble. I have been used by others with spears, staffs, and swords all my life. I am not even comparable to a layman like you. What more do you want? Xiao Chan smiled and did not say anything more. It was not that he was being humble. The main reason Xiao Chan could defeat the 3 small perfection blue-robed emperors was that his heavenly laws far surpassed theirs. In terms of moves, they were about the same. Xiao Chan mainly wanted to test his moves on the 3. It looked like the results were pretty good. Senior Jiang, I'm really sorry. I failed. I cannot help Senior obtain the divine grade black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit. Shifeng led the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's group to meet up with the mysterious old man with the family name Jiang. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and apologized. The old man with the family name Jiang remained expressionless, not showing any fluctuations in his expression. He said indifferently, it's fine. I'll think of something myself. I did not decide to help the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor because of these 2 items. Shifeng was unruly. However, from start to end he was very polite to this old man. His attitude was much more respectful than that of the few small perfection quasi-emperors of his clan. I understand. Senior rejected the Yi clan's invitation and came to my Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor. It is a great blessing. However, I did not expect something to go wrong with the gift that I originally intended to give to Senior. Shifeng took out a spatial ring apologetically and handed it over. There are 5 million black astral coins here. I hope that Senior will accept it. The old man with the family name Jiang glanced at the spatial ring and said, your father and I can be considered old friends. Little friend, there is no need to be so polite. Let's go. It's time to meet your father. He still has not told me what kind of dragon cave this is. Are we not going to care about that blue dragon king? I was even preparing to find someone to block him after he leaves the city, Shifeng said. The old man with the family name Jiang waved his hand and said, there's no need. If there are no surprises, his destination in the Northern Sea is the Yi clan. You will still have a chance to meet him at that time. The old man with the family name Jiang still had something to say. At that time he should be able to find out what exactly Xiao Chan was going to refine with the divine grade black patterned gold. 3 days later, Ziying gathered all the divine materials that Xiao Chan needed as promised. Then, Xiao Chan sought out a quiet room from Ziying and started to refine the dragon subduing platform and the dragon-revealing mirror. In order to succeed on the first try, Xiao Chun took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully read the second segment of the ingenious workmanship several times. After that, he used some ordinary materials to experiment and gain experience. Only when Xiao Chun tried it out did he discover that the refinement of the dragon-subduing platform was even more complicated than he had imagined. The scale of the project exceeded his expectations. First was the platform. This was the most basic. The platform needed a dragon head guillotine, the dragon summoning bell, the heavenly fire dragon capturing hand, and so on. Chapter 1083. It was not a single secret treasure but a complete set of secret treasures. Every part was incredibly troublesome to refine. It gave the feeling that one would never succeed in refining it in their lifetime. Feeling suspicious, Xiao Chun searched through the first part of the jade strip, which introduced the Yuan clan. Only then did he discover that the dragon-subduing platform was the Yuan clan's final trump card for suppressing strong dragon veins. The trump card of trump cards. The dragon-subduing platforms that the successors of the previous generations had all spent at least 10 years of effort to refine. The Yuan clan's clan-protecting treasure, the dragon-subduing platform, took their ancestor 1,000 years to refine, reaching emperor grade. Without reaching a certain cultivation, one could not control this emperor-grade dragon-subduing platform. Hence, the great heavenly masters would refine their own set of dragon-seeking secret treasures before they were strong enough. Xiao Chun felt incredibly envious. If he could find the Yuan clan's ancestral mansion, he would be rich. In the future, if he could get that corpse from Batu, he might be able to find some clues. Xiao Chun set aside the refinement of the dragon-subduing platform for now, and focused on refining the dragon-revealing mirror. The dragon-revealing mirror was an ancient mirror. It required 100 types of divine materials and 49 profound formations were carved into it. The difficulty was worlds apart from refining the dragon-subduing platform. Xiao Chun spent half a month to complete the refinement. The disc-sized ancient mirror was surrounded by a circle of ancient patterns, and its back was engraved with many mysterious array patterns. The front was a mirror as smooth as water. Xiao Chun spent most of the half a month on this mirror. The dragon-seeking secret treasures were useless in battle. However, they had a strong suppressive effect on the great dragons and evil dragons formed by spirit veins. Before subduing several holy spirit veins, their ferocious auras carried the power of the world. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to be careless. As for King Spirit veins, that went without saying. Regular Emperor Wu would not be able to subdue them. With this dragon-revealing mirror and the various secret techniques in the Paradise Secret Canon, in addition to Xiao Chun's own strength, subduing peak spirit veins would be a piece of cake. Suppressing a holy spirit vein by himself would not be a problem, even if he expended some effort. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they could find the dragon vein. Otherwise, there would be no stage for them to display their abilities. After putting away the dragon-revealing mirror, Xiao Chun went to look for Ziying and took his leave. "Young Master Xiao, do you mind having one more person on this trip?" Ziying asked with a smile. Xiao Chun looked up and asked, "You want to go?" I think you're right. With my age, experience, and state of mind, I'm still far from being able to socialize with everyone. Why don't we just stand in line and do something great in the Northern Sea region?" When Xiao Chun saw Xiao Chen's serious expression, he could not help smiling. He said softly, "I was just saying it casually. Never mind, let's just follow them. I just want to make it clear that I'll leave after meeting my friend. I won't be staying for long." However, he Xiao Chun, Xiao, he, Xiao, However, the other party did not even give her a chance to vent her anger. He had already turned around and walked far away. Ziying hurriedly followed after him. With Ziying following him, Xiao Chun, who had originally planned to test the power of the dragon-revealing mirror, had to give up. However, Xiao Chun did not forget his homework. He did not stop cultivating the Paradise Secret Canon. About half a month later, the two arrived at the island where the North Sea Alliance's headquarters was located, Soaring Cloud Island. Xiao Chun stood at the bow of the warship and looked at the silhouette of Lingyun Island. He wondered if he could meet Yi Chan. Cultivators usually did not have a fixed place to stay and wandered around. This was especially so for a martial fanatic like Yi Chan. It was hard to say What is it? What are you thinking about? Ziying came out from the cabin and asked with a smile. Xiao Chan told her the truth. Ziying could not help but smile and say, "Don't worry. He will definitely be there." "How can you be so sure?" Ziying said softly. "The massacre bladesman Yi Chan is rather famous in the Northern Sea. About half a year ago, he returned from the Kunlun continent. His strength had increased greatly, and he immediately challenged the life-killing swordsman, Yan Shisan. There's such a thing? What happened in the end?" "He lost by half a move. After that, I heard that he has been in closed-door cultivation at home and has not come out much. Losing to Yan Shisan was not an injustice. Yi Chan was in too much of a rush. The top swordsman of the Kunlun continent was no joke." "Right, in that case I'll use this as a return gift." Xiao Chen thought of a gift. While discussing the Tao over tea in the profound domain's heavenly cauldron city, Xiao Chan had opened his mouth to speak, and many ancient sages had appeared. He had memorized the ancient saber Tao. Among them, there was a detailed explanation of the massacre saber Tao. Yi Chen would probably like it. There was only one vast and majestic city on the island called Soaring Cloud City. It served as the central hub, connecting the hundreds of factions of various sizes in the Northern Sea Alliance. Now the Yi clan managed the city. If one wanted to find Yi Chan, one just had to go to the city lord's residence. When Xiao Chan reported his identity, the city lord's residence's guard's expression changed. He became much more polite and respectful as he quickly ran in to report. Not long after, a youth dressed in luxurious embroidered clothes appeared before Xiao Chan. This youth looked very similar to Yi Chan, but he was more mature. He led two old men over to Xiao Chan. "Young Master Xiao, you are finally here. My little brother has been talking about you for a long time." The youth smiled faintly and performed a cupped fist salute. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yifeng, Yi Chen's big brother." As Yifeng spoke, he invited Xiao Chan and Ziying in. His attitude was very polite, not showing any of the arrogance of a large clan's disciple. He gave off a good impression at first glance. "Haha, I already sent someone to inform my little brother. That brat has been cultivating to the point of going crazy. Recently, the inheritors of the Holy Lands have been heading to the heart of the ocean to bury emperors. They have gained a lot, making him anxious." Ziying, who was at the side, said, "I heard that these Holy Land inheritors all obtained the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. Once they become a blue-robed emperor with the resources of the Holy Land, they can immediately push them to small perfection blue-robed emperor. After that, it will be smooth sailing for them to become a great perfection blue-robed emperor. At that time, the gap between them will widen." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes. 1 year from now it will be the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Second brother has no choice but to work hard. The resources of our Northern Sea Alliance are no weaker than those of the Holy Lands. However, if he cannot find the opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor, everything will be for naught. One needed an opportunity to become a blue-robed emperor. One needed to rely on one's own comprehension. No amount of resources would be enough. However, it was different for a blue-robed emperor. A small perfection blue-robed emperor and a great perfection blue-robed emperor competed in resources. Xiao Chan was very clear on this principle. However, he did not seek the Haotian Emperor or the Thunder King for resources because the requirements were too great. No Holy Land could bear the cost of nurturing two geniuses. The Haotian sect had its first senior sister, Shui Lingling, who needed to be nurtured as the sect master. The Thunder and Lightning Palace also had an Juanxi, who needed to be nurtured as a successor. Only now did Yifeng notice Ziying, who was at the side. His eyes lit up as he said, "This young lady seems to have not been introduced yet." Ziying smiled and said, "Ziying, the manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Northern Sea. So, it is the beautiful manager of the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association's Xian Lai. Haha, I heard about you and was planning to make some time to pay you a visit. Unexpectedly, we met in advance today." Yifeng smiled faintly. His words were appropriate and flawless. The two chatted happily. It was clear that this Yifeng was different from Yi Chan. He managed the Yi clan's internal affairs in the Northern Sea Alliance, wielding real authority. As for Yi Chan, he was a pure cultivation fanatic and did not care about such things. Boom! Just at this moment, an extremely horrifying saber chi of massacre suddenly appeared in the air. It tore through the sky, wanting to destroy all life and slaughter everything. Before the saber arrived, its aura already gained the upper hand. Xiaochen frowned slightly. It was already too late to draw his saber. With a flip of his hand, he sent out a palm strike. Surging heavenly laws drove the power of the world as he counterattacked. Bang! A huge force scattered the killing chi. The person who attacked revealed himself. It was Yi Chan, whom Xiaochen had not seen for more than half a year. I am ashamed. It has been a long time since we met. Now I can only see Brother Zhao's back. I can't even receive a palm strike from you. Yi Chan stepped forward amid carefree laughter and patted Xiaochen's shoulder. I heard that you came to the heavenly starry ocean long ago. Why are you only here now? Big brother, go and prepare a banquet. I have to properly entertain this brother. Yi Feng smiled and said, why would I need you to tell me about such a small matter? I already sent someone to prepare it. There will be a banquet tonight. Xiaochen quickly rejected. There is no need to be so polite. I like peace and quiet. I just want to find a place to drink and chat. Clearly, Yi Chan was not a person who bothered with trifles. He waved his hand and said, in that case, listen to my brother. Come, let's find a pavilion and have a few drinks. Yi Feng felt that something was wrong. Now that the Blue Dragon King was here, he had to put on a show. However, his brother already said so. If he insisted, it would seem like a stranger. When they arrived at the back garden, Yi Feng ordered people to make some simple preparations. Then the four sat down and started chatting casually. As the conversation progressed, Yi Feng discovered that Xiaochen did not have any of the rumored arrogance. He was clearly more open, laughing non-stop and chatting about anything. During the banquet, Xiaochen took out the ancient saber Dao of massacre that he copied and gave it to Yi Chan. Yi Chan carefully read it and could not contain his joy. He carefully put it away and performed a cupped fist salute. Brother Xiao, you have helped me greatly again. With this ancient sage saber Dao, I will have no problem advancing to the blue-robed emperor within a year. Xiaochen had already accumulated enough. All he lacked now was an opportunity. The ancient saber sovereign's saber Dao of massacre was such an opportunity. However, this little brother is helpless about Brother Zhao's problem. At the mention of this problem, the atmosphere at the table immediately turned heavy and oppressive. Yi Feng continued, after second brother heard about the matter of physiological lifespan, he immediately went to ask father about it. My father said that there is a chance. However, increasing one's physiological lifespan is as difficult as cutting down the heavens and snatching fate. Yi Chen's father was the Northern Alliance's alliance chief, a greater heavenly emperor Wu. He was a major character through and through. Xiaochen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said calmly, there is always a way out. The great Tao takes 49 and leaves 1. Everything has a chance of survival. The Blue Dragon King's understanding of the Great Tao is very enlightening. Can you explain it to me in detail? Steady laughter resounded. This startled Xiaochen. When did this person arrive? Why did I not sense anything? Chapter 1084. Yi Chan and Yi Feng rejoiced at the same time. They quickly stood up and said, Father, why are you here? Haha, the Blue Dragon King personally came to my Yi clan. How could I not come? Why didn't the two of you tell me? The newcomer scolded with a smile, appearing very approachable. No wonder no one sensed him. The one who came was the greater heavenly emperor Wu, a peak martial emperor, the Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief Yi Qing. Being addressed as the Blue Dragon King by such a person, Xiaochen simply could not accept it. He quickly stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Senior must be joking. How could I dare to call myself king before senior? Yi Qing retorted seriously. Why not? This is the title that the prime of the Bushin Palace, the Thunder King, personally conferred. Which martial emperor would dare to not acknowledge it? Senior, just call this little one by my name. I truly do not dare. Xiaochen smiled bitterly. The other party's seriousness put him at a loss. Yi Qing smiled and said, Haha, I'll stop joking with little friend. Come sit. Yi Qing had a natural charm. His words and actions were very convincing. After everyone sat down, Yi Qing continued. The number of great changes is a phrase that the orthodox Taoist immortal cultivators often mention during the immortal epoch. Even now, no one can explain the original correct explanation. The Penglai sees people all have their own understandings of it. Speaking of which, why does little friend think that only 1 out of 50 is 49? Heaven never seals off all paths, leaving a chance for survival? Xiao Chun blushed with shame. He really could not come up with any great reason for this phrase. However, he often saw this phrase in all sorts of secret manuals and ancient books. He combined it with his flawless saber Dao and casually comprehended it, not daring to show it off in front of Senior. After Xiao Chun told the truth, Yi Qing smiled unconcernedly. There are many crucial and controversial points in this phrase. What does the number of great changes refer to? Why only 49 out of 50? There are many different opinions. Little friend, you can just casually say it. Yifeng and the others also looked at Xiao Chun curiously, causing him to feel a significant pressure. He smiled and said, "In that case, I was just speaking casually. Senior, please don't laugh at me. The way I see it, the number of Dian refers to the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. 49 out of 50 is how I understand it. The number of changes in the heavenly Tao requires 50 to be perfect and flawless. However, the heavenly Tao left behind one change, so it is impossible for anything to be perfect. There is nothing in the world that is flawless. This is a sliver of hope. There will always be this sliver of hope. Everyone's life is spent pursuing this sliver of hope. Obtaining this one will create a new one." While the others were still at a loss, Yi Qing's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "You mean that the great Tao will not change? Even if you obtain this one, the heavenly Tao will change. In the end, you will find that the number of great changes is still 49, and you will have to search for a new one." After that, Yi Qing thought of something and said in sudden understanding, "I heard long ago that you comprehended the flawless saber Tao. Originally, I did not think much of it. However, after hearing what you said, I can conclude that you have indeed created a Tao that belongs to you." Xiao Chun felt like he had met someone who understood him. He poured a cup of wine for Yi Qing and continued. The great Tao is flawless, but it is also flawed. Flawless refers to a kind of pursuit, a kind of obsession. In life, there will always be a sliver of hope. Do not ever give up until the very last moment. Yi Qing felt something in his heart. Xiao Chen's words happened to touch on his recent troubles. He drained his cup in one gulp and said, "That's right. There will always be a sliver of hope. Who knows what the future will be like? No matter what, Yi Qing will definitely befriend you, Blue Dragon King. When you advance to Martial Emperor 5 years later, this Yi will give you a big gift." Xiao Chun raised his cup and clinked glasses with Yi Qing, draining it in one gulp. This trip to the Northern Sea had taken up a lot of time. Given the tight time he had, it was not worth it. It was worth it to be able to meet his good friend Yi Chan, and personally impart the mysteries of the Massacre Saber Dao to him. If he could befriend a senior like Yi Qing, it would all be worth it. Xiao Chun drank this cup of wine to his heart's content. Yi Qing smiled and said, "It is rare that you are in such a good mood. Let me speak about my thoughts on this great yen number, 49 out of 50. After Yifeng, Ziying, and Yi Chan carefully experienced Xiao Chen's understanding, they were already entranced and gained many comprehensions. When they heard that Yi Qing wanted to speak as well, they could not help but become more interested. Yi Chan even stood up with a smile and said, "Father, let me pour some wine for you. Normally, when I ask you, you always say that you do not know anything. Today you should speak more." Yi Qing smiled and scolded, "You blockhead. No matter how much I speak, you will not understand. Instead, it will harm you." The great yen number, my view is the same as little friend Xiao Chen's. It is the number of changes in the heavenly Tao. However, the one that is removed cannot be chased or found. 1, 2, 3. Yi Qing started counting. First, he did not feel anything. However, the three slowly discovered that something was wrong. As Yi Qing counted them one by one, the surrounding scenery began to change rapidly, and a small world suddenly formed. Every time Yi Qing counted a world, the small world would change. It was like everything in the world was returning to its place. As the number increased, the small world slowly became more complete. Tall mountains, flowing water, blue sky, white clouds, flowers, trees, and people came and went. Without realizing it, Xiao Chen and the others started silently counting along with Yi Qing's numbers. When Xiao Chen counted to 49, the small world was completely formed. Yi Qing stopped counting. Xiao Chen felt stifled. When he wanted to count to 50, he could not do it no matter how hard he tried. In the end, the number 50 disappeared from his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. Yi Qing drank the cup of wine that Yi Chen poured for him and smiled faintly. Where is 50? This is my world. I am the heavenly Tao. The final change is myself. It cannot be thought of, it cannot be sought, it cannot be imagined. When Yi Qing waved his hand and scattered his small world, the other three, including Xiao Chen, showed incredulous expressions. They felt like they had opened another door, boundlessly mysterious and unfathomable. Thinking about how he had boasted in front of Yi Qing earlier, Xiao Chen could not help but feel embarrassed. This was the correct understanding. This was how the great Tao should be. Just at this moment, four people arrived with Yi Qing. However, they stood in the distance looking like guards. One of them ran over and quickly said to Yi Qing, "Big brother, it is about time. The people of the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor and the other 9 factions should have already set off." Yi Qing stood up and looked at Yi Feng. "Feng go and bring Mr. Qin over. Then we will leave together. Chen take good care of little brother Xiao Chen and this young lady from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. Take good care of them as well." An indiscernible sadness flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. Then, he stood up to receive the order and left. "Little friend, don't let your Tao waver. The great Tao has always been one where hundreds of schools of thought contend. There is no correct great Tao. My Tao might not be the only one." Before Yi Qing left, he said this to Xiao Chen. Then he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and smiled. "Let's go. I am going to the one you mentioned, the one chance of survival. Until the very end, I cannot give up." After saying that, the current alliance chief of the Northern Sea Alliance left with the 4 people that followed him like shadows. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, feeling greatly touched. After a while, he reacted and asked, "Yi Chen, what is your father going to do? Why does he look so worried?" Yi Chen sighed and said, "Recently, I discovered a dragon cave in the Northern Sea. It seems to contain a Holy Spirit vein, perhaps even a King Spirit vein. My elder brother went to invite someone. Originally, he wanted to invite the publicly acknowledged strongest Geomaster, Zhang Tian. However, who could have imagined that the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor's people would invite him? When he went to invite other Geomasters, he discovered that the more famous ones had already been invited by other factions. So, he could only invite a low-ranked Geomaster. Xiao Chen understood. Although losing a Holy Spirit vein to a major faction like the Yi clan was painful, it was still acceptable. If a King Spirit vein was snatched away by the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor or another faction, the Yi clan's position as the top faction in the Northern Sea Alliance would definitely be unstable. The importance of a Geomaster in fighting for a hidden spirit vein like this went without saying. Ordinary spirit veins could be discovered with one glance. With soaring spiritual energy and various mysterious phenomena, it would be hard not to discover them. However, everyone could discover such spirit veins. The various holy lands had already plundered them clean. Once they appeared, they would incite the various factions to fight over them. In this day and age, if one wanted to discover a new spirit vein, they could only rely on a Geomaster to seek dragons and fix veins. After the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor managed to invite Zhang Tian away, the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor had already snatched away half of the spirit vein, hidden in this dragon cave. The Yi clan had lost a great advantage. It was practically impossible for a mediocre Geomaster to compete with the Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor, which had the strongest Geomaster. When Ziying heard this, she immediately looked at Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, "In that case, how about Brother Xiao give it a try? He is quite knowledgeable about seeking dragons and fixing veins. It would not be too much to consider him an expert." Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation, "Xiao Chen, you also know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. He knew that Ziying was taking revenge on him. He took a sip of wine and smiled. "Don't listen to her nonsense. I only know a little about this. Before a Geomaster, it is not worth mentioning. However, Yi Chun did not care that much. He stood up and pulled Xiao Chun along with him. He smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go. In that case, come with me and take a look. I don't need you to do anything. Just watch." Ziying looked provocatively at Xiao Chun, smiling gently. Her meaning was clear. "You did not tell me anything. Now, it will be hard for you not to expose yourself." Xiao Chun could not avoid Yi Chun's enthusiasm. He said helplessly, "All right, I'll go and take a look. However, don't get your hopes up." Yi Chun smiled and said, "It's fine. Just go and take a look. It will just broaden my horizons. Let's see how these Geomasters subdue a dragon." Yi Chun led Xiao Chun and Ziying rushing all the way. They finally caught up to Yi Qing's group, who were preparing to leave, at the gates of the city lord's residence. Xiao Chun sized up the group. Not including Yi Qing, there were at least 3 Emperor Wu. The others were all blue-robed emperor experts. There were also many peak consummation blue-robed emperors with souls condensed in their heavenly seal. Aside from these, there were also many strong grandmaster-level martial sages standing on the war chariots waiting in the air. They controlled the war chariots into battle formations, enough to pose a threat to Emperor Wu. Chapter 1085. With such a grand lineup, it could be seen that the Yi clan's attention to this operation had reached an extremely high standard. "Father, wait a moment." Seeing that Yi Qing was about to board the war chariot, Yi Chun pushed Xiao Chun forward and said, "Bring us along." Xiao Chun is somewhat proficient in seeking dragons and fixing veins. Shock flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Then he turned to Xiao Chun and asked, "Little friend, you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins?" "Humph. Now everyone dares to call themselves a geomaster? You inexperienced brat, yet you dare to speak such nonsense. How come I have never heard of a geomaster clan with the surname Xiao?" Just as Xiao Chun was about to deny it, a rude voice rang out. When he looked over, the one who spoke was an old man dressed in ancient attire. This should be a geomaster that the Yi clan invited. Yi Feng introduced apologetically. "This is Senior Yuan Qinghuan. He has been a geomaster for 100 years. Senior Yuan, this is Xiao Chun, an honored guest of my Yi clan." When Yuan Qinghuan heard Yi Feng's introduction that Xiao Chun was an honored guest of the Yi clan, his tone softened. Then he said with a cold expression, "Since he is an honored guest of the Yi clan, I can't be bothered to say more. However, don't just casually say that you know how to seek dragons and fix veins. That is an insult to our profession. You are just a mediocre geomaster. Why are you spouting so much nonsense?" Yi Chun immediately lost his temper. Xiao Chun pulled Yi Qing back and said apologetically to Yi Qing, "This junior is only slightly interested in seeking dragons and fixing veins. I can't be considered to understand it, much less be proficient in it. I'm just going to take a look." Yi Qing smiled and said, "It's fine. Let's go and take a look then. Feng prepare a war chariot for them. Come, let's depart now." The group of people rode on the war chariot, looking like celestial soldiers and generals. On the war chariot that Yi Feng and the others were on, Yi Chun was still brooding. He scolded, "This old fellow is not capable himself, yet he is putting on airs. If not for father stopping me, I would have beaten him up." Yi Feng frowned and said, "Don't be rash. He is already the strongest geomaster I can hire. He has experience subduing 10 superior spirit veins." Ziying interrupted, "However, I heard that Zhang Tian once helped an immortal Holy Land subdue a king spirit vein." Yi Feng's expression turned somewhat unsightly. He said helplessly, "Father no longer holds much hope for us to subdue this unknown spirit vein. It is unavoidable for the soul he gem in Mountain Manor to grow stronger. We can only think of other countermeasures." Yi Chun asked out of curiosity, "What countermeasures?" Yi Feng remained silent for a while before saying, "If there really is a king spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave this time, then we should advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor." "That's too risky," Yi Chun exclaimed. "There is nothing we can do about it. Once the soul he gem in Mountain Manor obtains the king spirit vein, they will definitely surpass our Yi family and become the new alliance chief." The war chariot fell silent. Yi Chun pulled Xiao Chun to the side and whispered, "Xiao Chun, can you tell me if you know how to seek dragons and fix veins? The sovereign tribulation is already very dangerous. Advancing it in advance will increase the danger significantly. Xiao Chun understood Yi Chen's feelings. After a while he said, I can only promise you that if it really is a king spirit vein, I can make it so that no one can obtain it. In terms of seeking dragons and fixing veins, I am still too inexperienced compared to those veteran geomasters. Yi Chen smiled and said, That is all I need to hear. Xiao Chun did not know what danger he would face if he exposed the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. However, for the sake of this friend before him, he could only ignore the danger. The chariot soon left the cloud-soaring island. After flying for half a day on the surface of the sea, they stopped on a sea that was clearly unusual and densely covered with barren mountains. Up above, there were already people from many factions gathered together. Every faction's lineup was only slightly weaker than the Yi clans. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing so many Emperor Wus. The atmosphere in the air was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xiao Chun withdrew his thoughts and carefully sized up the situation below. The entire sea covered an area of more than 5,000 kilometers. There were many mountains at the bottom of the sea in the south. Only the tip of the iceberg could be seen, stretching out endlessly. Xiao Chun counted carefully. There was a total of 18 mountains at the bottom of the sea, which startled him. While the peaks of the mountains above the water were no more than a kilometer tall, if one counted the mountains hidden under the water, they would be ridiculously huge. When seeking dragons and fixing veins, the first thing one needed to do was to look for the mountains and rivers, the ferocious beasts in the south. With such huge mountains and 18 of them, Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine how many horrifying ferocious beasts were hidden in the dragon caves. Then Xiao Chen looked to the north. There were hundreds of small islands just emerging from the surface of the sea. The north and south corresponded. The ferocious beasts in the south eyed each other with malicious intent. The dragon guards in the north guarded the side, blocking all evil. There were more than 100 dragon guards. Xiao Chun was shocked again. No wonder the various factions sent out such a large lineup. There might really be a king spirit vein hidden in this dragon cave. Of course, Xiao Chun could not come to a conclusion too accurately. The third segment of the Paradise Secret Canon, The 100 Changes of the Heavenly Mysteries, introduced the existence of many fake dragon caves. Unfortunately, it was not convenient for Xiao Chun to open his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he would be able to obtain more useful information. It was not easy to make a concrete judgment just by looking at the surface of the sea. Xiao Chun looked up and frowned slightly. The sky was not dark yet, and he could not see the starry heavens clearly. This was a headache. Did you see anything? Yi Chen asked anxiously. Xiao Chun shook his head and remained silent. Yi Feng turned his head and said, There is an alliance warship over there. Father is calling us over. Xiao Chun turned his head to look. The leaders of the various factions led the geomasters of their factions on a very large warship, continuously flying over. Let's go. The four flew to the deck. The deck was astonishingly vast. It was flat and boundlessly vast. Xiao Chun felt like he was on an aircraft carrier that he had only seen on television in his previous life. However, the warship they were on was much more powerful than an aircraft carrier. They were not on the same level. A tall platform was erected on the deck. Yi Qing sat on the throne on the platform. His followers, Emperor Wu, stood on either side. On his right was the geomaster Yuan Qinghuan. The leaders of the various factions stood on both sides of the deck with their geomasters. The gazes of the various major characters filled with curiosity as they looked at Xiao Chun. Although this junior was not as strong as Emperor Wu and was rather far from their circle, they had heard of his name long ago. Yi Qing smiled and pointed behind him, indicating for Xiao Chun and the others to just stand there and not speak. Alliance Chief Yi, can we begin the first step? The geomasters of our factions have been preparing for a long time already, an old man asked with an excited expression. Although the other leaders did not say anything, they clearly could not wait any longer. Yi Qing said, Let's wait for a while. The Soul Hegem and Mountain Manor's brother Sure is not here yet. There is no rush to check the earth vein for now. Haha, Brother Yi is really generous. Fellow Taoist, Sure Tianyu is late. Sorry about that. Amid loud laughter, a middle-aged man with an aura no weaker than Yi Qing's landed on the deck with the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean, Zhang Tian, his son Shifeng, and a few Emperor Wu's followers. Xiao Chun, who was standing behind Yi Qing, felt a gaze. He looked up and saw Shifeng looking at him provocatively. Yi Qing said, "Let's begin. Since Brother Shi is here then." "Wait." Shi Tianyu waved his hand domineeringly and smiled. "Checking the earth vein is just a small matter. There is no need for so many geomasters to work together. Old Mr. Zhang alone is sufficient." The others could not help feeling angry. From the very start, this Shi Tianyu intended to exclude the others and monopolize the spirit vein. Yi Qing felt upset as well. This Shi Tianyu did not give any face to him, the alliance chief, at all, not taking his words seriously at all. However, even if Yi Qing was upset, he had to endure it. Who asked the other party to invite Zhang Tian, the strongest geomaster of the heavenly starry ocean? Shi Tianyu ignored Yi Qing and said calmly, "Old brother Zhang, sorry to trouble you." Zhang Tian nodded and slowly walked to the railing at the side. The people of the other factions quickly crowded over, wanting to see what would happen next. They saw the old man with the family name Zhang wave his hand and point to the sky. The clouds slowly parted like curtains on a stage, revealing a vast and boundless starry heavens with radiance. Zhang Tian waved his right hand, and a black flag appeared. Then he casually tossed it into the air. The flag transformed into 81 flags and stabbed into the water. In that instant, the surface of the sea turned transparent, allowing everyone to see the situation at the bottom of the sea clearly. The Zhang clan's worldly wind and water flags are indeed extraordinary. When many of the geomasters saw this scene, they all felt admiration for Zhang Tian. Although they were upset that Zhang Tian managed to suppress all of them by himself, they truly admired his strength. Xiao Chun quickly walked over to the railing and looked at the bottom of the sea. After a while, his expression changed slightly. Then he raised his head and looked at the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chun's expression changed completely. This was a chain of dragon caves. It was hard to tell the real from the fake. Perhaps there was an evil dragon hidden here. This was a very ominous situation that could kill Emperor Wu. 9 stars sealing dragon. Tanlang Juman Lutsuan Wenxiu Lianjin Wuxiu Pujuan, left minister and right minister, all 9 stars are present. This is my first time seeing such a situation. There might be a king spirit vein hidden here. Even if it is not a king spirit vein, it should be a peak holy spirit vein. Yuan Qinghuan, the geomaster hired by the Yi clan, immediately cried out excitedly when he saw the situation at the bottom of the sea, feeling extremely shocked. Yi Chun asked with a smile, "Can Mr. subdue and suppress it?" Yuan Qinghuan felt stifled. How could he have the ability to subdue Xiao Chun? Even if the other geomasters were not around, it would be hard for him to deal with this alone. Furthermore, there were so many geomasters, especially with Zhang Tian present. No matter what, it would not be Xiao Chun's turn. He turned around and said angrily, "Go ahead if you can." Yi Qing frowned slightly and said sullenly, "Mister, just tell me the truth. How likely are you to subdue this dragon cave? How confident are you in fighting with the other geomasters?" Before a major character like Yi Qing, Yuan Qinghuan did not dare to be impudent. He stammered, Actually, I'm not afraid to speak the truth. All the geomasters in the heavenly starry ocean who can compete with Zhang Tian are either dead, in seclusion, or consecrated by an immortal holy land. There is no geomaster here who can stop him." Chapter 1086. It is not just this old man whose chances are slim. The other geomasters' chances are slim as well. We can only see if we can find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Seeing Yi Qing's unfriendly expression, Yuan Qinghuan continued, "Well, this old man can't come here for nothing. Usually when I travel around the world, I found several dragon caves with top-grade spirit veins. As long as Alliance leader sends a few blue-robed emperors to follow me, after this, I will help Alliance leader Yi find a few supreme-grade spirit veins." Although a peak spirit vein was precious, how could it compare to a king spirit vein? Yi Qing did not have any interest in it. He looked at the transparent seawater below and waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later." As Zhang Tian moved his hands, the worldly wind water banner illuminated the situation under the sea. Some of the mountains shrouded in fog could be seen clearly. As the various geomasters observed the earth veins, they could not help sighing. Occasionally, Yi Chun heard something about the 9 stars locking dragon. A great dragon would definitely appear in an auspicious place. He went to take a look, but he couldn't see anything. The bottom of the sea was full of messy mountains and precipitous ridges. There were no stars or dragons. He could not help asking anxiously, "Xiao Chan, what is the 9-star locking dragon?" Xiao Chan was looking up at the celestial phenomena. He withdrew his gaze and answered, "The 9 stars are the 9 stars in the sky. In the terminology of dragon seeking, it refers to the mountain peaks named after these stars. They usually appear around dragon caves. Among the 9 stars there are 3 great auspicious stars. They are Tanlang Juman and Wuxiu. Normally, there is only one great auspicious star in a dragon cave, and the quality of the spirit vein will be higher. If there are 3 auspicious stars, it will be amazing. The left minister's and right minister's star peaks are small auspicious stars. They appear the most, and the spirit veins with them are of superior quality. If there aren't even small auspicious stars, even if there is a saint-grade spirit vein, the quality would be average." Ziying, who was listening attentively at the side, interrupted. "If there are auspicious stars, there must be ominous stars. According to what you said, Pajuan, Lianjin, Lucian, and once you are the 4 ominous stars." Xiao Chun raised his head and glanced at him. He smiled and said, "You got it right away. You're right." Yi Chan asked curiously, "When the 9 stars gather, there are auspicious stars and inauspicious stars. Why do so many geomasters say that it is auspicious and ignore the inauspicious stars?" Xiao Chun looked up at the starry sky and said with a double meaning, "This is the ingenuity of feng shui. Look at the 4 inauspicious star peaks. They are all lower than the 3 auspicious stars. Compared to the 2 little Jixingfeng, they are even shorter. This way, the aura of the ominous star will be completely suppressed. Not only will it be unable to display its might, but it will also allow the Ji Xingfeng to use its momentum to strengthen itself, forming the rarely seen 9-star sealing dragon." Not far away, Yi Qing heard Xiao Chen's discussion and said to Yuan Qinghuan, "Mr. Yuan, is what little friend Xiao Chan said right?" Yuan Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. After a while he said, almost, but... He still wanted to say something but found that Yi Qing, with a trace of a smile, had already strode over to Xiao Chan. Unexpectedly, little friend has such an understanding of seeking dragons and fixing veins, Yi Qing said with a smile as he walked over. Xiao Chan whispered, "It is just a superficial knowledge. Compared to the geomasters here, I am still far from it." Yi Qing did not think so. He said, "There is no need to be humble. If you really know how to seek dragons and fix veins, my Yi clan will have many opportunities to work with you in the future." Alliance Chief Shi Tianyu is calling everyone over. He says that it is about time to prepare to wash the sea. Just as Shi Tianyu was about to say more, Yi Qing heard a report. He smiled apologetically and led the 4 Emperor Wu and Jiang Tian over to where Shi Tianyu was. Washing the sea was to clear out the seawater and leave an empty space. Although the various factions fought among themselves, no matter who obtained the spirit vein, it would strengthen the Northern Sea Alliance. Washing the sea definitely needed to be done together. The leaders of the 10 factions of the Northern Sea Alliance gathered at where Jiang Tian was, preparing to clear out the seawater at any time to facilitate fixing the veins. "Old brother Jiang, can we begin?" Shi Tianyu asked somewhat impatiently when he saw that Jiang Tian had already thoroughly explored the veins at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Tian shook his head and said, "There is no rush. Let me take a look at the celestial phenomenon first." When the other geomasters heard this, they could not help revealing envious expressions. Not all geomasters knew the lost ancient stargazing technique. When Xiao Chun, who was standing far away on the deck, heard this, he took advantage of the fact that the many geomasters and cultivators were all gathered around Jiang Tian to sneak to an unnoticed corner. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned continuously as he executed the magic skill, Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chun was not truly going to unleash Starry Heaven Storm. Instead, he wanted to use this magic skill to blur the original celestial phenomenon, covering up the light of the stars and disrupting Jiang Tian's observation. Sweat poured off Xiao Qin's forehead like rain. The originally abundant magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained like a flash flood. Soon most of it vanished. Jiang Tian did not care. After he clearly saw the 9 stars sealing the dragon below, he was already certain that this was a very auspicious dragon cave of extremely high quality. Observing the celestial phenomenon was just a habit. After taking a few glances and not noticing anything strange, Zhang Tian said, "That's enough. Do you see my worldly wind water banner? Drain all the seawater where the worldly wind water banner is. At that time, everyone, let's see who can subdue this dragon based on our own abilities. That way we can avoid harming our friendships." The other Geomasters laughed in embarrassment at Zhang Tian's last sentence. "Who can compare to you, Zhang Tian?" His words were as good as not saying anything at all. Yi Qing, Shi Tianyu, and the others turned around and appeared on the surface of the sea as if they teleported. With a shout, the 10 made their move at the same time, raising their right palms to the sky. A loud rumble rang out, sounding like thunder. A shocking scene appeared. Under the might of the 10 greater heavenly Emperor Wu, the seawater split into 10 portions like the ground. Each greater heavenly emperor controlled a portion, lifting up the vast seawater like it was a mountain. After that, the greater heavenly emperors casually tossed the vast seawater into the distance and landed on the surface of the sea thousands of kilometers away. The resulting tremors made one's heart pound heavily, deafening. The somewhat pale Xiao Chan walked to the side of the deck and looked at the vast sea below. Someone had dug out a large hole the size of Lingyun Island. Xiao Chan could not help but feel shocked. The strength of the greater heavenly Emperor Wu was truly incredible. If he had not seen it for himself, he would never be able to imagine how strong these people were. Shi Tianyu's group suspended the seawater in the air. The various Geomasters did not remain idle either. They all took out their own dragon-seeking secret treasures and blocked off the seawater. Zhang Tian immediately descended and headed for the core of the 9 stars sealing the dragon. The other Geomasters quickly followed, their expressions extremely grave. The other lesser heavenly Emperor Wu and the blue-robed Emperor also stored up power and flew down like sharp arrows. Then the 10 Geomasters landed on the 9-star peaks one after another, preparing to open the dragon cave. The mystery that had troubled everyone for a long time, what grade of spirit vein was hidden in the dragon cave, was about to be revealed. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the dragon cave sealed by the 9 stars. Only Xiao Chan raised his head and looked at the starry heavens. At some point in time, the 4 ominous stars, Pujuan, Lianjin, Lutsuan and Wenxiu, had become extremely bright. As for the 5 auspicious stars, Tanlang, Juman, Wuxiu, Left Minister and Right Minister, they were all dim and dismal. Not many people could recognize the 9 stars. Furthermore, the starry heavens were vast with countless stars. Probably only Zhang Tian, whose attention was no longer on the starry heavens, could make out the reason behind the dazzling starlight. Good or bad luck was hard to determine. There was no such thing as an unchanging landscape in geomancy. Aside from Zhang Tian, who hovered above the dragon cave, the other Geomasters stood on the 9-star peaks, each holding a dragon-seeking secret treasure. A tense and excited atmosphere filled every corner of the grand scene. Everyone had a grave expression on their faces. Zhang Tian was the first to make a move. He raised his hand and cracks appeared on the seabed. Multicolored lights spewed out from them. The other Geomasters executed their various means, preparing to force out the spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave in one go. The multicolored lights flickered and turned into 9 beams of light before stopping. Dense spiritual energy filled the world, causing a colorful spiritual rain to fall. Splash! Splash! The rain did not stop. After the spiritual rain permeated the huge pits in the sea and every patch of mud, it gave off a vibrant life force. Everyone could feel the pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the raindrops, and they were wild with joy. 9-colored multicolored light. This is a king spirit vein. Everyone was shocked. Although they had expected this, when they personally saw the 9-colored multicolored light and the 9-colored spiritual rain, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. How rare was a king spirit vein? It was one of the standards of a holy land's strength. A sect without a king spirit vein could not be considered a holy land, no matter how strong it was. It was just like how the 9 ranks of the great families needed a holy spirit vein. The leaders of the 10 major forces were all gathered on the 18 mountains in the south, each of which was 100,000 meters tall. When they saw this nine-colored multicolored light, their expressions turned somewhat complicated. The Soul Hegemon Mountain Manor Sure Tianyu smiled and said, "Brother Yi, with this King Spirit vein, the Northern Sea Alliance will definitely become stronger. In the future you will no longer have to work so hard. You can rest well." There was a hidden meaning in Sure Tianyu's words. The ambition of a wolf was clear. How could Yi Qing not understand? He said coldly, "Brother Sure, you are really considerate. However, it is still too early to say this." Sure Tianyu laughed maniacally and said, "Early? I don't believe that with Mr. Jiang here. No one will have a chance to snatch away this King Spirit vein. The two of you, let's not argue for now. Subduing a King Spirit vein is of great importance. Even with Jiang Tian here, we cannot make any mistakes. Otherwise, it will be a loss for the entire Northern Sea Alliance." One of the older elders among the 10 reminded them when he saw that the atmosphere between the two of them was filled with hostility. When the two heard that, they snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Suddenly, Yi Qing frowned and stretched out his finger to wipe off the spiritual rain on his forehead. Then, his pupils constricted, and shock flashed in his eyes. The spiritual rain on Yi Qing's finger was actually scarlet. When Yi Qing looked up, his expression changed drastically. The nine-colored spiritual rain vanished. In its place, a blood rain fell in the sky. It was cold and emotionless, giving off an evil and strange aura. Chapter 1087. Blood Rain. Why is there a blood rain? Horror flashed in the eyes of the many cultivators on the deck. They had never seen such a vast blood rain in their lives. The many geomasters on the 9-star peak paled, their faces drained of all color. Their bodies trembled slightly. Blood rain falling from the sky, no light for 500 kilometers around. What an ominous situation. How can it be like this? The 3 great auspicious stars are suppressing the 4 great inauspicious stars, using their momentum to form the 9 stars sealing the dragon. This is clearly an auspicious land. Why is there such an ominous sign? Jiang Tian's expression turned grave as he looked at the sky. He saw that the 9 stars, including the Tanlang star, had already formed a line in the pitch-black starry heavens. It was like a beam of scarlet light had connected the 9 stars. Linked by blood 9-star alignment. Jiang Tian's heart trembled. Damn it! Why did I only discover such a celestial phenomenon now? If I had discovered it earlier, I would not have been so rash. I could have thought of other ways to subdue this spirit vein. Now that I blindly opened the acupoints, the scarlet light appeared, and the 9-star alignment formed. It was too late. Without saying another word, he turned around and ran. He got up and flew back, and his face was filled with panic. Now that Jiang Tian had left, how could the other geomasters dare to continue opening their acupoints? They quickly followed, fleeing in the air. A deafening rumble echoed through the world. In the south, the 18 mountains that stretched for thousands of miles and were tens of thousands of feet tall were completely shattered one after another, without holding anything back. Surging shock waves surged out. Even though the warship Xiaochan was tens of thousands of meters away, the shock waves still caused it to sway left and right. The roar resounded and the sound waves shook space. It was like a voice from hell. The huge warship could no longer hold out and it collapsed. Xiaochan quickly took out his small silver boat and boarded Ziying, Yichan and Yifeng. Then he flew far away at lightning speed. What was that? Yifeng was in disbelief. Just the roar alone had shattered the sturdy royal-grade warship from before. The blood rain continued to fall without end. Xiaochan stood at the bow of the warship, unable to answer Yifeng's question. There had to be ferocious beasts hidden in the southern mountains of the Dragon Cave. This was the reason why regular geomasters could not subdue spirit veins by themselves. They could not deal with ferocious beasts. For example, this time around, the 10 Greater Celestial Emperor Wu of the North Sea Alliance had been deployed on the ominous mountain. However, the situation was not looking too optimistic. When Xiaochan collected the advanced spirit vein, a ferocious beast comparable to a grandmaster jumped out. No one could guess what kind of ferocious beasts were hidden in these 18 incomparably huge mountain ranges. In this sky full of blood rain, what kind of terrifying combat power would it erupt with? Only from the fact that even 10 Greater Celestial Emperor Wu couldn't take care of this group of beasts so quickly, could he tell a thing or two about it. The entire ocean crater was in complete chaos, and the terrain had completely changed. Hundreds of mountains in the north rose up from the ground and shot towards the fleeing geomasters. These mountains were much larger than the ones Xiao Qian had faced in the past. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare to underestimate the power of these mountains. If he were to face them head-on, he would be heavily injured. Fortunately, the North Sea Alliance had made a lot of preparations this time. They brought several blue-robed emperors to help the 10 geomasters block the many mountains. Quick leave. This is a great ominous land with a powerful ferocious dragon hidden. The many geomasters shouted as they ran. The vast group did not even bother to wipe off the blood rain that covered them as they fled. After the geomasters left, the seawater, which had been blocked by the barriers earlier, crashed down with the sound of the waves. It felt like the sky was shattering. The scene was incredibly majestic. The huge crater filled up, and the seawater closed up once more. The cultivators of the North Sea Alliance who had escaped all felt fear in their hearts. The earlier moment was no more than 10 breaths of time. However, it felt like a lifetime had passed. The sea churned endlessly, and the seawater turned scarlet. None of the Emperor Wu came out, still fighting with the mysterious ferocious beasts at the bottom of the sea. The group felt very nervous. They did not know what kind of group of ferocious beasts this was. 10 greater Celestial Emperor Wu and many lesser Celestial Emperor Wu working together could not deal with them. Plop! Yi Qing flew out of the water amid a splash. The 4 lesser Celestial Emperor Wu following behind him were covered in wounds. Yi Qing looked around and saw Xiao Qian and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A strong suction came out, and the small silver warship flew over. Without saying anything, Yi Qing sent out a palm strike and tore space apart. Then he led the others into the crack. The figures of the Yi clan's blue-robed emperor experts all flashed in. The leaders of the other factions appeared one after another with Emperor Wu. They all had fatigued expressions and did not say anything. Then they tore space apart and led the people of their factions, preparing to flee far away. Everyone's hearts were filled with questions. What kind of existence made the greater Celestial Emperor Wu so anxious, not willing to stay a moment longer? The instant the spatial crack closed, Xiao Qian vaguely saw a scarlet dragon claw poke out of the water and tear space apart, tearing apart countless war chariots and warships. Fortunately, the blue-robed emperor cultivators above had all retreated. Otherwise, no one would have survived this claw. When the Yi clan's group reappeared, they were already in the sky above Lingyun Island. Yi Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said sullenly, "Unexpectedly, there is a mutated evil dragon with a king spirit vein hidden in the dragon cave. To think that Jiang Tian did not discover it and rashly opened the dragon cave without any preparations. It looks like he does not live up to his reputation." Yi Feng exclaimed in shock. "Father, what do you mean by that?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "That is to say, no one can obtain this king spirit vein now. If that group of people from the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor want to target my Yi clan, they will have to think twice before doing so." As Yi Qing spoke, a spatial crack opened. Shi Tianyu, who had an unlucky expression, appeared with the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's people. Shi Tianyu happened to see Yi Qing's smile and could not help but rage. He felt extremely upset, so he snorted coldly and led his people away. Yi Chen smiled and said, "In that case we have to celebrate." That group of people from the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor thought that by inviting Jiang Tian, they would gain a lot no matter what. They are really sullen now. Yi Qing nodded and said, "There is no need to celebrate. After this matter, it is time for me to enter closed-door cultivation. Such lucky things cannot happen all the time. Only by advancing to Sovereign Martial Emperor can the Yi clan maintain its position." Xiao Qian smiled gently at the side. The obstruction of the Seoul Hegemen Mountain Manor's plan would give Yi Qing a long buffer time to break through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Qian had fulfilled his promise to Yi Qian, so it was time for him to do his own things. Yi Qing and the others tried to get Xiao Qian to stay. However, when they saw that he had made up his mind, they did not say anything more. As Yi Qing watched Xiao Qian leave, he entered deep thought. He kept feeling that Xiao Qian appeared too calm. Something was not right. Xiao Qian did not truly leave. One night later, when the morning sun rose, he appeared in an ominous land, a place where even Emperor Wu did not dare to linger. As he looked at the scarlet sea below him, Xiao Chan took out the Paradise Secret Canon and carefully searched through the third segment of the 100 Changes of Heavenly Mysteries. Xiao Chan had discovered long ago that this dragon vein was not simple. However, there were too many people here, preventing him from displaying it. The underground had always been a place with the densest inattributed qi. Normally, the things buried underground were covered in inattributed qi. If one was not careful, they could mutate into something evil. If this turned into a great ominous land, the evil that came out would be even more incredible. However, no matter how well a mutated and corrupted spirit vein hid, there would always be traces of it. The dragon vein before Xiao Chan hid it very well, nearly fooling most geomasters. Just from the landscape of the earth vein, few could tell that this was a dangerous land. Only by combining the stars would one be able to tell. If not for the Paradise Secret Canon that Xiao Chan grasped, which was far superior to the geomaster's dragon-seeking arts, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. Even with Xiao Chen's current level, he would not have been able to find any traces of it. I found it. With the blood linking, the 9 stars linking. The 9 stars sealing the dragon will turn into the Blood Berserk Dragon formation. If one blindly opens the Blood Berserk Dragon formation, there will be a rain of blood, which will multiply the strength of the nearby ferocious beasts. When the evil dragon comes out, it will flee far away, and it will be hard to find. Xiao Chan rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, that was the case. He knew that the Paradise Secret Canon would have records of this. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chan continued reading. His main concern was whether he could find the evil dragon that came out or not. Xiao Chan continued reading without missing a single word. Finally, he found some clues. The evil dragon in this formation would come out prematurely. There was only one choice. That was to swallow up the other spirit veins and find another dragon vein. Otherwise, this king spirit vein that had lost its safe place would slowly wither day by day. Its rank would drop continuously until it disappeared. After reading up to this point, Xiao Chan entered deep thought. This gave him an opportunity. When the evil dragon found a new dragon vein, it would definitely fight with the new dragon. When the two dragons fought, no matter who won, it would end up in a sorry state. Xiao Chan thought about how the Northern Sea Alliance could not subdue this evil dragon with such a large force. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat in sorry states. Even if Xiao Chan ran into an evil dragon now, he would have to retreat. Xiao Chan thought about the scene he saw when he entered the void. The scene of a towering blood claw breaking out of the sea and sweeping through the surroundings still made him tremble in fear. Searching for the evil dragon was just a mark for himself. When he grew stronger in the future, he would come back to subdue this king spirit vein. A king spirit vein was not something that could be found on a whim. As Xiao Chan continued reading, a clue that caught his attention appeared. The dragon vein that hid a king spirit vein would definitely form a small ancestral vein. As the ancestral vein continued to develop, a series of spirit veins would appear, ranging from high to low, from Holy Spirit vein to the lowest spirit vein. Not to mention the low-grade spirit vein. The Holy Spirit vein was already sufficient to attract Xiao Chen's attention. As for how to find this dragon vein in the ancestral vein, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own ability. After putting away the jade strip, Xiao Chan opened his heavenly eye. A strange purple eye appeared, clearly seeing the situation at the bottom of the sea. The terrain of the dragon vein was already utterly destroyed. The 9 astral peaks crumbled, and scarlet bubbles continuously leaked out of the cracks in the ground. I cannot see the ancestral vein's direction like this. I have to go down. Xiao Chan closed his heavenly eye and prepared to go down. Xiao Chan, it is best not to go down first. This place feels strange. Chapter 1088. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. Frowning as she tried to persuade Xiao Chan turned around and looked at Ao Jiao. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Little Ao Jiao, why do you look different?" This was the first time Xiao Chan saw Ao Jiao after consuming and refining the azure underworld fruit. There were no changes to Ao Jiao's appearance, demeanor, or figure. However, Xiao Chan felt that there was something that he had not noticed. Was he imagining things? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and stretched out her hand, indicating for Xiao Chan to take it. Xiao Chan reached out and grabbed it. Her skin was smooth and soft, even giving off a faint warmth. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. Warmth? What's going on? It is indeed warmth. Ao Jiao is an item spirit. How can she have warmth? That is inexplicable. Hee. I didn't tell you to hold it so hard, Ao Jiao said coquettishly. Xiao Qin quickly let go. After apologizing, he asked, "What's going on? The azure underworld fruit has such an effect?" Ao Jiao said, "Do you still remember that old man in the Blue Dragon Palace?" "That's right, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace? He used a finger to send me away. After I woke up, my body has been slowly changing." Xiao Chun recalled that there was indeed such a scene. Back then, that old item spirit seemed to have said that when Ao Jiao woke up, she would properly thank him. What exactly are the changes? Ao Jiao's eyes flickered with confusion. She shook her head and said, "I don't know what the changes are there. However, I can clearly feel that I can cultivate on my own. This is even more obvious after I revived. The mutated fruit that nourishes the soul can allow my strength to increase significantly. As for what happens after that, you can see for yourself. As for what will happen in the future, I don't know either." Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "Since that old man from the Blue Dragon Palace did this, it should not be a bad thing. After I become a martial emperor in the future, I will ask him personally and understand." "All right, I'll go with you. I'm strong enough to face the advanced blue-robed emperor now." Ao Jiao nodded. Hua! Golden light flickered, and little yellow feather flaunted its prowess as it appeared. It squeaked, indicating that it also wanted to go down. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "The two of you are not allowed to come out. I will go down alone. If there is any danger, I can use the freedom wings to flee quickly." "But..." "No buts. Just listen to me, okay?" The danger below was unpredictable and Xiao Chun did not want Ao Jiao to take the risk, especially now. Ao Jiao felt helpless. She hugged little yellow feather and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. If there is any danger, remember to leave immediately." "Don't worry. Should be fine." The ferocious beasts already followed the evil dragons far away or went to search for new spirit veins. Furthermore, I still have the life-saving plume feather that little yellow feather gave me. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. After Ao Jiao and little yellow feather entered the immortal spirit ring, he took a deep breath and entered this vast scarlet sea. Xiao Chun quickly descended to where the dragon cave was. Then, he looked into the distance, carefully observing and searching the messy and dilapidated landscape. As long as the direction of the ancestral vein's origin followed, he would be able to find the Holy Spirit vein that existed in the ancestral vein. After subduing this Holy Spirit vein and searching for the fleeing evil dragons, as long as the plan went smoothly, Xiao Chun would gain a lot. At the very least, he would be able to break through to the small perfection blue-robed emperor immediately. The tall mountains and the ground were all destroyed. After searching for a long time, Xiao Chun could not find the ancestral vein's origin. However, he did find several traces of the evil dragons leaving. Half a day later, Xiao Chun opened his heavenly eye again. The landscape was the most intact on a slope 50 kilometers to the east. It should be easier to find some things there. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and flew in the water. His strong speed nearly split the seawater in half, creating a vacuum. When Xiao Chun landed on the slope, he looked ahead. To others, the terrain appeared chaotic and confusing. However, when he compared it to the Paradise Secret Canon, many scenes flashed in his mind. As Xiao Chun looked around, the scene slowly became clearer and more complete. "That should be the place," Xiao Chun said softly as he used his heavenly eye to look at the terrain tens of thousands of kilometers away. A dragon returning to its head, 1,000 mountains surrounding it, and evidence from all directions. Finding the ancestral vein's origin in a situation where the terrain was nearly completely destroyed was not easy. Xiao Chun closed his heavenly eye, intending to go over and verify it one last time. Then, he could follow the vein and find the Holy Spirit vein that grew from this ancestral vein. As for spirit veins of other grades, they did not interest Xiao Chun for now, so there was no need to waste any effort. Rumble. Just at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Countless blood-colored bubbles surged upwards. Xiao Chun's heart tightened as an extremely bad feeling welled up in his heart. A strange roar came from the distance. Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had met his natural enemy. A bone-deep fear prevented him from doing anything. How can it be like this? What's going on? What in the world is coming? Xiao Chen panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to do anything. He could not even lift his eyelids, much less activate the freedom wings. Xiao Chen knelt at the bottom of the sea as that mysterious monster approached. He felt that if he still did not do anything, he would really die here. Ao Jiao quickly flew out and pulled Xiao Chen away, preparing to break out of the water with Xiao Chen. If you don't want him to die, it's best not to move. Just as Ao Jiao was about to circulate her energy to bring Xiao Chen away, an old man suddenly appeared. He formed hand seals and many flags flew out from his body. The flags covered the heavenly mysteries and protected this world. Rumble! Rumble! The scarlet bubbles surged up even more violently. The entire Scarlet Sea was surging, looking extremely horrifying. When that mysterious thing arrived, Xiao Chen felt like the little blue dragon in his dantian was carrying a mountain. The pressure was extremely painful. Xiao Chen felt even more miserable. This was his first time encountering such a thing. He was shocked. After the panic, he tried his best to calm himself down. What exactly is it that makes my body tremble in fear? Making the Yuanying blue dragon martial spirit tremble in fear. I have to get to the bottom of this. Otherwise it will be a huge problem for me. Xiao Chen felt like that mysterious thing circled the Scarlet Sea for a long time, like it was searching for something. After a long time it quickly went far away. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chen blinked and recovered to normal. Then, he turned around and looked warily at the person who saved him. When Xiao Chen saw this person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. It was actually the Geomaster that the Soul He Gem in Mountain Manor invited, Jiang Tian, the person that Yuan Qinghuan called the strongest Geomaster. Ao Jiao stood beside Xiao Chen, looking warily at the other party as well. This person had suddenly appeared. She could not figure out his intentions. Jiang Tian ignored the wariness of the two. He carefully put away the worldly wind-water flags and gestured for Xiao Chen to break out of the sea, indicating for him to go out and speak. Waves splashed up as Xiao Chen and Ao Jiao broke out of the sea together. Ao Jiao asked anxiously, "Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Xiao Chen had not suffered any substantial damage earlier, so he shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Ao Jiao checked for herself. After she verified that he was fine, she relaxed. Splash! Jiang Tian broke out of the water and looked coldly at Xiao Chen. He said indifferently, "You managed to cultivate the heavenly eye. It looks like you obtained the Yuan clan's dragon-seeking art. Were you the one who used a spell to disrupt me from looking at the stars yesterday?" This person had a dignified aura. His cultivation was clearly much lower than Xiao Chen's, only Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, when he spoke, he was aloof, looking down on Xiao Chen. He did not care about Xiao Chen, a mere blue-robed emperor. However, this person was very natural, giving Xiao Chen a lot of pressure. This was the natural aura of a major character. No matter how the weak tried to imitate it, they would not be able to imitate it. Xiao Chen nodded calmly. There was nothing to deny. Jiang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You are really daring to do anything. Perhaps I really should not have saved you earlier. It would have been better to let that Ho ghost eat you up." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "You know what that thing is? There are very few things in this world that I do not know about. That is a Ho, an ancient ferocious beast that feeds on dragons. It eats dragon brains and swallows dragon marrow. Killing dragons is like squashing earthworms. It is the natural enemy of all dragons. 10,000 years ago, if not for the Qing Emperor killing it, leaving behind only a scattered soul, you would have died here even if you had 8 lives." Jiang Tian said unhurriedly with a cold smile on his face. Unexpectedly, dragons had a natural enemy. Furthermore, it was such a tyrannical natural enemy. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard of this. Xiao Chen finally understood why his body trembled in fear, feeling so powerless. He was the Blue Dragon King. He possessed the Blue Dragon martial spirit, and cultivated the Blue Dragon body nourishing art. Whether he was willing or not, the mark of a dragon was deeply ingrained in his bones. He could not wash it off no matter what. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor killed it, leaving only its soul. What did it come here for? Xiao Chun asked as he met Zhang Tian's gaze. He felt that this person before him gave off a mysterious feeling. Indeed, as Zhang Tian said, he was omniscient. Naturally, it smelled a dragon and wanted to eat that 9-star evil dragon to recover its strength. Zhang Tian replied indifferently. Zhang Tian replied indifferently and said in a cold voice, "Since we are done with the small talk, take out the divine grade black patterned gold that you obtained from the auction in Cloud Treasure City." What for? This old man saved your life. Do you think it was for nothing? Xiao Chun was speechless. This was the first time he met such a tyrannical person. He did not seem to have asked for help. However, even if Xiao Chun wanted to, he could not hand over the divine grade black patterned gold. He had already merged it into the dragon revealing mirror. Ao Jiao, who was at the side, could no longer watch this. She scolded angrily. "You old fellow, you are too shameless. How can you do this, forcefully saving someone and then demanding something?" Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop Ao Jiao. Then, he took out the dragon revealing mirror, which gave off a divine aura, and handed it to Zhang Tian. "I already used the divine grade black patterned gold. If you want it, you can refine this dragon revealing mirror." Ao Jiao was so anxious that her eyes turned red. The dragon revealing mirror was crucial to whether Xiao Chun could subdue the Holy Spirit vein. How could he just give it away like that? Zhang Tian received the dragon revealing mirror with a slightly dissatisfied expression. He commented, "The craftsmanship is pretty good. This dragon revealing mirror ranks among the top 10 dragon-seeking secret treasures. Unfortunately, I do not know the Paradise secret canon, so I cannot activate it. I can only treat it as trash and melt it down. Even so, I can only take out half of the divine grade black patterned gold." Chapter 1089. It's a so-so. Consider this a pass. There is also the Azure Underworld fruit. Your soul is not injured. Don't tell me that you used it already. Take it out as well. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he stopped Ao Jiao, who was about to fly into a rage. He said calmly, "I'm sorry about this. I have indeed used it. If Old Sir has any other requests, you can state them all. I have 10 million black astral coins, a Holy Spirit vein, an Emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown, an incomplete immortal equipment, the beautiful mountain and river painting." Xiao Chun did not like owing favors, especially to people he did not like. If he could settle things with them, he would do so as soon as possible. Precious treasures came out of Xiao Chen's mouth, but Zhang Tian remained unmoved. He interrupted impatiently, "Don't treat trash as treasure. How laughable. I only want the Azure Underworld fruit." Xiao Chen's expression changed. Which one of the things in his hand would not make the blue-robed emperor risk his life for it? To think that this fellow was lying through his teeth. Zhang Tian glanced at Ao Jiao. Then he said in understanding, "So it was refined by you, the item spirit. No wonder you were unable to hand it over. Looking at your eyes, it seems like you do not feel that your body is full of trash. Country bumpkin, you are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll return your dragon revealing mirror. Now, you have to help me with something before you can repay this favor." Xiao Chun did not know what was going on. What exactly was this Zhang Tian thinking? He could not figure it out at all. Xiao Chun did not accept the dragon revealing mirror. He frowned and said, "I do have to repay this favor. However, I still have something to do. Time is limited. If Mr. Zhang keeps pestering me, I can only put this favor aside for now. Goodbye." Zhang Tian smiled coldly and said, "Something to do? Do you think that after learning the half-baked Paradise secret canon, you can subdue and suppress spirit veins all over the world to help you gather the resources for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate? Indeed, you have some advantages. You are as strong as the great perfection blue-robed emperor, and do not need the cooperation of cultivators to suppress spirit veins. However, if you really think that, you are too naive." Xiao Chun turned around and looked at the other party with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Zhang Tian smiled and said, "I am certain that you have not finished reading the first part of the Paradise secret canon that is not directly related to the dragon-seeking secret technique. Otherwise, you would not ask that." Xiao Chen's heart sank. The contents of the first part were all messy records. It had nothing to do with the dragon-seeking secret skill. He had indeed only read the beginning and skipped over it. It wasn't that he couldn't concentrate, but he didn't have much time. He really couldn't spend it on these unimportant things. Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Tian did not answer. Instead, he said with a cold expression, pick up your dragon-revealing mirror and obediently follow me to do something. Otherwise, not to mention becoming a martial emperor in 5 years, if you really do as you wish, you might not even live for a year. Oh, Jiao muttered in a soft voice, acting all mysterious. Jiang Tian directly ignored her. He looked at the silent Xiao Qian and said, do you really want to die that much? Or are you in a rush to subdue a Holy Spirit vein 50,000 kilometers away? It is just a Holy Spirit vein. So what if I give you one? Whoosh! Golden rain fell from the sky. A roaming dragon flew out of Jiang Tian's body and danced in the air, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This was a bona fide Holy Spirit vein. Xiao Qian made up his mind. He opened his mouth and swallowed this Holy Spirit vein. Then he closed his eyes and refined it. As the Holy Spirit vein was refined, the thousands of motes of liquid that formed the heavenly seal slowly turned corporeal, gaining some texture. It no longer looked as soft as before. The entire dragon-shaped heavenly seal's silhouette became much more solid. Xiao Qian's cultivation had improved significantly. After a while, Xiao Qian opened his eyes and picked up the dragon-revealing mirror on the sea. Then he said to the strange Jiang Tian, I'll come with you. At least you have some boldness. Otherwise, it would be useless to bring you over. Come with me to meet a few people first. Jiang Tian turned around expressionlessly. Xiao Qian quickly followed and asked, who are you meeting? A true geomaster. A true geomaster? Xiao Qian felt somewhat dizzy. Many geomasters regarded Jiang Tian as the strongest geomaster. After the Soul He Gem in Mountain Manor invited him out, all the geomasters lost their fighting spirit. Such a person definitely lived up to his reputation. However, now Jiang Tian said that he wanted to bring Xiao Qian to meet a true geomaster. Could it be that there were stronger geomasters than him? Xiao Qian could not suppress the doubts in his heart. He could not help feeling curious about this strange Jiang Tian, who did not play by the rules. Senior, aren't you known as the strongest geomaster? Could it be that you are not a true geomaster? Are there people who are stronger than you in seeking dragons and fixing veins? Jiang Tian mocked. That group of geomasters only have the title of geomaster. What kind of geomaster are they? They are not even comparable to a half-baked person like you. To think that they are not embarrassed to call themselves geomasters? I never said that I was the strongest geomaster. When we get there later, keep your eyes open and don't speak nonsense. You have no right to speak there. Jiang Tian's words always had a hint of arrogance. Xiao Qian did not feel convinced. However, when he thought about how even the Soul He Gem in Mountain Manor's manor lord was polite to Jiang Tian, he could not help but feel unconvinced. The other party's circle was much higher than Xiao Qian's. Hence, he could only teach Jiang Tian a lesson. Xiao Qian had a proud character, but he was not an ignorant fanatic who showed off his arrogance. He had always been respectful and knew how to endure and learn, carefully walking the path of cultivation. For now, Xiao Qian wanted to see what Jiang Tian was up to. Furthermore, Jiang Tian said earlier that Xiao Qian was too naive. He had to figure out why. Xiao Qian said, very well, I won't ask about that. However, I already promised you. Now you have to tell me what you want to do, right? If you can give me the divine gray black pattern gold and the azure underworld fruit, I won't care where you go. If you can't give them to me, don't ask. Someone will tell you when we get there, Jiang Tian said without even turning his head as he strode forward. Never mind. If I don't want to ask, then so be it. Xiao Qian followed behind Jiang Tian. At the same time, he took some time to carefully study the fourth section of the Paradise Secret Canon, Prison Drawing. Prison Drawing mainly emphasized the practical secret techniques of the Paradise Secret Canon. When cultivated to a high level, one could change the world with a wave of one's hand. If one wanted to cultivate this series of secret techniques, one had to cultivate the Paradise Divine Art first. This cultivation technique was split into 7 layers. The cultivation of the Paradise Divine Art required one's usage of the heavenly eye to reach a certain level. Xiao Qian asked himself if he could already control the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could open and close the heavenly eye as he pleased. He could also focus his gaze to see even further away. He could also use the heavenly eye to distinguish between illusion and reality. Xiao Chan should have already met the cultivation requirements of the paradise divine art. It was time to make preparations to cultivate it. Jiang Tian, who was walking in front, turned his head back and saw that Xiao Chan did not relax even as he walked. It seemed like Xiao Chan was making good use of his time to cultivate. No matter how much Jiang Tian looked down on Xiao Chan, it was rare for someone of the younger generation to have such patience and perseverance. After walking for half a day, a lone island appeared before Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian immediately went up, and Xiao Chan followed close behind. Xiao Chan collected his thoughts and carefully sized up the island. There was already an old man seated cross-legged on the island. When the old man heard the footsteps, he opened his eyes and sized up Xiao Chan, who was behind Jiang Tian. Then he smiled and said, "Jiang Tian, since when did you start taking in disciples?" Jiang Tian replied indifferently, "I already swore that I would never take in a disciple in this lifetime. I will not break the rules of the Geomasters." "Haha, how unfortunate. You have no children, and you do not want to take in disciples. Your bloodline is probably going to end soon," the old man said with a smile. "Cut the crap." Clearly, Jiang Tian was not willing to discuss this topic. He directly said, "Let me introduce first. This is Xiao Chan, the Blue Dragon King personally appointed by the Thunder King. He is the culprit behind the appearance of the 9-star evil dragon this time." Xiao Chan felt that he was not in a position to speak, so he did not argue, tacitly agreeing. Following that, Jiang Tian introduced this old man. This old man was called Bai Mingfeng, a hidden geomaster. Ordinary people would not know this name. After the introductions, the two started chatting, leaving Xiao Chan at the side. Xiao Chan did not interrupt, listening calmly. From the contents of the two's conversation, he roughly understood what Jiang Tian wanted him to do. When the 9-star evil dragon appeared, it needed to find another dragon cave with a king spirit vein to survive. Then it needed to kill and swallow up the original king spirit vein. If that were all, it would not be a big deal. What the two geomasters worried about was the mysterious phenomenon of 9 stars aligning and a rain of blood falling from the sky when the evil dragon appeared. The 9-star evil dragon had already mutated and metamorphosed again, becoming the legendary 10-star evil dragon. It would continue swallowing until it swallowed up all the king spirit veins in the entire heavenly starry ocean. This would result in a calamity that might even threaten the 3 ancestor veins of the heavenly starry ocean, wiping out the spiritual energy of the heavenly starry ocean and turning it into a wasteland. Is it that serious? Xiao Chan could not help interrupting as he listened at the side. Jiang Tian smiled coldly and said, "How do you think those desolate seas formed on the sea chart? There are precedents for this. In the end, you are the one who caused this calamity. If you cannot take out the divine grade black patterned gold and the azure underworld fruit, then just obediently help me suppress and seal this evil dragon." Bai Mingfeng frowned and asked, "What can he help us with? Leave that Ho ghost to him to deal with. Leave the rest to us," Jiang Tian said indifferently. "What the heck?" Xiao Chen originally thought that the other party was interested in his paradise secret canon. He had not expected that Jiang Tian wanted him to deal with the Ho ghost. Bai Mingfeng reacted and smiled. "Yes, indeed, only he can deal with that darn thing." Xiao Chan said awkwardly, "Senior is joking, right?" When the Ho ghost passed by, Xiao Chan could not even move. How could he deal with it? Jiang Tian retorted rudely. Back then, the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho even at his peak. You are the descendant of the Qing Emperor. Don't tell me that you cannot deal with a Ho ghost that has turned into a soul. Don't worry. Your body already endured the terrifying might and pressure once. It will be better the second time. Seeing that Xiao Chan still hesitated, Jiang Tian said coldly, "No matter what method you think of, you have to block that Ho ghost. This fellow is even more of a threat than the evil dragon." Chapter 1090. Once this is done, I'll help you get the Saint Spirit vein you want. If we fail, I'll make it clear to you that you will not be alive to collect the Holy Spirit vein hidden at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Chan smiled bitterly to himself. Now that he had boarded a pirate ship, he had no choice but to agree. Footsteps resounded, and 2 old men walked over to the lone island. The 2 old men glanced at Xiao Chun and ignored him. They said calmly, "We found the tracks of that evil dragon. We have to be fast. Otherwise, it will find the first king spirit vein in less than 3 days. Let's go." Bai Mingfeng and Jiang Tian were swift and decisive. They immediately stood up and left, quickly following the 2 old men. The 4 old men rode the wind, merging with the world. Their speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. "Xiao Chun, these people are hidden geomasters. The matter of the 10-star evil dragon should be true," Ao Jiao said from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun nodded, agreeing with Ao Jiao's opinion. These 4 geomasters were all extraordinary, unfathomable, much more brilliant than he was. "How much do you think we can trust Jiang Tian's words?" Xiao Chun asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while and said somewhat dispiritedly, "This old man is very hateful, completely unfathomable. However, I feel that his words are somewhat trustworthy. It was better to trust him than not. After this matter was over, let's see what reasoning he can come up with." "We've arrived." The 2 old men at the front stopped and said. Xiao Chun looked around. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. All he could see was a flat sea. The sky and the sea merged into one. He could not see the end. There was not even an island. "Stand to the side. When that Ho ghost smells it, it will definitely chase after us. Just remember not to let that ghostly thing block us." Jiang Tian directed Xiao Chun to stand far away. Then, together with Bai Mingfeng, he explained to the other 2 old men, dispelling their doubts. "Open." The 4 old men made a gesture and shouted softly. The seawater was like a curtain, slowly pulling open from the middle. Soon the whole picture of the seabed was directly exposed to their vision. A huge scarlet dragon lay quietly at the bottom of the sea, coldly eyeing the 4 geomasters in the air. A great battle was about to break out. In the distance, Xiao Chun sighed in amazement at the means of these geomasters. With their combined strength, they were actually able to easily split apart the seawater, intending to suppress this dragon alone. 4 geomasters chanted their incantations in the vast seabed. As they waved their hands, the topography of the seabed changed rapidly. Like the work of the gods, all sorts of strangely shaped mountains rose into the air, forming different landforms and suppressing the blood dragon. After Xiao Chun figured out these people's intentions, he could not help but praise them in his heart. These 4 old geomasters were actually thinking of using manpower to create a dragon cave to bury this dragon. Gulp gulp. The sound of bubbles resounded. Xiao Chun lowered his head to take a look, and his expression could not help but change. Trouble had arrived. "It's coming." As the bubbles churned, fog rose from the surface of the sea. Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked into the distance. The natural enemy of dragons, the ancient mutated beast Ho. It eats dragon brains and dragon marrow. It kills dragons like crushing earthworms. Let me see what exactly it looks like. A green figure walked out of the fog. Xiao Chun could not see it clearly at all. That green figure flew past him, heading for the blood dragon at the bottom of the huge pit behind him. It was like the Ho ghost saw an incredibly delicious delicacy, luring it to charge over without a care for anything else. The 4 geomasters used their dragon-seeking arts to create a dragon vein, a tall mountain, and a long river. Tall mountains rose into the air, crisscrossing each other as they suppressed this 10-star evil dragon. The 2 sides exchanged blows, fighting intensely. When the Ho ghost appeared, the evil dragon trembled in fear. Its eyes filled with horror. However, the 4 geomasters ignored the Ho ghost, continuing to do what they were doing as if they did not see it. They even took advantage of the evil dragon's fear to raise many tall mountains, stacking them like building blocks to suppress the blood dragon. Tens of kilometers away, Xiao Chun, who was on the surface of the sea, felt very puzzled. What was going on? The Ho ghost, which was charging at the evil dragon, suddenly turned around and stopped in midair. It stared at Xiao Chun and gave off a jade-green light. Its gaze was filled with boundless hatred. This overwhelming hatred caused it to ignore its favorite delicacy, not caring about it at all. Xiao Chun finally saw the Ho ghost's appearance clearly. Its body was like a horse, and its entire body was jade green. However, its 4 hooves were slender beast claws with incredibly sharp claws. Its head was like a lion's and had sharp fangs. Although it was a soul, Xiao Chan could not feel any pressure from it. This was an ethereal soul. Xiao Chan felt that something was wrong. This was especially so for the 4 Geomasters. They completely ignored the Ho ghost behind them, as if they were certain that this Ho ghost would not harm them. Damn! I got betrayed. When Xiao Chan reacted, he could not help cursing. Then he turned around and ran. How was he relying on himself to deal with this Ho ghost? They were simply using him as bait to attract the Ho ghost's attention. The Qing Emperor had destroyed the physical body of the Ho ghost. After becoming the Qing Emperor, Xiao Chan had awakened the Blue Dragon martial spirit. When this Ho ghost soul saw Xiao Chan, it was like it saw the person who killed its father. No wonder that Bai Mingfeng smiled so strangely, saying that only he could deal with the Ho ghost. It turned out that this was what he was thinking. Fortunately, it was as Jiang Tian said. After his body experienced the initial fear, it had already adapted to this Ho ghost of the dragon world. Otherwise, this group of old fellows would have tricked Xiao Chan to death. A strange roar came from behind Xiao Chen, and a shock wave surged over. The seawater under Xiao Chen's feet shattered and rumbled endlessly. Xiao Chan did not dare to turn his head. The shock wave brushed against his back. As he ran, the seawater behind him shattered and chased him closely. Bang! The sound wave caught up to Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's body was blasted into the air, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. There was no time to complain. Xiao Chan spread the freedom wings and soared into the air, not daring to fight this Ho ghost at all. Just one roar could injure him. If Xiao Chan still believed Jiang Tian's nonsense, he would really be an idiot. He said that the Qing Emperor could kill the Ho at its peak. As the descendant of the Qing Emperor, how could Xiao Chan not be able to deal with this soul? What a joke. What could Xiao Chen deal with? They were not even on the same level. This Ho ghost had lived for tens of thousands of years and devoured countless spirit veins. Even if it was not at its peak, it had at least 1% of its strength. It was definitely not something that Xiao Chen could deal with now. Facing the pursuing Ho ghost, Xiao Chan had no other choice but to run as far as possible. As he ran, Xiao Chan noticed a strange phenomenon. Several times, when the Ho ghost was clearly about to catch up, he could already hear its heavy breathing. However, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes showed a conflicted expression, like it was resisting some order. While fleeing, Xiao Chan could not be bothered to think too much. As he faced that layered roar, his heart felt like it would leap out at any moment. Xiao Chen's internal organs trembled, and cracks appeared in them. The sound waves inflicted direct internal injuries. At this rate, even if the Ho ghost could not catch up to him, it could still use the sound waves to kill him. Use the reincarnation lamp. Ao Jiao quickly reminded from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen suddenly startled awake. No matter how strong you are still a ghost without a physical body. The reincarnation lamp is specialized in dealing with evil spirits. It should have a restraining effect. Xiao Chan flipped his palm, and the reincarnation lamp soared into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of essence blood and lit the lamp wick. The image of an immortal appeared in the hazy flame and started chanting the Taoist scriptures, dealing with the horrifying sound waves of the Ho ghost. Seemed to have some effect. The deafening roars disappeared. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and swallowed a medicinal pill to treat his internal injuries. Xiao Chan did not look back, leaving the reincarnation lamp hanging in the air as he continued running. As Xiao Chan ran for his life, he did not know how far he had run. Eventually, he felt incredibly tired, so he stopped in front of the sea and panted continuously. Before Xiao Chan could catch his breath, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His mind was severely injured. The reincarnation lamp that helped him block the Ho ghost in the distance actually shattered. Just at this moment, the 4 Geomasters appeared at the same time, all of them significantly injured. Jiang Tian pulled Xiao Chen up and said, "Let's go." The 4 Geomasters executed their arts at the same time. The world changed and the seawater became like a huge mouth, swallowing up the 5 at the same time. Then it became as smooth as a mirror, becoming whole again. When the Ho ghost, which had rushed over, saw Xiao Chan vanishing without a trace, it roared in anger. The seawater shattered like a mirror, giving off loud bangs. Boom! When the 5 reappeared, they were already 500 kilometers away, on a desolate island that no one could find. They were now completely safe. Jiang Tian put down Xiao Chun and revealed a rare smile. He said, "You did pretty well. You successfully escaped and helped us suppress the evil dragon. You truly live up to your name as the Blue Dragon King, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Prime Thunder King." However, Jiang Tian's pale complexion made this smile look extremely unsightly. The other three were also very weak. Bai Mingfeng rushed to say, "Jiang Tian, we already helped you settle the trouble you caused. You just have to explain the rest to this little fellow." After saying that, Bai Mingfeng left. The other two old men also left after saying some simple words. Jiang Tian tossed a piece of vellum to Xiao Chun and said indifferently, "You should go as well. The answers you want are in there." Xiao Chun caught the vellum but did not look at it. Instead, he looked coldly at Jiang Tian, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "What, you want to make a move on me? Haha, I advise you not to have such thoughts. Otherwise you will die very miserably." "Oh, I was wrong. You won't die. On account of the Thunder King, no major character would dare to kill you." Jiang Tian did not fear Xiao Chun's gaze at all. He said calmly, "You should take a look at the vellum first." Xiao Chun opened the vellum with some bewilderment in his eyes. There was a complete map of the sea on the vellum. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, all the dragon caves with Holy Spirit veins were marked on it. However, they were all drawn in bright red, looking very ghastly. Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "Now you understand why I told you to search for Holy Spirit veins all over the world. You will not survive more than a year, right?" Chapter 1091. This is the perilous land of all the Holy Spirit veins in the heavenly starry ocean. With your eyesight, you will not be able to tell if they are real or fake. As long as you run into any one of them, you will most likely die. Xiao Chun did not say anything, just looking at it. Indeed, he felt his hair stand on end. In his anxiety, he would not be able to avoid misjudging the situation. As long as he made one mistake, he would really die. This is a map of the distribution of spirit veins that the four of us geomasters drew when we roamed the world. How many you can subdue will depend on your own ability. Then Jiang Tian handed Xiao Chun a piece of vellum. Similarly, there were many Holy Spirit veins marked on it. It was very detailed and clear at a glance. In just an instant, Xiao Chun understood the value of this second map. It was simply a priceless treasure. Xiao Chun asked doubtfully, "Why are you helping me?" Jiang Tian replied calmly, "It's still the same thing. Only you can deal with the Ho ghost. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor could kill its physical body. 10,000 years later, its soul will definitely be yours to kill. We are true geomasters, masters of the earth. Protecting the balance of this world will always be our most basic responsibility. The Ho ghost is the most uncertain factor that will break this balance." It was hard to imagine that this old man before him would say something like that. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, "Senior, you mentioned the Ho ghost. I have something to say. I feel that someone is controlling the Ho ghost." When Jiang Tian heard that, he was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "What kind of creature is the Ho?" "It is an ancient mutated beast. Killing dragons is like killing earthworms. Even if it dies and only its soul remains, it cannot be controlled." Jiang Tian's words were very certain. Thinking about it, the demon ghost was already so powerful. If it could still be controlled, how horrifying would the master behind it be? Even so, Xiao Chun still had doubts in his heart. Earlier, when the Ho ghost chased after him, he had seen a struggling expression in its eyes several times. This was definitely not wrong. If not for someone controlling it and ordering it to swallow up that evil dragon, which conflicted with its decision to kill Xiao Chun, how could he explain this? Jiang Tian said indifferently, "Don't overthink this. You should focus on how you are going to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. Before I leave, I'll give you a word of advice. Fortune and misfortune are hard to predict. The matters of the world are like the feng shui of this world. There is never a set that stays the same. Good and bad are unpredictable. I won't beat around the bush either. I'll make it clear to you. It looks like you're in a dead end, unable to advance to martial emperor in 5 years. Then, like a meteor, you will vanish in a flash, turning into dust and disappearing. However, in reality, even without the matter of biological lifespan, you still need to become a martial emperor within 5 years. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Xiao Qin's expression changed slightly. He looked at the strange old man and asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Tian said unhurriedly, "How long do you think the Thunder King can live? There are no martial gods in this world and no one can live forever. The Thunder King has already lived for over 10,000 years and every day he lives is a life-defying heaven. If the Thunder King is not around, how can a single Haotian emperor protect you? Before a true major character, killing you would still take only one finger. Now that something like this happened, it gives you a sense of urgency. Advancing to martial emperor within 5 years also increases your chances. Who knows if this is a fortune or a disaster?" Xiao Qin's heart sank. Then he smiled and said, "I never thought of it that way before. Now that I think about it, it is indeed as Senior said. Fortune and misfortune come together. Goodbye." Jiang Tian left as soon as he said he would, not dragging his feet at all. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Xiao Qin's sight. Xiao Qin unfurled the 2 sheets of vellum. One represented life, which recorded all the Holy Spirit veins that the 4 geomasters discovered. The other represented death. It recorded all sorts of strange and unfathomable situations that could kill Emperor Wu. Touching them meant certain death. After a while, Xiao Qin grasped the 2 sheets of vellum tightly. Regular geomasters were limited by their cultivation. It would be difficult for them to subdue a dragon vein by themselves or deal with the various hidden ferocious beasts. Xiao Qin possessed the combat prowess of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, and the dragon-fixing needle and dragon-revealing mirror. With these 2 dragon-seeking secret treasures, he could subdue a spirit vein by himself. Heaven would never seal off all paths. There would always be a chance of survival. This was Xiao Qin's chance of survival. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and he vanished into the vast sea. He left for a long time. There was no news of the Blue Dragon King in the heavenly starry sea. No one knew where the Blue Dragon King had gone. The Zodiac Hall and the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 seas sent scouts everywhere. However, they could not find Xiao Qin's location. Rumors spread everywhere, and different versions of the story spread everywhere. Some said that Xiao Qin went to the Penglai Sea, which no one knew the way, to search for spirit herbs that could resolve his problems. Others said that Xiao Qin went to the Kunlun continent to seek help from the Thunder King. There were also people who said that Xiao Qin scattered his cultivation to live past 100 years, becoming an ordinary person and completely disappearing, never to appear again. However, as time went by, people slowly stopped talking about Xiao Qin. After all, he was a genius who was past his prime. There was no point in talking about him. This was especially so when the news of the solar holy sun and the lunar holy daughter breaking through to the blue-robed emperor at the same time came out from the Zodiac Hall. This made everyone forget about Xiao Qin's existence. Everyone turned to discussing the rumors about Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao. Shocking news spread out from the Zodiac Hall. When the solar holy sun and the lunar holy sun worked together, they could already defeat a great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation. They could even easily defeat a small perfection blue-robed emperor alone. News continued to spread. As a prime, the cyclic astral emperor, Emperor Wu, had already taken out all the accumulations of the immortal Holy Land that the Zodiac Hall had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The cyclic astral emperor personally guided the 2 in their cultivation, preparing for the 2 to reach the small perfection blue-robed emperor realm before the 4 seas hero gathering, completely suppressing the other immortal holy lands. However, things were not that simple. Not only did these 2 obtain great fortuitous encounters on the road to burying emperors, the holy science of the other holy lands did not fall behind. The myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan, the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu, the 5 poison sects Feng Xiaojun, and the Yinyang Paradise's Tong Susu all broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm at different times. Immediately, the entire heavenly starry ocean surged with excitement. Everyone felt anticipation for the 4 seas hero gathering, which was about to begin in 10 months. With so many outstanding youths breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm together, the 4 seas hero gathering, which happened once every 20 years, had not been so lively in the past 10,000 years. There were even some busybodies who started to make bets in the periphery, betting on who could stand out and suppress all the outstanding talents to obtain the Lunar Palace's greatest gift, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Aside from the immortal Holy Lands, Holy Sons and Holy Daughters, the most popular ones were the veteran experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering. As long as one was not over 50 years old, one could continue to participate in the Four Seas hero gathering. Cultivators had an average lifespan of 300 years. A 50-year-old person did not look old and could be considered a youth. Several of the experts of the previous Four Seas hero gathering were in their 20s when they participated. Now that they had passed their 20s, they were still a few years away from turning 50, so they did not violate the rules. In reality, the biggest attraction of every Four Seas hero gathering was the competition between the old and the new outstanding talents. In every Four Seas hero gathering, there would be a newcomer making a strong debut and becoming famous. There were also veteran outstanding talents who retained their glory and fame. However, this time it was a golden age. The outstanding talents of the new generation all came with a ferocious aura. Some people guessed that the veteran outstanding talents would be wiped out if nothing unexpected happened. All that remained to be seen was whether a miracle would happen or not. Perhaps a strong dark horse would appear out of nowhere. Anything was possible. In the Western Sea, the Blue Dragon Kings conferred base, Heavenly Star Island. Under the management of Lan Xiaobai and Kim Taeho's group, the three Holy Masters' land nearly turned this place into a desolate island. Lan Xiaobai used the peak spirit vein that Xiao Chan gave him to rebuild the city at the top of the mountain. Then, he formed guards to maintain order in the city. Kim Taeho opened up another path. With Neptune's former subordinates, the 7 heroes of the dragon, blocking the way, Xiao Chan opened up a trade route to the Black Sea. Opening the trade route to the Black Sea had completely revitalized the island's economy, allowing ordinary mortals to have an excellent life. Ordinary people did not matter in the world of cultivators. Just a martial monarch could kill a large number of them. However, the foundation of this world was made up of ordinary people. Geniuses came from ordinary people. Not only did they bring prosperity, but they also brought hope. As long as a sect was established and nurtured properly, these ordinary people would be able to accumulate strength quickly through systematic training. At this moment, Lan Xiaobai, Kim Taeho, Yu Chenxi, Lord Jiu, and the others gathered in a palace on the tallest peak of Heavenly Star Island. Aside from Lan Xiaobai, everyone else frowned heavily, showing depressed expressions. Yu Chenxi asked, "Debao, there is still no news of Xiao Chan." Kim Taeho shook his head and replied, "No. The last time he appeared was at the Northern Sea Alliance. After that, there was no news of him at all. I spent a lot of money in the Black Sea, but I did not manage to buy any news of him." When the others heard that, they all sighed softly. They had managed Heavenly Star Island for Xiao Chan. However, the master of Heavenly Star Island was currently missing. How could they not feel at ease? This was especially so for the people present. They all had pretty good relationships with Xiao Chan and were worthy of being called friends. They were more concerned about his life or death than anyone else. Lan Xiaobai, who already had the air of a leader, smiled faintly and said, "This is actually a good thing. If we cannot find him, those people who want to harm him will not be able to find him either. This proves that Xiao Chan is at least safe." However, the news of Xiao Chan not advancing to martial emperor in 5 years spread like wildfire, making it hard for us to feel at ease. Lord Jiu did not understand how to read people's expressions, so he said what everyone was most unwilling to say. The others immediately looked at him. Old Nine said blankly, "Did I say something wrong?" This Lord Jiu did not say anything wrong. He only has 20 years to live. Kim Taeho folded his golden folding fan and wrapped it on Lord Jiu's head. He scolded, "Do you know how to speak properly? Are you forcing this fat lord to make a move?" Melancholy flashed in Lan Xiaobai's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Without seeing Xiao Chan, we can't take it seriously." Dong! 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 Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the door. A disciple entered and reported, "Young Master Lan, there is a blue-robed emperor outside Blue Dragon City with many cultivators, requesting to enter the city." Lan Xiaobai's face turned cold. He suddenly stood up and said, "That group of people from the 7 heroes of the dragon is here to cause trouble again. This is really never-ending. You go and invite Elder Qin over. I'll go and take a look." Chapter 1092. As of now, Lan Xiaobai's cultivation had not fallen behind at all on Heavenly Star Island. He had already become a great grandmaster-level martial sage long ago, only a hair's breadth away from the blue-robed emperor. Together with the Azura race's strong spatial talent, an ordinary blue-robed emperor might not be a match for him. No, it's a girl wearing a veil. She said her name is Emo-chan. Emo-chan? Lan Xiaobai muttered to himself, as though he had never heard of this name before. He said, "Debeo, I'll leave this person's background to you. You have to give me the answer within half a day. That should be fine, right?" Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "I can tell you now. That is the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Xiao-chan appeared there for a period of time before. Seems like he even had some interaction with this girl. Don't worry. She is definitely not an enemy." As for Xiao-chan's whereabouts, Kim Tae-ho had always been in charge of Heavenly Star Island. Hence, when Kim Tae-ho heard Emo-chen's name, he immediately recalled her. Lan Xiaobai revealed a slightly interested expression. He smiled and said, "It looks like something good is coming. There is no need to invite Elder Qin over. Come with me to meet this Miss Emo-chan." Outside the vast Blue Dragon City at the foot of the mountain, Emo-chan led the 10-peak blacksmiths of the Emo clan to admire the majestic city walls. "First, miss, is this place our new home?" An old blacksmith asked with some joy as he looked at Blue Dragon City. Right now, the deaths of the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain had brought about chaos. All the major factions had sent their experts over, intending to redistribute their territories. In the great chaos, human life was like grass. The flames of war raged everywhere. If Emo-chan had not led the Emo clan far away from the center of the chaos, who knew how many people would have died? However, the Emo clan was no longer willing to live the days of hiding. This Heavenly Star Island before them was no longer a place for them. Although the outside of the island was surrounded by several major factions, when the old men arrived on the island, they were shocked. The prosperity of the island far surpassed their imagination. The shattered Cloud City from a long time ago was probably just like this. How exactly did such a city survive under such heavy seals? It was still flourishing and growing with each passing day, which greatly attracted their curiosity. Emo-chan recalled Xiao-chen's words. Back then, he said that if she wanted to find him, she could go to Heavenly Star Island. If she needed help, she could go to Heavenly Star Island as well. "It's fine. What he said can't be wrong," Emo-chan said, nodding her head gently. As Xiao-chan spoke, a man and a woman flew over from the city gates. They were the temporary managers of Heavenly Star Island, Lan Xiaobai and Yu. Lan Xiaobai appeared very elegant as he descended. He had a smile on his face as he walked over to Emo-chan. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Miss Emo-chan, sorry for not going out to meet you. You bring them to the city to rest. I will personally bring Miss Emo-chan around." Yu nodded with a smile. Then she led the 10 old men behind Emo-chan into the city, leaving Emo-chan alone with Lan Xiaobai. Some questions were best asked when there were fewer people around. Clearly Lan Xiaobai understood this principle. "Miss Emo-chan, what brings you here?" Lan Xiaobai asked directly. The two strolled around the city. Emo-chan sized up the people in the city with interest. This was especially so when she discovered many Black Sea cultivators. Now she somewhat understood why this city was so prosperous. After hearing Lan Xiaobai's words, Emo-chan glanced at him and said, "I'm here to look for someone. However, since he did not come out, he should not be on the island." Lan Xiaobai smiled bitterly and said, "I understand. Right now all of us old friends are looking for him. However, no one knows where he is." Emo-chan was not in a rush. Instead, she consoled Lan Xiaobai. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He will never go back on his word." Lan Xiaobai smiled to himself. The moment Emo-chan said that, his wariness of this girl completely vanished. After some deliberation, he asked, "In that case, Miss Emo-chan, what are your plans now?" Emo-chan replied calmly, "I want to bring all my clansmen and move to Heavenly Star Island." Lan Xiaobai could not help rejoicing in his heart. According to the information he obtained from Kim Tae-ho, the Emo clan that Emo-chan came from was the top refining clan of the Cloud Sea domain. As for Emo-chan, not to mention her cultivation as the blue-robed emperor, Her being able to come to Heavenly Star Island would be a great help. More importantly, according to Kim Taeho's information, Mo-chan had obtained the Book of Heavenly Works, a divine canon for refining weapons. She was very likely to become a divine refiner. Such a person would line up in the various holy lands and receive them lavishly. It was a great thing for her to come to Heavenly Star Island. Thinking of something, Lan Xiaobai said somewhat embarrassedly, "No one in Heavenly Star Island will object to Miss Mo-chan coming." However, the 7 heroes of the dragon have sealed off the path to Heavenly Star Island. It will be difficult for her to bring her entire clan over. Mo-chan nodded and smiled softly. "I already knew about this when I came. It's fine. I believe this situation will not last for long." Lan Xiaobai felt some envy for Xiao Chun. He wondered how this fellow managed to do it. First, the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea appeared at Heavenly Star Island at the same time, helping Kim Taeho clear the final obstacle to entering the Black Sea. Now there was another Grandmaster-level refiner, bringing her entire clan over. Mo-chan changed the topic, thinking of something. "Young Master Lan, have you heard that the Four Seas Hero Gathering that happens once every 20 years is about to begin?" "Naturally, I have heard about that. However, Heavenly Star Island is very far from Bright Moon City. Furthermore, the transportation formation on the island is completely destroyed. Furthermore, the 7 heroes of the dragon have blocked off the path ahead. It is very difficult to get out. I am not very clear on the specifics of this." Lan Xiaobai looked at Mo-chan doubtfully. He did not know why Mo-chan would ask this. Mo-chan said in understanding, "In that case, it looks like young Master Lan does not know that the most important gift of this Four Seas Hero Gathering is the last mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate left behind. It is made of heaven-subduing rock, and the words Dragon's Gate were personally written by the Qing Emperor." When Lan Xiaobai heard this, his expression changed. He exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying that Xiao Chun will appear at the Bright Moon City Hero Gathering?" "It is not that he will appear, but that he will definitely appear. No matter how strong the rumors are, I firmly believe that he will appear. Furthermore, he will bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island," Mo-chan said with absolute certainty, a resolute expression in her eyes. "For Sea's Hero Gathering." Lan Xiaobai looked into the distance as he muttered to himself, "Will he really appear?" Honestly speaking, Lan Xiaobai was somewhat doubtful. He was not as resolute as Mo-chan. The words of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter were sufficient to make those rumors even more confusing. However, Lan Xiaobai was willing to believe that Xiao Chun would definitely appear. He would bring the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet back to Heavenly Star Island, the land that the Blue Dragon King conferred. Xiao Chun would not forget what he promised Lan Xiaobai. One day he would hold the first martial arts gathering and leave a mark on this age of geniuses. In the Zodiac Hall of the Southern Sea, the stars looked like a chessboard, densely packed and crisscrossing in the seawater. If one looked carefully, one would discover that these stars reflected in the seawater were all exquisite palaces. The thousands of palaces shone with starlight. The light from the Sun Palace and the Moon Palace was the most dazzling and dazzling, displaying 2 different styles. One was masculine and tyrannical, giving off a boundless light. It was very dazzling, not daring to look directly at it. The other was soft and lingering, giving off a bright light. It was as cold as snow, bone-chilling. One person flew out from each of the 2 astral palaces. Immediately, the stars dimmed, and the light covered them, only showing off the 2's outstanding looks. As the disciples of the various astral palaces looked at the 2 in the air, intense envy flashed in their eyes. The Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao and the Sun Palace's Chu Yang were now shining with brilliance. They had become the blue-robed emperor at the same time, receiving the personal nurturing of the prime astral emperor. Now that they came out of closed-door cultivation, they had probably broken through to small perfection as the blue-robed emperor. The 2 met in the air. When they saw each other's cultivation, joy flashed in their eyes. Fu Hongyao smiled and said, "Senior brother, you came out of closed-door cultivation as well." Chu Yang nodded and said calmly, "1 year ago, I personally saw that Xiao Chun could not avenge your humiliation. This time, as long as he dares to appear at the Four Seas Hero Gathering, I will personally help you get rid of this tumor." Fu Hongyao thought back to the humiliating scene at the king conferral ceremony. Even now it was still a heart demon. After thinking about it, Fu Hongyao said calmly, "Senior brother, there is no need to care. I don't believe that a has-been genius will have the courage to appear. The ones that senior brother should care about should be the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan and Yen Shisan. These two should be your greatest opponents." A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said indifferently, "It is best that they do not appear. Otherwise, I do not mind leaving behind an indelible humiliation in his final moments." How vast was the heavenly starry ocean! Even Emperor Wu could not travel to every corner of it. There were too many desolate sea regions with too many maps that could not be marked. If a person threw himself into this vast sea and really wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Unless one used a secret treasure that could peer into the mysteries of heaven, no one would be able to find him. Xiao Chan did not hide, nor did he try to do so. However, others would not be able to find any traces of him. The reason was none other than the fact that he had been at the bottom of the sea for the past 9 months, close to 300 days, not coming ashore even once. Given the blue-robed emperor's strength, Xiao Chan could breathe underwater without any pressure. If time permitted, he could easily stay underwater for even longer. Why not come ashore? No one would like to hide in the darkness, where there was no sunlight, no air, and no signs of human habitation at the bottom of the sea. Naturally, Xiao Chan was no exception. However, he did not have enough time. He had to count every minute and second on his fingers. He could not afford to waste any of it. If he appeared on the surface of the sea once, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be tempted by the fresh air or the colors of the sun. It would only wear down his fighting spirit and waste time. Since that was the case, there was no need to appear on the surface of the sea. He just had to focus on finding dragons and fixing veins. Somewhere at the bottom of the sea in the Eastern Sea, in a world where there was no daylight, Xiao Chan opened his heavenly eye and walked around with a calm expression. The surrounding terrain turned into many images flashing in Xiao Chen's mind. They were like scenes from a movie, miraculous and profound. This was the ability of the heavenly eye after Xiao Chan cultivated the paradise divine art to the 3rd layer. It could allow him to clearly see everything in his surroundings within a second. Xiao Chan took out the vellum that Zhang Tian gave him and quickly glanced at it before putting it away. Then he fixed his gaze on the hidden dragons in front. That was a place surrounded by many mountain peaks. Xiao Chan carefully looked around and found Tanlang Peak, Juman Peak, and Wuziu Peak. Chapter 1093. With the 3 auspicious stars present, the Holy Spirit vein in this dragon vein could reach superior grade. However, among the many Holy Spirit veins, it could only be classified as above average. The reason was that although the 3 auspicious stars were present at the same time, they were not of outstanding quality. The greedy wolf peak was flat and pointed, like an unearthed bamboo shoot, sharp on all sides and flat on the top. The greedy wolf peak before Xiao Chan was uneven at the top and not round at the bottom. The only redeeming feature was that it was rather straight, not skewed, like a sharp sword piercing through the water. The other 2 auspicious stars each had their own advantages and disadvantages. There was no need to elaborate on them. With Xiao Chen's current dragon-seeking art, he could find all sorts of stars with just one glance and instantly determine their advantages and disadvantages. After practicing for more than 9 months, Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art improved rapidly. Compared to when he was at the Northern Sea Alliance, he was already much stronger. When Xiao Chan saw Zhang Tian, he would definitely be shocked and withdraw much of his pride. No matter what, Zhang Tian would never have imagined that Xiao Chan would undergo such an inhumane cultivation, going to the bottom of the sea for 9 months without coming out. Not to mention the vile environment, just the loneliness and solitude was something that even Zhang Tian might not be able to endure. Aside from the 3 auspicious stars, Xiao Chan also discovered the Army Breaker Peak, an ominous star. The Army Breaker Peak here was both huge and tall. Its aura was much stronger than any of the 3 auspicious stars. However, a lone tree cannot make an army. No matter how strong a lone wolf was, when facing the combined might of the 3 auspicious stars, it would lose. There would not be any mutated evil dragons. It was just that because of this, the hidden dragon grounds became more dangerous, and there were more uncertainties. Xiao Chan closed his heavenly eye, not feeling too worried. In the past 300 days, he had faced several situations that were even more dangerous than this. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and stopped on the greedy wolf peak. After confirming the dragon cave with a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror flew out of his body. Hundreds of formations were embedded on the edges of the ancient bronze mirror. Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands, and the patterns on the edges spun like gears. The formation hidden within the dragon-revealing mirror began to perform precise and complicated calculations. A moment later, a purple pillar of light shot out from the silence. Opening the acupoint was done in one step. Amid a loud rumble, the surrounding mountains collapsed one by one, and the cracks on the ground expanded rapidly. Not long after, the mountain under Xiao Chen's feet collapsed in just a few breaths' time. Xiao Chun remained unperturbed. He calmly sank along with the mountain. Rumble! Hundreds of guard mountains in the north flew toward Xiao Chun like giant cannonballs amidst the tumbling and chaotic seawater. They carried the power of the blue-robed emperor, which was equivalent to an attack from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun moved his right hand behind him and a long spear appeared in his hand. Xiao Chun gripped the spear tightly. Purple thunder fire blazed on the spear's body. Flames were burning in the water. This was a wonderful sight, and it looked extremely strange. A spear burning the heavens. Xiao Chun shouted in his heart. He pushed off the water and took a step forward. Then he thrust his spear forward. The might of Xiao Chen's profound martial technique was unleashed without holding anything back. Time seemed to stop for a moment. In the next moment, the seawater flowed backward. 50 kilometers of seawater in all directions surged up in the direction of Xiao Chen's spear. The entire stretch of seawater curled up like a piece of cloth. The hundreds of approaching mountains could no longer advance under such might. Looking down from the sky, one would see a 3-kilometer-tall tsunami rising from the surface of the sea without any wind or waves. It looked like the end of the world. As the surging seawater slowly rose, Xiao Chen's feet, followed by his torso and finally his brain. When he looked around, there was a large empty space. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. After a while, he closed his eyes and waited quietly for the seawater to fall. Boom! The seawater suddenly fell. As it rose and fell, it erupted with a huge force, shattering the mountains and boulders in the seawater in an instant. When Xiao Chun looked back, he saw that the 8 ferocious beasts in the southern mountains had all leaped out. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put away his spear, not even bothering to look at it. Then he tossed out the dragon fixing needles behind him, forming a dragon sealing formation and trapping the spirit vein escaping underground. At the same time, Xiao Chen's intense battle unfolded. The weapons in his hands quickly changed. Saber, spear, sword, halberd, staff, leg techniques and fist techniques. He executed 10 different profound martial techniques. Xiao Chun moved among the 10 ferocious beasts that were as strong as the small perfection blue-robed emperor. As he fought intensely, he practiced the various profound martial techniques of the changing character formula. After 9 months of cultivation, Xiao Chun had clearly improved. Not only could he execute every profound martial technique with familiarity, but he even gained his own comprehension of them. The profound martial techniques that Xiao Chun executed were very natural. If not for his appearance, it would be impossible to guess that Xiao Chun was a bladesman. For hours later, Xiao Chun killed all the ferocious beasts. Then Xiao Chun spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. The qi was like a sword piercing 5 kilometers away. This was Xiao Chun's advantage. If it were another geomaster, even if they could find spirit veins of various grades, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. However, without Xiao Chun's combat prowess, they would not be able to deal with the 10 ferocious beasts alone. It would be impossible for them to subdue the spirit vein alone. With a thought, the dragon-revealing mirror spun again. A red light surging with killing qi shot out from it, and chopped at the spirit vein roaming dragon sealed by the dragon-fixing needles. Miserable cries came from underground. When the cries stopped, Xiao Chun withdrew the dragon-revealing mirror into his body. Then he formed hand seals and waved his hand. The ground opened up, and a clump of golden spirit veins origin floated out. In an instant, the seawater turned golden. Before the golden light spread too far, Xiao Chun quickly placed it in his universe ring. Ao Jiao, how many is this? 20 already. That was right. Xiao Chun had already stored 20 Holy Spirit veins. 2 months ago, his cultivation had already reached peak small perfection, only a step shy of great perfection. Continuing to consume Holy Spirit veins was no longer of much help to him. He needed stronger spirit veins. Only then would he be able to break through the bottleneck of small perfection blue-robed emperor and reach great perfection blue-robed emperor, successfully forming the dragon-shaped heavenly seal. Xiao Chan kept these Holy Spirit veins, not for himself, but for his brothers and friends on Heavenly Star Island. Ao Jiao put away the Holy Spirit veins with a smile. Then she said, "Don't go back on your word. You have to give me half of these Holy Spirit veins. I'll help you mature the spirit trees in the immortal spirit ring. The lunar cassia tree, the dragon mark fruit, the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, and the netherworld flower have all wasted a lot of time." Xiao Chan smiled helplessly and said, "Whatever you say. It's time for us to go out." "Right, it's time to go out. Are you going to retrieve the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet? I have been keeping track of the days for you." Ao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. Plop! Xiao Chan pushed off with his feet, and his body moved like a roaming dragon as he leaped out of the sea. The water on his body evaporated, and the blazing sun washed away the mud on him. He looked radiant like he had been reborn. Xiao Chan gave off a sharp light, looking even more dazzling than the sun. After landing firmly on the water, Xiao Chan took a long, luxurious breath. This was the first time he felt that just taking a deep breath could make him feel so comfortable. This was the first time he felt that the color of the sun was so enchanting. Xiao Chan looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes. He actually felt somewhat dazed. "Stop looking. Bright Moon City is very far from here. If we don't hurry up, we might be late," Ao Jiao reminded him. Xiao Chan withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. "Right, we do have to hurry up. There cannot be any accidents with the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet." Xiao Chan did not care about the other objectives of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. He only cared about one thing: the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet. The Dragon's Gates mountain tablet, which the Qing Emperor personally forged, had to be obtained at all costs. There could be no mistakes. Xiao Chan unfurled the freedom wings and his figure flashed. His magic energy surged as he took a step forward, traveling 50 kilometers. Bright Moon City was the most bustling city in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Bright Moon City welcomed its highest flow of people in 20 years. Everywhere was packed with people. There was an endless stream of carriages, not stopping for a moment. Fortunately, Bright Moon City was normally extraordinarily bustling. Furthermore, it had held many Four Seas hero gatherings, so the Lunar Palace was already experienced. 1 month ago, Bright Moon City raised the threshold for entry. Unless one was a martial monarch, one could not enter the city unless they had an invitation. Only after the gathering ended did the city reopen to the public. Aside from this, there were many other eye-catching measures. Floating palaces floated in the sky of the vast and majestic city for people to stay in, alleviating the pressure of the crowd. The venue of the Four Seas Hero Gathering was Bright Moon Plaza in the city. Before the start of the Grand Assembly, there were countless arenas in Bright Moon Plaza. Every day there would be cultivators sparring on them. This was a rare opportunity for all the young heroes of the Four Seas to gather in one place. Naturally, after they met, they would compete with each other. Exciting fights were always what the spectators loved to watch. Sometimes, famous cultivators would appear and compete with each other. This made people scream in excitement. Aside from the free arenas, the Lunar Palace's people specially set up several arenas to liven things up. For example, in some special arenas in the air, there would be a reward for how many rounds one could last without losing. Another example was the Lunar Palace's young cultivators defending the arenas. As long as they defeated their opponents, they would receive a reward. Even if they failed, they would not suffer any losses. The atmosphere of fighting in the entire city was very intense. However, with the Bright Moon Palace's strict management, everything was very orderly. There was no chaos at all. 7 days later, Xiao Chan traveled quickly. Relying on the freedom wings so close yet worlds apart magic skill, he arrived outside Bright Moon City before the gathering started. Originally, Xiao Chan was somewhat worried that someone would recognize him and attract some trouble. However, he soon realized that no one was paying attention to him amidst the crowd and the bustling scene. Even if there were not 10,000 people dressed in white like Xiao Chan, There were at least 8,000 of them. This was simply too ordinary. Furthermore, the focus of the cultivator's discussion was on the holy science of the immortal Holy Lands. After walking for so long, no one had mentioned Xiaochun. Chapter 1094. Xiaochun was happy to relax. He did not have to wear a conical bamboo hat, which would have been troublesome. The holy science and holy daughters successfully broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. This was within Xiaochun's expectations, so he was not too surprised. When Xiaochun arrived at the city gates, he released some of his aura and entered the city unobstructed. Xiaochun had already anticipated that Bright Moon City would be extraordinarily bustling during the Four Seas Hero Gathering. However, when he arrived in the city, he was startled. The scene before him reminded him of the Five-Nation Youth Competition in the Sky Dome realm many years ago. Back then, the scene in Dragon Sealing City was no different from now. It had also been extraordinarily bustling. However, in terms of scale and grandeur, it could not be compared. Xiaochun revealed a nostalgic expression. During the Five-Nation Youth Competition, Xiaochun had been reserved and proud. At that time, he had not feared any expert. However, he had not been confident of victory. Along the way, he had taken every battle seriously. After putting in a lot of effort, he had managed to climb to the top after much difficulty. Even now, Xiaochun remembered the Little Dragon King, Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Qinxi's Breaking Dawn, Gong Yongyu's Everlasting Universe Staff Technique, and the grudges between Bai Qi and Sima Lingxian. All the more, he could not forget the final battle with Chu Chaoyun. After that, Xiaochun could finally say loudly, "Those who defeat me will be defeated by me. Those who wish to be defeated cannot be defeated by anyone." Now Xiaochun no longer showed a reserved and proud expression. Instead, he showed calmness and confidence. All along, Xiaochun had felt that his mental state and strength were much higher than these outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean's younger generation. Even though these outstanding talents had become blue-robed emperors and relied on the resources of their sex to become small perfection blue-robed emperors, they were still not enough for Xiaochun to look at. The reason was none other than the vast difference in mental state, cultivation, and personal accumulations. There was no way to compare them. Ao Jiao, what is the format of the Four Seas Hero Gathering and what are the rules? Following the flow of people in the city, Xiaochun watched the matches on the stage with great interest while asking Ao Jiao about the details of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Ao Jiao and Little Yellow Feather were currently taking care of the various spirit trees in the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiaochun quickly replied, "I don't recall there being any rules. It is just that whoever can outshine everyone else can snatch the top prize." Xiaochun stopped and said in surprise, "So casual?" "That's right. Other than the first few who had to deal with the cultivators of the Penglai Sea, there weren't a lot of cultivators. From then on, the Four Seas Hero Gathering has continued very casually. There are no hard and fast rules, and there is no need to go through the complicated format of the preliminaries and finals." Ao Jiao spoke frankly with assurance. Then she continued, "There are no contestants. Every spectator is the main character. As long as you are confident, you can jump into the arena and challenge any of the holy science. If you win, your name will spread throughout the world. If you lose, you will not be able to avoid physical pain. In serious cases, you might end up with some hidden injuries that will accompany you for life." Xiaochun asked doubtfully, "Then there will be close to 1 million spectators. If everyone goes up once, won't it be a mess? The gathering will last for half a month, and it will not be over." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That won't happen. There are experts in the Lunar Palace. Everyone has to survive a palm strike before they can enter. It can be considered a threshold. The threshold for every gathering is different. I believe the threshold for this year will be especially high." Xiaochun thought to himself unexpectedly, "It is not an elimination competition like the arena competition. To think that the so-called gathering is so casual. It is a competition of individual elegance. This is truly unexpected." Ao Jiao burst out laughing and said, "What are you worried about? It is a competition of elegance. However, if one is not strong enough and gets beaten up like a pig's head, how can there be elegance? In the end, it still depends on whose fist is harder. As long as you keep beating up others and not being beaten up, elegance will naturally come out." Xiaochun understood. That's right. While it is elegance, in the end it is strength. Suddenly Xiao Chun frowned. Then, he stretched out his right hand to his shoulder and firmly grasped a wrist. Xiao Chun remained expressionless as he looked back. When he saw the owner of the arm, his pupils constricted, and shock appeared in his eyes. "Brother Qi, it has been a long time." The person who came was Qi Wuxue, whom Xiao Chun had not seen since he parted ways in Neptune's palace. Qi Wuxue smiled embarrassedly and said, "Let go first. The city does not allow private fights. If you still do not let go, the Lunar Palace's guards will be here soon." When Xiao Chun heard that, he sent out his spiritual sense. Indeed, he saw a few sharp gazes directed at him. If he had any killing qi, he would have taken action immediately. Xiao Chun quickly let go and asked, "Why do I not see Long Fei? Didn't he come with you?" When Qi Wuxue heard that, he smiled jealously. Comparisons are odious. This fellow found an opportunity to break through to the blue-robed emperor, and is preparing to show off his skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. This brother is barely a great grandmaster-level martial sage. He is currently challenging the 24 bridges. It is a very interesting arena. Come brother Xiao, I'll bring you over to take a look. Seeing Qi Wushue's mysterious appearance piqued Xiao Chen's interest. During the Four Seas Hero Gathering, there were many interesting arenas in Bright Moon City. The next sentence of the 24 moonlit bridges was, "Where can a beautiful person learn how to play the flute?" What was so special about this arena? This Bright Moon City is rather fun. That brat Long Fei is really reckless. I really look forward to seeing how he will be defeated. Qi Wuxue laughed heartlessly. Then, he led Xiao Chun on a mad dash and arrived at a bustling place. Excuse me. Qi Wuxue led Xiao Chun to a quiet, desolate viewing spot, ignoring the supercilious looks from others. Xiao Chun looked to the front and saw an arch bridge carved from white jade on a clear river. The jade bridge was exquisite and ancient, but the beauty on the jade bridge was beautiful. However, the beauties on the jade bridge were even more beautiful than the bridge. They looked even more ancient and ancient. Many white-clad women were outstanding beauties with outstanding grace. When Xiao Chun counted, there were a total of 24 at the end of the jade bridge. A veiled woman stood on the railing of the bridge, playing the flute. The music was melodious and pleasant to the ears. It sounded like she was weeping. The other 23 women held swords in their hands. Their eyes shone with a cold light as they weaved through the jade bridge. Their movements were elegant but filled with murderous intent. Together with the illusory flute music, they performed a murderous dance. Xiao Chun looked into the distance. It was clearly daytime, but a full moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight was like fire, its cold light competing with the sun, completely suppressing the light of the sun. Those familiar with Bright Moon City knew that this was the mysterious and ethereal lunar palace of the heavenly starry ocean. It hung high in the sky all year round, its light forever suppressing the sun. The bright moon, the jade bridge, the flute music, the flowing water, and the sword dance. This scene was very beautiful and pleasing to the eye, making one reluctant to leave. When Xiao Chun returned to the jade bridge, the one bitterly enduring the murderous sword dance of the 23 women was naturally the corpse race's white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei. Qi Wuxue was at the side, nodding and exchanging opinions with Xiao Chun, discussing the various beauties of the women on the bridge. They all have their own specialties. It is really hard to choose. Brother Xiao, help me choose one. This time, I have to bring a Lunar Palace disciple back to Bright Moon City. Aside from the Holy Daughter, the other female disciples of the Lunar Palace could marry. Furthermore, the outstanding youths and noble clan disciples of the heavenly starry ocean all took pride in marrying a Lunar Palace disciple. The matriarchs of several holy lands and noble clans were once Lunar Palace disciples. From a certain point of view, the Lunar Palace's special status today seemed to be related to this. However, it would be difficult for Qi Wuxue to marry a female disciple. He could not hide his evil aura. After checking his background, even if the young lady agreed, the Lunar Palace would not. However, Xiao Chun had never heard of a Lunar Palace female disciple marrying into the primal chaos domain. Without needing Xiao Chun to refute, someone at the side could no longer bear to listen. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Aside from the Holy Daughter, the Lunar Palace also has the title of Jade Lady. There are 24 of them in each generation. The 24 people before us are the 24 jade ladies of the lunar palace. These are the daughters-in-law of the many immortal holy lands and noble clans. With your appearance, you want to marry the lunar palace's jade ladies? Stop dreaming. When Qi Wuxue heard this, he smiled faintly and did not get angry. Instead, he sized up this person. This person wore white robes and wore a white hat, looking very scholarly. He held a white folding fan in his hand, looking elegant and handsome. With one look, it was clear that he was a disciple of a Confucian sect. Qi Wuxue leaned over and said with a smile, "You have extraordinary grace and a righteous aura. You should be a disciple of a Confucian sect, right? I have not asked for your great name yet." A trace of pride flashed on the scholar's face. Then he said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "I am untalented. I am Lu Hao, an inner courtyard disciple of the Heavenly Province Academy." Qi Wuxue immediately showed a shocked expression. He exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Heavenly Province Academy? To think that you are a disciple of an immortal holy land. I simply could not tell earlier. Sorry. Clearly, Lu Hao felt extremely satisfied with the shock and astonishment on Qi Wuxue's face. He put on an act and waved his hand. "It is just an immortal holy land. Just treat it normally. Also, when facing the lunar palace's jade ladies, you cannot have any profane thoughts. You can look at them from afar, you can praise them, you can admire them. However, you cannot have any dirty thoughts. That is the way of a gentleman." Qi Wuxue nodded and said, "Brother Lu is right. This little brother did have some dirty thoughts earlier. Fortunately, Brother Lu reminded me in time." Xiao Chun, who stood at the side, found it funny. With one look, he knew that Qi Wuxue was trying to con him. However, Xiao Chun could not be bothered to remind Qi Wuxue. He did not have a good impression of this bookworm who spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. As long as Qi Wuxue did not go overboard and cause trouble, it would be fine. Qi Wuxue was a yes-man, continuously flattering that Heavenly Province Academy disciple. By now, that Heavenly Province Academy disciple could no longer tell north from south. The two walked to the side and started chatting. "Speaking of which lunar palace's jade lady does Brother Lu admire the most?" Lu Hao had a righteous expression on his face. A fervent look flashed in his eyes as he looked at the girl playing the flute. "Naturally, it is the leader of the 24 jade ladies, Miss Fang Qingxian, who excels in both the sword and the flute." Qi Wuxue nodded meaningfully and said, "Miss Fang Qingxian is indeed like a fairy descending to the mortal world. She has an aura that can topple cities. However, I wonder what kind of pretty face she has under the veil." Chapter 1095. The fire in Lu Hao's eyes did not subside, and he said with some reluctance, "It's a pity that Miss Fang Qingxian will only be able to take off her veil after crossing the 20 bridges and have the chance to be alone with her." Looking at the bridge, even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, Long Fei was having a hard time moving forward. He was on the verge of losing at any moment. He knew that Lu Hao did not stand a chance. Qi Wuxue whispered, "Actually, this little brother has an item that can not only allow Fang Qingxian to remove Brother Lu's veil, but also allow her to play the flute for Brother Lu alone." Lu Hao looked at Qi Wuxue doubtfully and asked, "What is it?" "Yin Yang Wonderland's holy medicine. The wondrous pleasure aphrodisiac. As long as you have it and find an opportunity to meet Fang Qingxian, Brother Lu can easily take her down." A look of surprise flashed across Lu Hao's eyes. It was obvious that he had heard of the famous ecstasy potion. However, a look of surprise flashed across his face as he angrily cursed, "Filthy, despicable, vulgar scram." When Qi Wuxue saw Lu Hao getting angry, he showed a flustered expression as if he was frightened. He quickly said, "This little brother knows his mistake, this little brother knows his mistake. This little brother will take his leave now." "Stop!" Lu Hao shouted coldly and stopped Qi Wuxue. With a righteous expression he said, "Hand over your filthy thing. If it remains in your hands, it will definitely harm the women of your maiden clan. Hand it over to this young master." Qi Wuxue appeared depressed, clearly unwilling. Lu Hao said coldly, "With one look, I can tell that you do not have a proper background. Indeed, you are not anything good. This filthy thing has to be destroyed. Quickly hand it over." Qi Wuxue reluctantly took out a jade bottle. Lu Hao grabbed it and frowned. He asked doubtfully, "This is the wondrous joy aphrodisiac?" Qi Wuxue smiled harmlessly. Then he sent out some hidden energy and flicked off the bottle cap. He smiled and said, "Whether it is real or fake, young Master Lu will know once you smell it." When the bottle cap was opened, a fragrance immediately wafted out. When Lu Hao heard what Qi Wuxue said, he could not help but take a deep sniff. As if he was addicted, he could not stop once he started. Not long after, Lu Hao's face was flushed red and he felt his body heating up. His mouth was parched and his body was burning with desire. He suddenly startled awake and tossed aside the jade bottle. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "You tricked me." Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and stepped forward. Then he easily restrained Lu Hao, whose rationality was about to collapse. He said, "How could it be a trap? I am just fulfilling young Master Lu's wishes. Don't you want to meet this Miss Fang Qingxian? I'll help you right now." Then Qi Wuxue picked up Lu Hao and quickly tossed him to Fang Qingxian, who was on the jade bridge. The effects of the medicinal energy had already taken effect on Lu Hao, who had already lost all reason. His entire being was dominated by desire. When he saw Fang Qingxian, he sped up in the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. His face was filled with lust as he threw himself at Fang Qingxian with a wretched smile. This scene immediately shocked everyone on the jade bridge. Unexpectedly, someone dared to do something improper to the leader of the Lunar Palace's jade ladies in front of everyone. Fang Qingxian, who had been playing her flute calmly, clearly did not expect such a thing. When she saw Lu Hao's lewd smile in the air, her flute music immediately turned chaotic. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She put down her flute and drew her sword with her right hand. Then she heavily smacked Lu Hao's face, knocking him into the river. Without the flute music, the murderous sword dance of the 23 white-clad women immediately lost a certain charm, and its might decreased significantly. Long Fei took advantage of this opportunity and waved the folding fan in his hand. Starlight filled the sky, and a white-bone dermic incarnation appeared behind Long Fei, its expression solemn and cold. The two large white-bone hands of the white-bone dermic incarnation flashed quickly. The formation of the 23 white-clad women fell into chaos, all of them dealing with it in a flurry. Long Fei's eyes narrowed. His figure weaved through the crowd and struck them one by one. One by one, the white-clad women were knocked off the jade bridge by Long Fei. On the riverbank, Qi Wuxue picked up the jade bottle and said with a smile, "My treasure, you have rendered a meritorious service again." Xiao Chun walked over and said indifferently, "Give me the jade bottle." Qi Wuxue was stunned when he heard that. Then he chuckled and said, "What's wrong? Brother Xiao, you like this as well?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I am different from you. I intend to study it with a critical mind." Qi Wuxue tossed the jade bottle over and smiled. "Brother Xiao is indeed Brother Xiao. The moment you said that, you immediately set yourself apart from that Heavenly Province Academy disciple." After Xiao Chun walked over, he leaned over and said, "In the future, if you have anything good, remember to give it to Brother Qi as well. I want to study it with a critical mind." Xiao Chun opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Then he looked at Qi Wuxue and said, "This is just an intense aphrodisiac, not some wondrous joy aphrodisiac." Qi Wuxue was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He had not expected Xiao Chun to dare to directly drink it. He had no choice but to admit defeat. "You are incredible. Naturally, this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. The wondrous joy aphrodisiac is a holy medicine of the yin-yang paradise. Aphrodisiac is just one of its functions. The more important thing is that it can harmonize yin and yang, nourishing each other. When used with the yin-yang paradise's dual cultivation technique, it has a miraculous effect." As Qi Wuxue spoke, Xiao Chun took another sip. As Qi Wuxue spoke, he became speechless. He was stunned once more, not knowing what Xiao Chun was doing. "Brother Xiao, don't do anything stupid. Although this is not the wondrous joy aphrodisiac, its pure aphrodisiac effect is even more tyrannical than the wondrous joy aphrodisiac." "I do not have an antidote," Qi Wuxue said anxiously. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chun would only blush slightly? He did not seem to notice anything strange. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and circulated his energy for a while. Then strands of smoke appeared above Xiao Chen's head. After a while he opened his eyes and he returned to normal. Xiao Chen looked at Qi Wuxue seriously and said, "Brother Qi, although unorthodox methods can achieve miraculous results, they are not omnipotent at times. Before absolute strength, everything else is just a fabrication. It is fine to use it occasionally. However, do not get too engrossed in it. Otherwise, one day you will die because of these unorthodox methods. Once you reach small perfection of the blue-robed emperor, these aphrodisiacs and poisons will not pose any danger to you. With the power of the heavenly laws, you can break down these medicines as you please. With just a thought, you can decide whether you want them to work or not. You can easily paralyze your opponent." Qi Wuxue suddenly startled awake. He understood Xiao Chen's intention, to treat him as a friend. Xiao Chen used the most realistic example to tell himself not to use these unorthodox methods. This also reminded Qi Wuxue not to use these methods on experts above small perfection Emperor Wu. Otherwise, the other party would make a fool out of him. Seeing Qi Wuxue enter deep thought, Xiao Chen knew that he had already achieved his goal. Back in the Sea Deity Palace, Qi Wuxue's cultivation was no weaker than Long Fei's. However, Long Fei had reached the blue-robed emperor ahead of him, while Qi Wuxue was still a great grandmaster-level martial sage. The two of them had been together for a long time. Why was there a difference? It was definitely not because Qi Wuxue's fortuitous encounter had not arrived. Instead, it was because Qi Wuxue was somewhat engrossed in these unorthodox methods. Hence, Xiao Chen reminded the other party. Whether it was useful or not, at the very least, he took action and did not watch Qi Wuxue get engrossed. Qi Wuxue recovered his wits and smiled. "Brother Xiao, thank you for your kind intentions earlier. Originally, Long Fei had been trying to dissuade me. However, I did not take it to heart. Earlier, I did feel like I woke up from a dream." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's good that you understand. However, I like your earlier style. These hypocrites who are hypocrites and like to pretend to be elegant should be taught a ruthless lesson." Qi Wuxue chuckled and said, "This kind of sanctimonious people are all like that. However, you seem to have let Long Fei off easy. After he passes this special arena of the 24 bridges, he will be able to meet a beauty." Xiao Chen glanced at the Jade Bridge and changed the topic. Long Fei smiled and said, "It will not be that easy. Fang Qingxian, who is guarding the end, is the greatest problem. The reputation of excelling in both the flute and the sword is not just for show." After defeating all 23 women, Long Fei finally arrived at the end of the Jade Bridge. Now he faced the leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies, Fang Qingxian, excelling in both the flute and the sword. Fang Qingxian blocked in front of Long Fei with her sword. Her expression was cold, and no one could see her true expression. Long Fei felt somewhat infatuated with her. He smiled and said, "Miss Qingxian, will you show mercy? When I was still in the Kunlun continent, I heard of Mrs. Name and have admired you for a long time." Fang Qingxian replied in a melodious voice, "I am indebted to young master's favor. However, rules are rules. Since young master is able to cross this bridge, Qingxian will naturally abide by her promise." Long Fei withdrew his smile and said sullenly, "In that case, I can only offend you." Just at this moment, water splashed in the river below the bridge. Lu He, who Fang Qingxian had slapped back into the river earlier, leaped out again. Drenched, he pounced at Fang Qingxian like a madman. Fang Qingxian had no choice but to make another move, knocking him into the water. When he came back to his senses, he discovered that Long Fei had already taken the opportunity to fly out of the bridge. Qi Wuxue shouted, "Damn! He really got off easy." Long Fei turned around and said calmly, "Miss Qingxian, I have already crossed the bridge." Fang Qingxian smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you embarrassed to say that? Don't you feel like you took advantage of a loophole?" Long Fei was rather thick-skinned. He took out an engraved medallion and smiled without changing his expression. "I can only say that the heavens are helping me. Who could have imagined that the normally well-dressed Confucian sect disciple would be such a beast in human clothing? I hope that Miss Qingxian will not stand me up tonight." Fang Qingxian took the nameplate, which had Long Fei's address written on it. She glanced at it and put it away. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Hao leapt out from the river once again. like an unkillable cockroach. Fang Qingxian frowned slightly. Just as she was about to deal a heavy blow, a figure suddenly flew over, moving incredibly fast. That person quickly landed 3 palm strikes on Lu Hao's chest, causing him to vomit a mouthful of black blood. The flesh on his face receded. When he looked at the person who arrived, he immediately said excitedly, "First senior brother, someone tricked me." The person who arrived was the top expert of the Heavenly Province Academy's younger generation, young Master Qingshu, who was currently in the limelight. Young Master Qingshu did not say anything. He bent over and checked Lu Hao's body. Then he said indifferently, "My Confucian sect is righteous. We have a strong restraining effect on such evil beings. If not for your own evil intentions, you would not have lost your mind so quickly. You asked for it." After saying that, young Master Qingshu turned to Fang Qingxian and said, "Miss Fang, this time our academy's disciples have offended you. The Heavenly Province Academy will not object to any punishment from the Lunar Palace." Young Master Qingshu's words were very appropriate, and no one could find fault with them. Chapter 1096. Fang Qingxian said indifferently, "I'm fine. Just take care of your sect's disciples." Young Master Qingshu performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Then he shifted his gaze and looked in the direction Lu Hao pointed. When he saw Qi Wuxue, his expression turned completely sullen. This time young Master Qingshu was having a small gathering with the inheritors of the Holy Lands, Fu Hongyao, and the others. Suddenly, he received news that an academy disciple went berserk in the 24 bridges, so he immediately rushed over. After young Master Qingshu figured out the situation, he became enraged. To think that someone dared to scheme against the Heavenly Province Academy. Just as young Master Qingshu was about to make a move, he suddenly noticed the white figure beside Qi Wuxue. Feeling somewhat surprised, he said coldly, "I was wondering who was so bold, daring to scheme against the people of my Heavenly Province Academy. It turns out that the Blue Dragon King ordered it." Unexpectedly, the righteous Blue Dragon King would do such a despicable thing. Upon hearing young Master Qingshu's words, everyone immediately looked at Xiao Chun, finding this inconceivable. To think that the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun was so ordinary, like a passerby. They had not noticed him for so long. Fang Qingxuan's eyes lit up. She immediately looked at Xiao Chun and revealed an expression of shock. "Damn! Can you stop making irresponsible remarks? That medicine is your Heavenly Province Academy disciple. He snatched it from me and wanted to frame the Lunar Palace's jade ladies. What does that have to do with us?" Qi Wuxue scolded. Lu Hao panicked. His brain was not working properly, so he blurted out, "First senior brother, listen to my explanation. It was that brat who said that the medicine was the wondrous joy aphrodisiac. That's why I fell for it. You really can't blame me." When Fang Qingxian heard that, her expression changed. She scolded angrily, "What a perverted thief!" Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? He admitted it himself. If that young Master Qingshu can still distinguish right from wrong, you should clean up your sect." Young Master Qingshu said coldly, "You speak without thinking. Do you really think that a has-been Blue Dragon King can protect you? Die." Young Master Qingshu understood that he could not get entangled with a person like Qi Wuxue. The more he spoke, the worse the situation would become. So, he could not be bothered to say anything more. His figure flashed, and he closed the folding fan in his hand as he charged at Qi Wuxue. Qi Wuxue was somewhat surprised by young Master Qingshu's sudden attack. Bright Moon City strictly forbade private fights. If there were grudges, they could fight in the arena in the city. The prerequisite was that both parties had to be willing. Otherwise, if they acted on their own, they would be punished by Bright Moon City. Clearly, this young Master Qingshu wanted to use his status to kill Qi Wuxue in one strike. At that time, Qi Wuxue would already be dead. Even if Bright Moon City punished him, there would be nothing to fear. Could it be that he, the successor of an immortal Holy Land, was really going to be thrown out? Young Master Qingshu moved very fast. Qi Wuxue could not even catch his shadow. Long Fei, who was behind the Jade Bridge, could not make it in time to help. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, an intense clash resounded in the surroundings, startling Qi Wuxue. He discovered that Xiao Chun was blocking in front of him. Xiaochan also held a folding fan in his hand. He folded it and pressed it against the top of young Master Qingshu's folding fan. Young Master Qingshu did not appear surprised. He smiled and said, "In the past, when you were still a blue-robed emperor, I was somewhat afraid of you. Now that I am also a small perfection blue-robed emperor, do I still fear you?" It seemed like young Master Qingshu intended to test out Xiaochan's strength. After failing to injure Qi Wuxue in one strike, he immediately targeted Xiaochan. Pu Qi. Young Master Qingshu suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand. His fingers moved slightly, and the unfurled folding fan danced like flower petals, spiraling up. As the folding fan rose, the righteous qi on young Master Qingshu's body grew increasingly stronger. His aura soared continuously. A mysterious phenomenon appeared behind him. The bamboo and small bridges drawn on the folding fan appeared one by one. The spirited righteous qi looked like bamboo standing tall. Xiaochan took a look and opened the folding fan in his hand as well. Then he gently pushed it forward, and the folding fan floated up. The small bridge, the flowing water, the bright moon, and other mysterious phenomena appeared as well. The two both had a bridge under their feet. However, the mysterious phenomena behind them were different. One had a bright moon, and the other had emerald green bamboo. The two rising folding fans faced each other, competing with their strong auras and mysterious phenomena. The two on the bridge did not remain idle either. They quickly exchanged attacks, exchanging punches and palms, dealing with moves as they came. Xiaochan felt somewhat surprised. This young Master Qingshu's palm technique was rather exquisite. Furthermore, it contained a righteous qi that resonated with the bamboo behind him, complementing each other. If Xiaochan did not bring out his true abilities, he would not be able to do anything to this young Master Qingshu for a while. However, this was not the time to expose his strength. There were many eyes in this place. Xiaochan noticed that the experts of Bright Moon City had already arrived silently. For some reason, those experts did not make a move to stop the two from fighting. Apart from that, there were also several powerful auras rushing over. Some of them had terrifying righteous qi, and their cultivation bases were extremely high. With one look, it was clear that these were the Heavenly Province Academy's experts. Hence, Xiaochan was not in a rush. He just treated it as playing with the other party. As for young Master Qingshu's clamoring, Xiaochan just laughed it off. As an adult, would you be angry at a brat showing his teeth? Clearly not. Right now, that was Xiaochan's mental state. He did not feel angry at all. Compared to Xiaochan's surprise, young Master Qingshu was utterly shocked. He had already brought out 60% of his strength, even bringing out his will of wood. However, Xiaochan, who was fighting him, seemed unaffected. He did not even bring out the saber Dao that he was most proficient in. After exchanging 100 moves, Xiaochan lost the patience to continue playing. Suddenly he changed his moves. He used fists, claws, and palms, executing 3 different moves. Xiaochan did not increase his strength at all, but his moves became unpredictable and strange. The fist was the Kuan-Pong spreading wings, the claw was the craggy dragon claw, and the palm technique was the bright moon like fire. Xiaochan took the essence of each and ingeniously merged them together. This was the first time young Master Qingshu saw such a move. He immediately felt overwhelmed, opening up many openings. If young Master Qingshu knew what was good for him, he would have quickly retreated at this moment. However, young Master Qingshu was not convinced. He still wanted to clash with Xiaochan, to determine who was stronger with fists and palms. Seeing that the other party wanted to fight for real, Xiaochan found an opening and punched young Master Qingshu's chest. The fist turned into a claw, then a palm. With just one contact, Xiaochan sent out 3 different kinds of energy. Young Master Qingshu grunted and fell to the ground. The ancient wooden bridge under his feet shattered, and the bamboo for 5 kilometers around exploded like firecrackers. The mysterious phenomenon spread out. Xiaochan stretched out his hand, and the folding fan landed in his grasp. The bright moon, exquisite flowing water, and many other mysterious phenomena combined into a charming illusion that entered the fan. Xiaochan gently fanned himself with his folding fan, and his white robes fluttered as he descended. His casual movements gave everyone a sense of carefreeness that was pleasing to the eye. After young Master Qingshu landed, He clearly did not expect that after becoming the blue-robed emperor after much difficulty and exhausting many of the sect's resources, he would still suffer a great loss at Xiao Chen's hands. Young Master Qingshu waved his hand and grasped his folding fan. His aura suddenly changed, rising again as he prepared to fight with all his might. Enough! Young Master Qingshu, don't forget where this is, Qingxian said coldly from the Jade Bridge. Young Master Qingshu's expression changed. Finally he calmed down. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, I know why you are here. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet in the Four Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. I will absolutely not let you do as you wish. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I'm just afraid that you do not have that ability. The Blue Dragon King is still as arrogant as ever. A cold snort rang out. A large group of outstanding youths flew over from the northeast. The holy scions of the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas, the Yinyang Paradise, and the Myriad Fiend Island all appeared together. There were also the young treasure master Yi Ling, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, and some of the veteran outstanding talents of the previous 5 Seas Hero Gathering. Clearly, someone had gathered this group of outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean earlier. Chu Yang stepped forward and looked at Xiao Chen below. He said indifferently, I was wondering why Brother Qingshu was gone for so long. Turns out that you are still around. The 5 Poison Sect's holy scion said coldly, You are just a has-been genius of the Kunlun continent. Yet you dare to be so unbridled in our heavenly starry ocean. Do you really think that we outstanding talents are just decorations? The crowd below became restless. Unexpectedly, the commotion on the 24 bridges attracted so many outstanding talents. Furthermore, several of the holy scions seemed to be prejudiced against Xiao Chen, not acknowledging him as an outsider. Xiao Chen sized up the group of people in the air. They all had different expressions, but they all appeared to be in high spirits, full of pride and arrogance. He understood that when these people fought for the source of despair in Despair City, they were all shocked by the strength he displayed. Several people wanted to challenge him, but they were not confident. Now that he had advanced to the blue-robed emperor, they were naturally eager to step on him. Xiao Chen, things seem to have gotten a little out of hand. Qi Wuxue, who was at the side, said in a soft voice, finding it hard to control himself. Xiao Chen replied calmly, They will not dare to act rashly in Bright Moon City. Let's go. After saying that, Xiao Chen ignored the mockery of the holy science. He called out to Long Fei and prepared to leave. Such an attitude immediately angered several people. Several of them could not hold back and wanted to make a move. When Yu Bingyun saw the situation, she said indifferently, Bright Moon City prohibits private fights. If you have any grudges, wait until the Four Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. Chu Yang snorted coldly and glanced coldly at Xiao Chen's back. Then he flicked his sleeves and left. What Blue Dragon King? He's just a coward. The 5 Poison Sect's holy scion mocked and left with his head held high. The many other outstanding talents also scoffed at Xiao Chen's actions. They felt that he was afraid, which was why he did not dare to face them. Soon the news of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, who had been missing for 9 months, appearing in Bright Moon City spread like wildfire. Earlier, several people guessed that Xiao Chen, who had only 20 years left to live, would absolutely not appear. When a person receives such grievous news and faced heavy mental pressure, not to mention improving their strength, it would already be a good thing if they did not regress. Right now, Xiao Chen was like the setting sun in the west, the setting sun. Chapter 1097. As for the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean, they were like the sun rising from the east. The blazing sun blazed like fire, growing stronger by the day. What was there to compare? Xiao Chen had come to Bright Moon City, just to let a group of outstanding talents who had advanced to blue-robed emperor trample on him and soar, ruining his reputation. Long Fei and Qi Wuxue arrived at Bright Moon City a month ago. They were luckier than most people and managed to rent a quiet and elegant courtyard. The three chatted, talking about the past after they parted. Both sides had their own fortuitous encounters. Long Fei and Qi Wuxue's luck should be pretty good. They had visited several forbidden lands in the Eastern Sea and gained pretty good harvests. Long Fei relied on an even more persistent and determined character than Qi Wuxue's. His talent was not bad in the first place, so he successfully advanced to Quasi-Emperor 3 months ago. Xiao Qian also gave a simple account of his encounters in the heavenly starry ocean. Then, he expressed his gratitude for the clue to the despair throne that Long Fei gave him. It's just a small matter. I simply could not take out a proper congratulatory gift, so I used this to deceive them. When speaking of this matter, Long Fei smiled embarrassedly, telling Xiao Qian not to stand on ceremony. Qi Wuxue interjected. Oh right, Xiao Qian, didn't you obtain a conferred land? When are you going to bring us over to play? Xiao Qian smiled and said, after this Four Seas hero gathering, the two of you can come with me to Heavenly Star Island. Long Fei hesitated for a while before saying, I'm afraid I can't go. Xiao Qian understood that he had just advanced to Blue-Robed Emperor and needed a large amount of resources to break through to small perfection. He needed to rush back to the corpse race to seek the support of his clan. Long Fei could advance to Blue-Robed Emperor at such a young age. His future in the corpse race would definitely be bright. The Corpse God Palace would definitely use a large amount of resources to nurture him. Qi Wuxue smiled and said, you finally made it. Perhaps even the heaven-punishing corpse god's first disciple is no match for you now. Long Fei was silent for a while, then he shook his head and said, it's not that simple. Aside from me, the younger generation of the Corpse God Palace have all gone to the star battlefield. Their growth is very fast. The heaven-punishing corpse god's disciple has already advanced to the Blue-Robed Emperor half a year ago. Xiao Qian knew a little about the younger generation of the Kunlun continent going to the astral battlefield, but it was extremely limited. As for what was going on, he had no idea at all. Based on Long Fei's words, it seemed like the Corpse God Palace had made arrangements in the heavenly starry ocean as well, allowing him to easily obtain information about this. Xiao Qian asked, did the younger generation of the Kunlun continent's 5 domains really go to the astral battlefield? Long Fei sighed softly. They all went. However, that place is really not a good place. From what I know, more than half of the outstanding youths have already died in the astral battlefield, never to return. The physical and combat talents of the high-level demons are much stronger than ours. Only the god race and a few powerful ancient races can fight them head-on. Right, there's one thing you need to pay special attention to. Feeling curious, Xiao Qian asked. What is it? Long Fei said seriously, your old opponent Diwuk is probably the person who matured the fastest in the astral battlefield. Since he made his debut, he has never been defeated. After losing to you once, he truly matured. Xiao Qian picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then he said, that suits me. I also hope to have a fair fight with him. During the king conferral ceremony, Diwuk had taken advantage of the chaos to suppress Xiao Qian, while he was fighting with the descendants of the other primes. As for Xiao Qian, he had relied on Ao Jiao's sudden appearance to turn the tables. In the end, the two had not truly fought to their heart's content. Qi Wuxue said indignantly, these so-called holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean are truly frogs in a well. They always think that they are very incredible. In the end, they are nothing compared to the outstanding talents of our Kunlun continent. Clearly, Qi Wuxue still remembered the earlier threat from the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qing Shu. Long Fei smiled and said, you can't say that. In terms of overall standards, the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean are definitely weaker than the peak outstanding talents of the various races of the 5 domains. However, there are always oddities everywhere. You cannot underestimate them. I think that the inheritors of the immortal Holy Lands and the disciples of the large clans are not weak. They cannot be underestimated. Qi Wuxue knew that Long Fei was right. However, he still felt unconvinced. He shouted, Brother Xiao, help me teach this group of outstanding talents a lesson in the Four Seas Hero Gathering 3 days from now. Especially that young master Qing Shu. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the primal chaos domain. Xiao Qian smiled and did not say anything. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and put down his wine cup. Someone is here. Long Fei asked, finding this strange. Who would come here? Is it to look for Brother Xiao? Should Wuxue and I leave? Xiao Qian shook his head and looked at Long Fei. There's no need. The ones who should leave are me and Wuxue. Your Miss Qingxian is here. What? Fang Qingxian is coming? I'll go and welcome her. I'll go and welcome her. When Qi Wuxue heard Xiao Chen's words, he reacted even faster than Long Fei. He did not look like he wanted to leave at all. Long Fei, on the other hand, appeared calm. Finding this strange, he said, "That should not be the case." Qi Wuxue still had some self-awareness. He had used a trick to cross the 24 bridges. Furthermore, when he gave the engraved medallion, Fang Qingxian did not say that she was coming. Soon Fang Qingxian and Qi Wuxue arrived at the courtyard. Long Fei quickly stood up and walked over. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Unexpectedly, Miss Fang came as promised." Fang Qingxian smiled softly and said, "No matter what, rules are rules." Young Master Long broke the Jade Bridge Bright Moon formation. Naturally, Qingxian will abide by the rules. After saying that, Fang Qingxian removed her veil, revealing a nearly perfect face that no one could find any flaws. Under the moonlight, she looked even more serene and serene. Qi Wuxue and Long Fei were immediately stunned, unable to shift their gazes away. As Xiao Chen drank, he raised his head and took a look. He praised her in his heart. She is indeed a rare beauty. She has her own unique charm. The leader of the Lunar Palace's Jade Ladies truly lives up to her reputation. Long Fei startled awake and hid his flustered expression. Then he smiled and said, "Have a seat. This courtyard is simple and crude, and there is nothing to entertain Miss Fang with. You guys chat. Wuxue and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first." Xiao Chen smiled and put down his wine cup. Then he pulled Qi Wuxue, who was unwilling to leave, away from this place, creating a chance for Long Fei and Fang Qingxian to be alone. After they left, Qi Wuxue sighed. "I gave a great beauty to Long Fei for nothing. This is really a great loss." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Actually, you have to think on the bright side. If Long Fei and Fang Qingxian really have a chance, your chances of finding a Lunar Palace disciple will be much higher." Qi Wuxue smiled and said, "There are thousands of female disciples in the Lunar Palace. However, who can compare to Fang Qingxian? Wait, that's not right. The Holy Daughter can. Unfortunately, the Holy Daughter cannot marry." As they chatted and laughed, the two returned to their respective rooms. Xiao Chen maintained his good habits. After he returned to his room, he continued cultivating. Right now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of small perfection blue-robed emperor. If he wanted to advance further, a Holy Spirit vein would no longer be able to help him. 10,000 heavenly sage laws gave him a foundation that rivaled that of an ancient martial emperor when he entered the blue-robed emperor. However, this foundation was too great, resulting in his breakthroughs at every stage. All of them required countless more resources than ordinary cultivators. For example, if he did not have a king spirit vein, he would not be able to break through to great perfection blue-robed emperor. To merge his heavenly seal, he could only rely on time to slowly accumulate and break through bit by bit. However, what Xiao Chen lacked the most was time. As for a king spirit vein, not to mention whether he could find it or not, Xiao Chen knew his limits. Even if he found it, he would not be able to subdue it. For now, Xiao Chen could only place his hopes on the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, he would see if he could break through the bottleneck of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the lightning tribulation he encountered when breaking through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, the 8th layer would definitely be extraordinary. Dong! 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 In the middle of the night, someone knocked on Xiao Chen's door. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Then he opened the door. The one who knocked was the Lunar Palace's Jade Lady, Fang Qingxian. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It is late at night. Miss Qingxian, why are you here instead of returning to the Lunar Palace?" Fang Qingxian smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, it looks like you are not as cold and emotionless as rumored. To think that you can make such a joke. I am here to invite young Master Xiao to accompany me to the Lunar Palace." The Lunar Palace was that bright moon in the sky. It seemed like it was unreachable to ordinary people. Even the honored guests of the immortal Holy Lands rarely heard of it. Xiao Chen felt somewhat curious, wondering if he heard wrong. "In that case, I am truly honored." Xiao Chen did not hesitate to agree. He had always been curious about the Lunar Palace taking out the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as a gift. Since there was a chance, naturally it would be great if he could make a trip to the real lunar palace. As for the danger, there was no need to think about it. If the lunar palace wanted to harm him, there were countless opportunities to kill him in Bright Moon City. There was no need to go to such lengths. Fang Qingxian asked curiously, although the lunar palace has not invited a male for many years, you should not care about this. Why would you feel honored? Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. He had run into a serious lady, so it was not good for him to say too much. He pointed to the front, indicating that she should just lead the way and not say anything else. There's no need. I have a jade talisman and can send you over now. Without a jade talisman, even if you are Emperor Wu, you can forget about entering the lunar palace. Fang Qingshuan's tone contained some pride as she took out a bright moon jade talisman. Then she looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Extend your hand." Xiao Chun sized up the other party doubtfully. Then he extended his hand. Fang Qingxian grasped the jade talisman with her left hand and grasped Xiao Chun's hand with her right. After activating the jade talisman, Fang Qingshuan's body lit up with light. Then she carried Xiao Chun away in a flash, disappearing from where they were. This was not the first time Xiao Chun saw such a talisman, so he did not find it strange. However, when he felt a chill, he felt a chill. When he felt a chill, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and looked around. He discovered that he and Fang Qingxian had appeared on a tall platform. There was a complicated transportation formation under their feet. There was a girl standing guard in each corner. When they saw Fang Qingxian, they bowed gently. "Greetings, senior sister Fang." Fang Qingxian let go of Xiao Chun's hand and waved at her junior sisters. Then she said calmly, "Follow me. Don't wander off." Chapter 1098. Xiao Chun was looking around curiously. When he heard this, he quickly followed. A faint layer of cold qi rose from the ground of the lunar palace, looking like an immortal fog lingering. However, it was exceptionally cold. Even with Xiao Chun's current cultivation, he felt a chill. This showed how cold it was. Fortunately, the lunar palace was filled with flowers and leaves. Occasionally, bell-like laughter came from the women moving about, driving away much of the chill in the lunar palace. Indeed, it was as Fang Qingxian said. There was not a single man in this place. Xiao Chun's appearance was very eye-catching. Along the way, several young maidens pointed at him and whispered to each other. Xiao Chun's six senses were very sharp. He could clearly hear all the whispers. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard some of them, so he stopped paying attention to them. Fang Qingxian, who was leading the way, stopped. Xiao Chun stopped as well. When he looked ahead, he saw an exquisite and beautiful palace made of white jade. The palace gates were heavily guarded. There were 1,000 steps of white jade, and there was a guard every 10 steps. There were 2 long lines of pretty girls carrying swords on their backs. "Senior sister Fang, you are finally here," a girl said to Fang Qingxian as she walked down the steps gracefully. Then she sized up Xiao Chun curiously and asked, "Are you the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chun?" Fang Qingxian nodded. "You are the Azure Dragon King Xiao Chun?" Before Xiao Chun could answer, Fang Qingxian smiled and said, "Junior sister Lan, there is no need to verify it. He is the one. You brought him up." I was just asking casually. Come with me." At this point, Fang Qingxian no longer stepped forward, letting Xiao Chun enter alone. After climbing the 1,000 steps, Xiao Chun looked up and saw the words Meditation Moon Palace on the palace gates. Xiao Chun paused for a moment. The words on the palace gates gave him a familiar feeling, making him feel exceptionally close. "You may go in." The girl leading the way pushed open the doors and invited Xiao Chun in. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and walked in with large strides. The palace gates slowly closed behind him, but he did not see a single person in the palace. Just as he was feeling suspicious, "Young Master Xiao, we meet again." A familiar voice rang out. Yu Bingyun appeared from the back door, holding the arm of an old woman with a head full of white hair. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. Hidden within her frail body was a power that could destroy all things, causing Xiao Chun to shiver. However, there was a smell of decay on their bodies, and they were lethargic. They were no different from the 3 great fiends Xiao Chun met in Despair City. This was a sign of one's lifespan reaching its end, about to pass away in meditation. Unless one had exceptional spiritual medicines, It would be difficult for them to continue living. Furthermore, the old woman before them looked much older than the 3 old demons. Time and the marks left on her body were even deeper. Even a divine medicine that could extend one's lifespan would not have any effect on this old woman. Yu Bingyun whispered, "Master, he is the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan." The old woman's footsteps waned. As she looked at Shao Chan, she revealed a gentle smile. Her eyes filled with reminiscence as she said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Bingyun, withdraw first. I want to speak with him alone." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly at Shao Chan before withdrawing. Now, only Shao Chan and the old woman before him remained in the spacious jade-white palace. "Young man, will you accompany this old woman for a chat?" Shao Chan did not dare to delay. He nodded in agreement and walked over to help the old woman to a stone table in the corner of the palace. The old woman's voice trembled somewhat as she asked several questions about the Shao clan in the lower realm. Shao Chen did not understand, but he still explained everything in detail. As the old woman listened, tears flowed out of her eyes. She smiled bitterly and said, "What a distant memory. Back then, the ancestor of the Ying clan and I escorted your Shao clan away. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years have passed. When I was alive, I was glorious. After I left, I did not expect that Shao Chen's line would fall into such dire straits." Shao Chen was shocked. Was the person the old woman mentioned referring to the Qing Emperor of the past? Could it be that she had met the Qing Emperor before? Or did the two of them have some sort of interaction? That was impossible. There was only one person from the same era as the Qing Emperor, the Thunder King. 10,000 years after the Qing Emperor died, he was still alive, shaking the world with his might. The Thunder King was already a miracle, a living legend, an immortal myth. It was impossible for there to be a second person from the same era as the Qing Emperor to be alive in this world. Even sovereign martial emperors could only live for 5,000 years. Only primes could live for more than 10,000 years. However, after 10,000 years there would be a tribulation every year, known as the 10,000-year tribulation. Every time one survived a 10,000-year tribulation, the next one would double in intensity. Tribulation after tribulation was difficult. No one could survive it forever. Regular primes could only survive 9-10,000-year tribulation at most. Only the Thunder King was an exception. No one knew how he managed to survive for several thousand years in one go. Wait, it might not be impossible. Shao Chan thought of the Lunar Palace's longevity art. That profound cultivation technique was still fresh in his memory. The old lady continued to ask questions about Shao Chan, and they were all about himself. Shao Chan suppressed the questions in his heart and told the old woman about his encounters in the past few years. It is like how he was back then, surrounded by enemies. However, he suffered even more than you did when he was young. At that time, the deity race was far stronger than it is now. The land of the 3 holy masters was also much more glorious than it is now. At that time, the fiend race had fiend gods. The corpse god palace and the ghost race were much more high profile than they are now. However, he killed them all by himself. He killed anyone who was not convinced. He destroyed the souls of many primes. Countless sovereign martial emperors fell to his saber. He personally massacred a glorious age of geniuses. Shao Chan had heard a little about the Qing Emperor's methods. Back then, the Qing Emperor had made too many enemies. After he died mysteriously, the Dragon's Gate crumbled overnight. However, the words of others were not as shocking as the old woman's. It was like a bloody scene appeared before Shao Chen's eyes. At this point, Shao Chan no longer doubted the old woman's identity. The vicissitudes in the old woman's words and the sorrow in her expression were not something that could be faked easily. If you were given another chance, would you regret announcing your identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant on the proud son of heaven ranking? The old woman changed the topic, asking Shao Chen a question. That was the turning point for Shao Chan in the Kunlun realm. Since then, he had been facing heavy pressure. It could even be said that everything that happened now stemmed from that time when he publicly acknowledged his identity as the Qing Emperor's descendant. However, he did not regret it at all. Shao Chan said calmly, "I don't regret it." The old woman did not ask why. She stood up tremblingly and sighed. "You don't regret it? That's right. From the moment you awakened the Blue Dragon martial spirit, you were destined not to regret it. Seeing that the old woman was about to leave, no longer interested in continuing the conversation, Xiao-Chan quickly stood up. He still had many questions that he had not asked. However, the moment he stood up, he did not know which to ask. As the old woman slowly walked away, about to disappear around the corner of the palace, Xiao-Chun asked, "Senior, can you tell me how the Qing emperor died back then?" The old woman did not turn around. She only let out a drawn-out sigh. "Do you think that such a tyrannical person will have a good end? Since that is the case, it is better not to know." "Senior." Feeling anxious, Xiao-Chun stepped forward and called out again. "Young Master Xiao, Master is tired. Let her rest." Yu Bingyun appeared and advised Xiao-Chun, not letting him continue. It was not easy to meet such a person. In the end, it was the other party who kept asking him questions. After asking for so long, when Xiao-Chun wanted to ask, the other party had already left. Xiao-Chun felt it was a pity. However, he was not a person who liked to force things, so he just shook his head and let it go. "I can answer young Master Zhao's question." Xiao-Chun's eyes lit up as he looked at Yu Bingyun with some disbelief. Yu Bingyun said calmly, "Actually, you should be able to guess how the Qing emperor died. Just look at why so many holy lands and major characters want to kill you, and you will know." Xiao-Chun asked, "You mean to say that people surrounded and killed the Qing emperor?" Yu Bingyun nodded and said, "Why are there no traces of the Qing emperor's death? That is because the various holy lands are too ashamed to record it. In every era there will be a martial emperor who can sweep through the world, gathering the heavenly Tao's luck and becoming unrivaled. The era 10,000 years ago was the Qing emperor. The era before the Qing emperor was the Tianwu emperor, who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Back then, for some reason, the Qing emperor fell out with the Tianwu emperor's inheritor, resulting in a huge battle. This battle not only shocked everyone, even destroying the Tianwu dynasty that the many factions of the Kunlun realm feared, but it also ended the legend of the Qing emperor." Xiao-Chun nodded. He knew about this. In the end, the Qing emperor won. He even saw the heavenly flame's origin flame that the Qing emperor used the deity sovereign's blood to seal in the Blue Dragon Palace. After that, the Tianwu dynasty vanished like smoke in the vast demonic calamity, becoming the legend and history of the Sky Dome realm. As for what happened after that, Xiao-Chun was not clear. The records of the various factions stopped there as well. Then they suddenly jumped to the Qing emperor's death and the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. "I know all this. I want to know what happened after that." Yu Bingyun did not rush to answer. Instead, she said, "Come with me." Xiao-Chun followed Yu Bingyun all the way to a staircase. Then they followed the staircase up and arrived at the top of the Meditation Moon Palace. Standing there, Xiao-Chun could vaguely make out the silhouette of Bright Moon City. There were tens of thousands of lanterns lit up there, looking as bustling as ever. Yu Bingyun looked down and said, "Even if the descendants of the Tianwu emperor are not as strong as their ancestors, they are not to be trifled with. Furthermore, they have the horrifying heavenly flame." Although the Qing emperor killed the last Tianwu dynasty martial emperor, he was significantly injured. After that, he was surrounded by the 18 demon monarchs. However, he remained valiant, defeating the 18 demon monarchs. Even when the Dark Church's churchmaster made a move, he could not kill him, allowing him to retreat and return to the Kunlun realm. However, he did not receive a welcome in the Kunlun realm. Instead, he was surrounded. He did not get burned to death by the heavenly flame or killed by the demon monarchs. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people in the Kunlun realm. When Xiao-Chun heard this, he entered deep thought. He felt that there were many points in Yu Bingyun's words that were worth discussing. Chapter 1099. For example, why did the Qing emperor have a conflict with the Tianwu emperor's inheritor? Why did the people of the Deep Abyss demonic race appear coincidentally? There were too many suspicious points. However, even if Xiao-Chun asked her, she probably would not know. All she could see were the records of the various holy lands. Yu Bingyun gave Xiao-Chun a strange look and said, "You seem rather calm." Xiao-Chun did not answer Yu Bingyun. Instead, he frowned and said, "You mentioned the Dark Church. How much do you know about this church?" "I don't know much. The founder and elders of this church are very mysterious. This is especially so for the churchmaster. His status is no lower than the demon monarchs. They also created the demonic god. They have branches in the 3,000 lower realms. Indeed, there was not much. Xiao Qian did not linger on this question. He asked, "What is the relationship between that old lady and the Qing emperor?" When Yu Bingyun heard this, she revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. She said indifferently, "You should have heard that in the history of the Lunar Palace, there was a holy daughter who fell in love with an outsider. That was my master." This was more or less what Yu Bingyun expected. Otherwise, she would not have asked Xiao Qian so many seemingly ordinary questions. She was the most talented holy daughter in the history of the Lunar Palace. At the age of 20, she cultivated the longevity art to the 10th layer. Furthermore, she even completed the last 2 incomplete layers, making great contributions to the Lunar Palace. Unfortunately, she fell in love with someone she should not have. Her hair turned white and she aged. She locked herself in this meditation moon palace for more than 10,000 years and gained nothing. Yu Bingyun continued, "I'm a little curious. What did my master ask you? In order to bring you to Bright Moon City and meet you, she sent you to Bright Moon City. In order to bring you to Bright Moon City and meet you, she ignored the palace master's objections and forcefully changed the most important gift of this 4 seas hero gathering to the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet." Xiao Qian felt somewhat sorrowful. After thinking for a while, he honestly told Yu Bingyun the contents of his conversation with the old lady. When Yu Bingyun heard this, she felt very surprised. Unexpectedly, this old lady spent so much effort to bring Xiao Qian to Bright Moon City, just to ask him some trivial matters. After a long time, she said, "The 10,000 years in the Meditation Moon Palace did not erase her longing. I really want to see for myself how charming the Qing Emperor of 10,000 years ago was. What kind of charm did he have to move the Lunar Palace's holy daughter? Just how strong was he to be able to personally bury an entire golden age?" Honestly speaking, Xiao Qian was very curious as well. However, speaking of which, although Master took out the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet, it will only benefit others. Yu Bingyun changed the topic, changing the topic to the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet. Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Master of the sect, master of Xiao clan's emperor." With a smile, Yu Bingyun looked seriously at Xiao Qian and said, "Your heavenly seal is not complete yet. That is to say, you are still a small perfection blue-robed emperor. If it's just this, it's still a bit too difficult for you to stand out and dominate the crowd with your elegant demeanor. The most important thing is that you are an outsider. If you do not have an absolute advantage and defeat the various outstanding talents, the Lunar Palace's judges might not give you the top prize." Xiao Qian's expression changed as he exclaimed, "There is such a thing? Isn't the Lunar Palace neutral?" "That's right. The Lunar Palace is indeed neutral. It will not get involved in the conflicts between you and the holy science. However, there are not many people in the Lunar Palace who have a good impression of the Qing Emperor. If you cannot create a situation where they have nothing to say and can't argue with you," Yu Bingyun continued unhurriedly, "even if your elegance is the most outstanding among all the outstanding talents, you might not be able to obtain the top prize." Xiao Qian did not get angry, just somewhat shocked. After all, the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. The Lunar Palace had not begged him to participate in the 4 seas hero gathering. He was the one who wanted to come. On the other hand, Yu Bingyun had said many things to him that she should not have. For example, the last part. As a member of the Lunar Palace, logically speaking, she should not have told him this information. Xiao Qian did not think that he was the Qing Emperor, relying on his charm to subdue this holy daughter. He was not that naive. This Yu Bingyun before him was still unfathomable. He could not figure out her background or what she wanted. "I'm leaving. Thank you for the final reminder. However, I have to obtain the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet. 3 days later, you will see a situation that will leave everyone speechless. I will use my own strength to let the Lunar Palace judge and hand the Dragon's Gates mountain tablet to me." Xiao Qian spoke calmly, but the expression on his face was extremely resolute. His gaze was as sharp as a sword piercing through the sky. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat startled. Unexpectedly, after Xiao Qian obtained her news, he did not feel frustrated or angry at all. His mental state did not show any openings at all. As Yu Bingyun watched Xiao Qian jump off the Meditation Moon Palace and leave, she said softly, "I really look forward to it 3 days later." I want to see whether you are confident or arrogant. 3 days later, Xiao Qian, Qi Wuxue, and Long Fei woke up early and gathered in the courtyard. Qi Wuxue only intended to join in on the excitement of the Four Seas hero gathering. Of course, he did not expect to make a name for himself. As for Long Fei, he made ample preparations. He wanted to clash head-on with the holy science of the immortal Holy Lands, and see the distance between him and them. As for Xiao Qian, his target was very clear. The Dragon's Gates Mountain Tablet. He was here for the Dragon's Gates Mountain Tablet. Don't go yet. I'll pray to the gods first. Qi Wuxue held on to Long Fei and Xiao Qian. Then, he pressed his palms together and bowed to the east. I hope that Qi Wuxue can have a good time today. I hope that Long Fei can make a name for himself and win the attention of many beauties. I hope that old brother Xiao Qian can teach those holy scions a lesson on my behalf. Long Fei smiled helplessly and said, "There is no such thing as a god in this world. The deity race's methods are only used to trick ordinary people to obtain the power of faith." After Qi Wuxue finished bowing, he said mysteriously, "Naturally, in this heavenly starry ocean we worship the sea god. I heard that the sea god really exists at the end of the ocean. There are many believers in the vast oceanic world. Of course, the believers are just ordinary people. Cultivators rarely believe in such things. I heard that at the end of the ocean, Xiao Qian had already reached the courtyard gates." He turned his head and said, "Let's go. It's time to go to Bright Moon Plaza." Long Fei immediately followed. Qi Wuxue said, "Wait for me. I'm not done yet." Bright Moon Plaza was very crowded with many entrances. When the three arrived, there were no good spots left. They could only choose a relatively high spot in the periphery. Given their eyesight, they could clearly see the arena in the plaza, which was very far away. That was a vast arena with a formation laid by a sovereign martial emperor below, changing the laws of space. If one went deep into it, they would feel an even vaster space. Even if a peak consummation expert like the blue-robed emperor fought in there would be no need to worry about the shockwaves affecting the spectating cultivators. Many exquisite pavilions hovered in the air above the plaza. Those were the VIP pavilions that the Lunar Palace prepared for the various holy lands and large clans. At this moment, the gathering had not officially started yet. More than 1,000 female disciples performed the famous Bright Moon Sword Dance of the Lunar Palace. This was much larger than the scene that Long Fei participated in back then. The bright moon rose and fell, the sword images flashed, and the beauties danced. The performance before the opening was not boring at all. Qi Wuxue watched intently, clicking his tongue in praise. He said excitedly, "Later, when the bright moon soars into the sky and the 10,000 swords fly together, the Four Seas hero gathering will officially start." Xiao Qian watched interestedly. The bright moon above the arena glowed with a faint light. The 1,000 white-clad women looked like fairies dancing around the bright moon. There were also disciples playing flutes behind them. The one leading them was Feng Qingxian. The flute music spread out, merging with the sword dance. It was hard to tell who was leading and who was following. It was like they were in a dream. It was hard to tell whether they were immersed in the flute music or in the ever-changing bright moon sword dance. The flute music suddenly turned lofty and hot-blooded. That was the sound of killing. The hot-bloodedness hidden in every cultivator's body. Under the sound of the flute, he was completely ignited, burning fiercely. There was a flame burning in his chest. The 1,000 white-clad women formed a circle of swords. They all danced with their swords in different movements as they chanted sonorous and hot-blooded poems. When the flute music reached its climax, it suddenly stopped. A huge bright moon that could compete with the sun soared into the sky from the circle of swords. Many swords flew out of the hands of the white-clad women. Everyone was startled awake in that instant, shocked by the scene before them. Loud rumbling rang out. As the bright moon soared, the vast arena actually soared into the air as well, leaving the ground. After that, the arena split up and formed smaller arenas that hovered in midair. They were like stars surrounding the moon, serving as a contrast to the tallest and largest arena. Xiao Qian counted carefully. Not counting the largest arena, there were a total of 100 smaller arenas of varying heights. They surrounded the tallest arena, hovering in the air. On each of the small arenas, there were 10 white-robed women who did not leave. As for the largest arena, Fang Qingxian let 10 elite female disciples to guard it. Qi Wuxue explained. Haha, it's finally starting. The first ones to face in the first stage are those 10 Lunar Palace disciples. Xiao Chen asked, does everyone have the qualifications to go up the arena? Is there a need for any additional explanation or declaration? Long Fei had arrived early and was no stranger to this. He smiled and said, just be casual. Although the Four Seas hero gathering style is constantly changing, it has always been casual. This is to give everyone a chance to display themselves. Qi Wuxue nodded and smiled interestedly. In every Four Seas hero gathering, there are always people who rush up excitedly, wanting to be the first to occupy the arena. In the end, they get blasted off by 10 girls. I wonder who will end up as a joke this year. As the three spoke, the plaza was already in an uproar. Countless people soared into the air, rushing to the arenas in the center with faces filled with excitement. The Lunar Palace experts guarding the arenas attacked at the same time. With one palm strike, they immediately eliminated most of the people. After that, they no longer bothered with them. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw such a scene, so he could not help feeling startled. Aside from the Four Seas hero gathering's great influence and fame, there was another important reason for such a grand occasion. Chapter 1100. As long as one entered the arena and defeated an opponent, one would obtain a reward from the Lunar Palace. This was especially so for the first stage. By defeating 10 Lunar Palace female disciples, one would obtain the highest reward. One would have the opportunity to obtain all sorts of rare treasures. In terms of wealth, as the top city of the heavenly starry ocean, Bright Moon City collected taxes from the merchants in the city every year, easily surpassing that of the other holy lands. If it was any other holy land that was hosting such a grand event, they probably wouldn't be as generous as this. The extraordinarily bustling scene lasted for a long time. As the 10 female disciples worked together to knock out the many rash cultivators, the place slowly calmed down. Xiao Chen could clearly see that without the strength of a grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to defeat the 10 female disciples. However, a true expert would not rashly make an appearance in the first stage. This was probably an invisible threshold that the Lunar Palace had set up. I'll go. Both of you wish me luck. Qi Wuxue laughed loudly and soared into the air, flying towards a small arena. After Qi Wuxue made his move, some of the Grandmaster-level martial sage youths could no longer hold themselves back. The true elites of the Four Seas hero gathering started to make their appearance. Occasionally, one could hear someone being recognized and gaining popularity. Xiao Chen and Long Fei showed no intention of making a move. Clearly, this was just an appetizer. In the air, none of the holy scions in the exquisite jade pavilion showed any intention of making a move. Long Fei smiled and said, Qi Wuxue is going to succeed. Xiao Chen squinted and looked over. Only one Lunar Palace female disciple remained in the arena where Qi Wuxue was. However, Qi Wuxue did not seem to be in a rush to obtain victory. As they exchanged moves, he occasionally said something to that Lunar Palace female disciple, angering her out of humiliation. Xiao Chen smiled speechlessly and said, this fellow's nature is really hard to change. Long Fei shook his head as well and said, his talent is even better than mine. This is truly unfortunate. As the Lunar Palace disciples entered the arena one by one, Qi Wuxue's arena became exceptionally eye-catching, enraging several people. When Qi Wuxue saw the situation, he stopped joking and smiled. Sister, I will not play with you anymore. Go down first. I'll look for you later. After saying that, Qi Wuxue gently threw that Lunar Palace female disciple off the arena. No need to wait any longer. After understanding the rules of the Four Seas Hero Assembly, Xiao Chen stood up and prepared to take the stage. His target was the highest stage, where Fang Qingxian was leading the 10 elite disciples. It was the most difficult and most eye-catching stage. From the beginning until now, no one had visited that arena. Even the most arrogant person would know their place. Many people were looking forward to seeing who the first son of Saint would be, but they also knew that the sons of saints would not appear so early until the time was right. Therefore, most people didn't look at the arena that attracted the most attention. They all knew that this arena was prepared for the chosen. They did not have the qualifications to go up, and they would only be humiliating themselves if they went up. Long Fei immediately said, "It's not good to go on stage too early. If you expose your own strength too much, it will become harder and harder to fight towards the end." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Long, I know what I'm doing. If not for what Yu Bingyun said 3 days ago, Xiao Chun might not have been so high profile and rash. He would have waited for a while. However, now that he wanted to obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he needed to be high profile and rash, leaving others speechless." Before Long Fei's flabbergasted gaze, Xiao Chun's figure flashed and spun 3 times in the air. Then he gently landed on the tallest and largest arena in Bright Moon Plaza. Xiao Chun moved too fast. Furthermore, most people did not expect someone to charge to the highest arena so early. As a result, not many people noticed that there was an additional person in the highest arena. The instant Xiao Chun landed, his field of vision immediately widened. The arena was much larger than it looked on the outside. Fang Qingxian held a bamboo flute in her hand. She was somewhat surprised at Xiao Chun's arrival. She smiled softly and said, "Blue Dragon King, you should not have come now." Indeed, Xiao Chun should not have come now. No matter how one looked at it, as someone who was competing for the top prize, he should not have appeared so early. For the sake of snatching the limelight, Xiao Chun exposed his strength too early. Xiao Chun did not answer. He looked to the front and observed the strength of the group of people on the other side. Xiao Chun knew Fang Qingshuan's strength. She was still far from the small perfection blue-robed emperor. The 10 elite female disciples at the back had pretty good cultivations, all Grandmaster-level martial sages. From the finer details, one could discover that the accumulations of the lunar palace were much stronger than those of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. At the very least, the Haotian sect definitely did not have so many disciples who were Grandmaster-level martial sages. Xiao Chun already had an understanding of the strength of this group of people. He performed a cupped fist salute and said calmly, "There is no need to say anything more. Miss Fang, make your move." "Sorry for the offense, then." Fang Qingxian elegantly twirled the bamboo flute around her finger. Then she moved to the back. The 10 white-clad female disciples held their swords and split into 2 rows. They stood in a row beside Fang Qingxian, raised their swords and charged at Xiao Chun together with the sound of the bamboo flute. The instant the bamboo flute rang out, the 100,000 cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza seemed to wake up from a dream. Only now did they discover that a person had leaped onto the highest arena at some point in time. Countless pairs of eyes looked over in an instant, finding this extremely inconceivable. Why would someone choose to go up at this moment? Was he extremely confident in his strength or simply wanted to show off? Was he not afraid of exposing his strength too early by jumping out now? However, when everyone thought about it, the many holy signs in the pavilion in the air did not move. They immediately felt that this was a cultivator who was about to make a fool of himself. However, when everyone clearly saw the white figure on the arena, they were all shocked. It's the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. What is he trying to do? He is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one left in our heavenly starry ocean? This is a ruthless slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean. Unexpectedly, the first person to go up on the most eye-catching arena is the Blue Dragon King, an outsider. Haha, what's so amazing about that? He is just showing off for a while. He will be the one crying later. Voices of criticism rose and fell, turning the entire place into chaos. Several people could not help standing up from their seats. Even on the other small arenas, many of the people who were originally fighting stopped and turned their gazes over. There was only one question in their minds. Why did none of the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean think of going up to the highest arena in advance? Xiao Chun is an outsider. Why does he have the right to ride on their heads? Does he still think that he is the Blue Dragon King with boundless potential? The many holy scions and outstanding talents in the many pavilions in the air, who were resting with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes at the reminder of their elders. The 5 poison sects holy scions could not help cursing. Damn! He is too arrogant. The Sun Palace's Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and radiated a boundless murderous intent. He snorted coldly and said, "Damn! He is too arrogant." The Sun Palace's Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and released a boundless murderous intent. He snorted coldly and said, "He is really not afraid of death." Soft voices rang out in the Yinyang Paradise's pavilion. A group of female disciples looked at Xiao Chan, who was on the arena. Their eyes were faintly discernible. "Elder Sister Susu, this Blue Dragon King is really putting on airs. This is our heavenly starry oceans gathering, and he, an outsider, actually managed to get ahead of the many holy scions and stand on the highest arena." Tong Susu revealed a look of pity on her pretty face. She said, "How unfortunate. If he does not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he will only have 20 years left to live. In the end, he is a short-lived fellow. Otherwise, this elder sister would really fall in love with him." Even now, Tong Susu could not forget the scene of Xiao Chen forcefully drawing his sword when he faced the many outstanding talents in Despair City. However, in the blink of an eye, Tong Susu's melancholic expression was replaced by a charming one. She smiled seductively and said, "Later, elder sister will make a move and defeat you with my own hands. Don't be too harsh. Those stinky men do not know when to stop." In the Myriad Fiend Islands Jade Pavilion, Yan Shisan, Di Xinhan, and Mu Qingyun all felt that this was incredible. Mu Qingyun said, "Big brother, what do you think he is doing? Right now, your cultivations are no weaker than his. Is he really not afraid of exposing his trump cards?" Di Xinhan, the strongest person of the Myriad Fiend Island's younger generation, and one of Chu Yang's 2 greatest rivals, entered deep thought. He could not understand what was going on either, so he looked at Yan Shisan. Yan Shisan shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. "Don't look at me. I don't know either. Given my understanding of him in the Kunlun continent, he is not the kind of person who likes to stand out. He must have his reasons for doing this. I don't think so. He is probably going to suffer a setback this time. He seems to have underestimated the strength of the many outstanding talents of our Heavenly Star Island. Not to mention the others, just Big Brother's heavenly spiritual body is already at the small perfection blue-robed emperor. Just his physical body alone is unstoppable. Furthermore, Brother Shursan's massacre sword Dao has already reached the peak. Even the old seniors of my Myriad Fiend Island, who use the sword, admit that they are not his match." Mu Qingyun, who had nearly been killed by Xiao Chan with one saber strike, analyzed the situation somewhat indignantly. Yan Shisan and Di Xinhan did not comment. Although they acknowledged Xiao Chen's strength in their hearts, they did not think that there would be a large gap between them and Xiao Chan now that they had reached the blue-robed emperor realm. The Lunar Palace's judges were in the most exquisite palace in the air at all times, paying attention to everything below. They paid attention to everything below. Not a single detail in the bright moon plaza could escape their eyes. Outside the balcony, Yu Bingyun watched as Xiao Chan entered the arena. Then she shook her head slightly. If this was the method Xiao Chan thought of, did he think that by making an early appearance and showing off, the judges would be speechless? In that case, Yu Bingyun would only be disappointed. This was arrogance. There was no way he could snatch away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. A murderous chi slowly soared amid the flute music. 10 white-clad women soared into the air on the highest arena, dancing around with their swords in hand. This dazzled everyone too much for the eye to take in. As the 10 women pressed forward, Xiao Chan squinted his eyes and looked, but he could not find any openings. Chapter 1101. The murderous sword dance before him was made up of elite disciples. Its overall might was more than double that of the one he faced on the Jade Bridge, making it even harder to deal with. Under the guidance of the murderous sound, the bright moon sword dance, an ancient inheritance of the Lunar Palace, lived up to its reputation after tens of thousands of years of modification. The combination of 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages and 1 Fong Qingshuan's flute did not simply merge the strength of these people together. Instead, it multiplied the strength of these people. As long as one fell into it, any of the holy scions would have to fight a bitter battle. Several of the outstanding talents did not want to go down early because they were not confident of breaking this murderous sword dance in a short time. Even if they won, they would have to put in a lot of effort. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan snatched away the limelight. Now they could not help but call him an egomaniac in their hearts. Many people smiled coldly. They wanted to see how the arrogant Xiao Chan would fall into this murderous sword dance and lose the chance to obtain the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet for the sake of showing off. Would Xiao Chun waste a lot of time in this murderous sword dance and expose his trump cards? Clearly not. Since Xiao Chun could not find an opening, he would force one out. Just as the spiraling murderous sword dance was about to envelop Xiao Chun smiled faintly and let out a loud roar. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness burned as he executed the dragon tone art at full power. The dragon roar that erupted out instantly tore through the sky, 10,000 times more horrifying than the thunder of the 9 heavens. A beam of light pierced through the shattered clouds and landed on Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the white-robed blue dragon king with a dazzling golden light. Following that, the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around scattered like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The light from Xiao Chen's body spread throughout the world. In an instant it was like the entire world had become several times brighter because of Xiao Chen, giving everyone a piercing sunlight. This was because he, the Blue Dragon King, roared and tore through the sky, shaking the surroundings and shattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The bright moon swordsmanship did not have any flaws, but as long as one grasped it well, one could easily create an opening. That flaw was naturally in Fang Qingshuan's flute music that was filled with murderous intent. The dragon tone art was mainly used to deal with the deity race's mental energy martial techniques. However, martial techniques were dead while people were alive. As long as it could disrupt the opponent's rhythm, any martial technique could be used. This was the principle of learning and applying flexibly. The instant the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around shattered and the sunlight shone on the ground, Xiao Chun moved. He charged forward in a straight line, knocking the white-clad disciples in front of him into the air like sandbags. The rhythm of the bright moon sword dance had already been broken. Before Xiao Chun, these Lunar Palace disciples were just ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. Naturally, they could not block Xiao Chun. In an instant, Xiao Chun arrived before Fang Qingxian. As she was the one blowing the flute, Xiao Chen's dragon tone art focused on Fang Qingxian. At this moment, Fang Qingshuan's complexion was pale, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She had just grasped her sword when Xiao Chun struck her wrist with a palm strike, causing her sword to fall to the ground. Xiao Chun did not stop moving. He pressed forward and sent out another palm strike. Just as his palm strike was about to land, he thought of something and held back in time. When his palm strike landed on Fang Qingshuan's right shoulder, he sent out a force that knocked her back but did not injure her at all. With one dragon roar in one exchange, Xiao Chun easily broke the famous bright moon sword dance. The situation of Xiao Chun getting tangled up in several people's expectations did not happen. Instead, Xiao Chun quickly broke the bright moon sword dance with a lightning-fast momentum. Like a whirlwind, Xiao Chun did not drag things out, clean and efficient. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he stood on the most eye-catching arena. If not for the clouds slowly gathering for 5,000 kilometers in the sky, many people would have suspected that everything they saw was just an illusion. Everything they saw was just an illusion. Thank you for letting me win, Xiao Chun said with a cupped fist salute as he turned around and faced the white-clad disciple still on the arena. The Lunar Palace disciple bowed gracefully and returned the greeting before drifting away. She was like a fairy dancing in the air, a delightful sight to behold. The various holy scions in the many jade pavilions in the air were all shocked. They had not expected Xiao Chun to break the bright moon sword dance so easily. All of them remained silent as if they could not accept this reality. In the jade pavilion where the Zodiac Hall was, Chu Yang stood up with a sullen expression, preparing to charge down. However, Fu Hongyao and the group of elders quickly stopped him. Holy Scion, there is no need to rush. This is just the beginning. He will not be able to maintain his might for long, an old man with a goatee in the Zodiac Hall advised. Fu Hongyao said softly, "Senior brother, there is indeed no need to rush. There are many experts in the 100 small arenas below. Several of the outstanding talents from the previous 4 Seas Hero Gathering are there. Those people are all in their 40s and their cultivations are not low. We will definitely be able to force him to draw his saber. At that time, we will know his limits with one look." Chu Yang's expression changed. He slowly sat down and said, "I'll let him be cocky for a while first. When he jumps high enough, I'll trample on him." In the Jade Pavilion where the 5 Poison Sect was, the Holy Scion of the 5 Poison Sect showed an uncertain expression. Soon he made a decision to watch for a while longer. In the Myriad Fiend Island group, Yin Shursan was somewhat stunned. He said, "I forgot that he knows the dragon tone art. Let's wait a little longer. We will be able to see his true strength after he draws his saber." Bang! The white-clad girl had just left the arena when someone flew over impatiently. This person held a heavy staff and arrived before Xiao Chan. It's Wang Meng. In the previous 4 Seas Hero Gathering, he ranked 4th. Now that 20 years have passed, his cultivation has already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. He will definitely be able to hold his own against Xiao Chan. The moment this person appeared, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Many people recognized him. Xiao Chan squinted and looked over. This person's cultivation was indeed deep, not much weaker than that of some of the holy science. His only regret was that he was rather old, and his potential had already been mostly dug out. Without any fortuitous encounters, it would be very difficult for him to advance to Martial Emperor in this lifetime. Wang Meng's staff struck the arena heavily, and countless cracks immediately appeared in the ground. As the wind blew, Wang Meng's aura gathered continuously. Wang Meng held his staff with one hand and spun it around. The strong wind howled even more intensely. This simple action pushed his aura to the peak. Even the air turned solid under the pressure of his aura, pressing down on Xiao Chan like a mountain. "Wang Meng, I have long heard of the name of the Blue Dragon King. Today I came to fight you. Sorry for the offense." Right after Wang Meng spoke, he shouted ferociously and soared into the air. Then he swung his staff at Xiao Chan. Wang Meng's body was like a mountain. The moment he stood up, the force of his feet pushed off the ground. The arena could not withstand it, and it shook intensely. When the staff pressed down, a mysterious phenomenon appeared. 3 huge mountains gathered in the sky. The mountains were so vast that it flabbergasted everyone. Indistinct cracks appeared in the air. It was easy to imagine how strong this staff strike was. Just when everyone thought that Xiao Chan would have to take out his saber to deal with this strong, profound martial technique, Xiao Chan took out a staff as well. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan also took out a staff. The staff in Xiao Chen's hand spun like the wind. A strong wind howled, and an aura that could topple mountains and flip seas poured out. The sky instantly turned dark, and thunderclouds filled the sky. It was like the end of the world. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky. Just as the staff in Wang Meng's hand was about to press down, Xiao Chen's staff suddenly stopped spinning. The strong wind carried tens of thousands of bolts of lightning behind Xiao Chan. It was like he was pulling tens of thousands of ancient ferocious beasts running in the air. It was a boundless and shocking scene. Xiao Chan did not move. He gently pushed the staff in his hand at Wang Meng. The power of wind and lightning burst forth in an instant. He was like a king leading an army of 10,000. Dressed in white, he stood in the middle of the blood-soaked battlefield. His elegance was outstanding. No one could compare to him. When Xiao Chan stabbed with his staff, the 3 mountains pressing down crumbled in an instant. Wang Meng, who had charged over with a ferocious aura, vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and staggered to the ground. Whoosh! Xiao Chan held his staff like a spear and leaped into the air. The instant Wang Meng landed, he pressed forward. Wang Meng retreated again and again. The tip of the staff was always only an inch away from his throat. That intimidating aura forced him to retreat in a fluster. Wang Meng kept retreating until he reached the edge of the arena. He nearly fell off. Xiao Chen's footsteps sank, and he quickly withdrew his staff. Wang Meng's heart thumped heavily. He thought to himself, that was close. If I really fell off, I would have lost a lot of face. Thank you for letting me win. Xiao Chan cupped his hands in greeting. He did not show any arrogance from defeating his opponent, nor did he show any hypocrisy. He was as calm as the autumn water, polite and restrained. Wang Meng felt his face burn. He did not say anything and turned around to leave. He was truly speechless. Before Wang Meng ascended the arena, his thoughts were very simple. He just wanted to trample on this outdated Blue Dragon King and gain a good reputation in the 4 Seas Hero Gathering. If Wang Meng had really done that, he would have been mentioned as the outstanding talent of the Northern Sea who dealt the final blow to the Blue Dragon King. However, the outcome was rather cruel. Wang Meng could not even receive one move from Xiao Chan. If not for Xiao Chan pulling back in time, Wang Meng would have lost in an even more unsightly manner. Not only could Wang Meng not accept such an outcome, but the many cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean also could not accept it. How could an outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean, a veteran, be unable to receive even one move from this outsider? Furthermore, he lost to the staff technique that he was most proficient in? The entire place fell silent. Hundreds of thousands of people did not say anything, like they were all mute. They were all planning to see how the arrogant Xiao Chan would be trampled on. However, reality ruthlessly slapped them in the face. How could they accept this? How could they accept this? It seemed like such a scene had never happened in the past 10,000 years in the extraordinarily bustling Four Seas hero gathering. Hundreds of thousands of people fell silent, the place quiet. After a while, another 3 outstanding talents stepped up. However, they all lost to Xiao Chan all in one move. Xiao Chan used whatever weapon his opponent used. With the simulation of the changing character formula, Xiao Chan was no weaker than his opponent in every weapon. The Four Seas hero gathering continued in silence. There was no commotion or shouting. No one spoke, there was nothing to say. Chapter 1102. When the Lunar Palace's judges saw this scene, they did not know what to say. Could it be that Xiao Chan could not even get the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan to draw his saber? All the heavenly starry ocean cultivators felt a clump of fire in their hearts, feeling extremely sullen. With Xiao Chen's actions, the hundreds of thousands of heavenly starry ocean cultivators felt humiliated. They raged, but they could not do anything about it. Out of these hundreds of thousands of people, no one dared to say anything. How sorrowful was this? Up in the arena, the first-ranked outstanding talent of the previous Four Seas hero gathering lost in one move to Xiao Chen's spear techniques. Once again, Xiao Chen lost to the weapon he was most proficient in. Finally, someone could no longer hold back his emotions. He shouted angrily, "You so-called holy scions, how long are you going to be cowards?" His voice reverberated in the vast and quiet Bright Moon Plaza, echoing in all directions, sounding sorrowful. After a moment of silence, the rage and sullenness in everyone's hearts erupted. Hundreds of thousands of people stood up at the same time and looked at the exquisite jade pavilions in the air. They could not help shouting loudly, "Inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years. If not now, when? Inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years. If not now, when?" The deafening shouts resounded in the surroundings, reverberating in the air. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. A scene that had never happened before in the Four Seas hero gathering happened. The holy scions of the Heavenly Province Academy, the 5 Poison Sect, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas, the Zodiac Hall, and the Yin-Yang Paradise all showed extremely unsightly expressions in the many exquisite jade pavilions. This was especially so for the words "inherited holy lands, immortal for 10,000 years. They felt their faces burn. Now an outsider, the Blue Dragon King who was past his prime in their eyes, actually forced the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza to turn against them. As Xiao Chan stood in the arena, he entered deep thought. He had not expected such a situation either. However, this was fine as well. Since he wanted everyone to be speechless, then he would keep a high profile until the end. He did not mind adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Chan said in a clear voice, "The Holy Land of Inheritance is immortal for tens of thousands of years. Today, this untalented Xiao has come for the last Dragon's Gate Mountain tablet. Holy sons, do you dare to come down and fight?" His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread to every corner, suppressing the cheers of hundreds of thousands of people. In the entire Bright Moon Square, everyone went silent at the same time, leaving only Xiao Chen's clear voice, spreading in all directions, echoing leisurely. He was stunned by Xiao Chen's words. Facing so many saints, he actually wanted to challenge all of them alone. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Xiao Chen's blunt mockery caused all the saint princes to be unable to sit still any longer. Anyone with the slightest bit of courage would be unable to bear it at this moment, let alone these proud and arrogant outstanding talents. Damn it! Do you really think that my heavenly starry ocean has no one capable? I, young Master Qingshu, will fight with you. In the Heavenly Province Academy's Jade Pavilion, young Master Qingshu drifted down and looked coldly at Xiao Chan. Young Master Qingshu smiled coldly and said, Blue Dragon King, you are indeed arrogant enough. Do you dare to be even more arrogant? When you bullied some of the veteran outstanding talents, you did not use your saber. Do you dare to continue not using your saber when fighting me? After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, young Master Qingshu knew that he was no match for Xiao Chen. After thinking for a while, he thought of a way to infuriate Xiao Chen with words. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen, waiting to see how he would answer. If Xiao Chen did not agree, young Master Qingshu would be in the right. Then, Xiao Chen would become someone who only dared to bully the veteran outstanding talents. As you wish. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. With a flip of his hand, a white folding fan appeared in his palm. In the palace where the Lunar Palace's judges were, Yu Bingyun appeared somewhat distracted. Is this what Xiao Chen meant by making people speechless? The heroes of the world bustled with activity, coming and going endlessly. Countless outstanding talents emerged from the four seas. However, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen used only one move, the weapon that the Blue Dragon King excelled at, and defeated them in one move. Such elegance! If one could last until the end, one would indeed be speechless, unable to hesitate. Even the Lunar Palace's judges, who wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chen and prevent him from taking away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, could not do anything or say anything. However, could one really do it? Earlier, when facing the various veteran outstanding talents, Xiao Chen could defeat them in one move. Now that he faced so many holy science, he still dared to challenge them alone. This was truly arrogant. The cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza were also astonished. Unexpectedly, when facing the holy science of an immortal holy land, Xiao Chen still dared to not draw his saber, using the weapon that the other party excelled at. Even if Xiao Chen did not say it, he had to admit his elegance in his heart. At the very least, no one in the younger generation would dare to do what Xiao Chen did. Even if the Four Seas Hero Gathering was set back 10,000 years ago, no one had dared to do this. No one had ever done this before or after. Young Master Qingshu smiled and said, You are really boundlessly arrogant. To think that you dare to play with a fan before me, young Master Qingshu. In that case, let's decide victory in one move. Do you accept or not? In his previous fight with Xiao Chen, young Master Qingshu had been frightened by Xiao Chen's unpredictable fists, claws and fists, so he did not dare to drag things out. As long as Xiao Chen agreed to decide victory in one move and the other party could not use his saber, he would definitely defeat Xiao Chen in an extremely unsightly manner. Before Xiao Chen said anything, Qi Wuxue, who was in the small arena below, mocked, You are a bona fide holy scion, yet you have so many requests when fighting with someone. Do you really think that this is child's play? Why don't you just say that Xiao Chen is just standing there and not moving and letting you decide? The moment Qi Wuxue said this, no one retorted. Young Master Qingshu's actions were indeed somewhat shameless. Those who wanted to speak up for him were too embarrassed to do so. Young Master Qingshu's expression did not change. However, he smiled coldly in his heart. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. As long as he defeated Xiao Chen, all the criticism would vanish like smoke. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, Deciding victory in one move? That suits my intentions. Make your move. When young Master Qingshu saw Xiao Chen agree, he rejoiced in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Such boldness is indeed admirable. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I, young Master Qingshu, will end your short-lived legend. Today, I will show you that not just anyone can play with a fan. Whoosh! Young Master Qingshu pushed off with his feet and turned into an azure light, charging at Xiao Chen. Everywhere young Master Qingshu passed, the ground soared up. Many green bamboos stuck firmly into the ground, growing straight. Soon the entire arena was covered in green bamboos, countless in number. Strong and surging wood-attributed spiritual energy floated in the air, looking thick and viscous. Combined with the righteous qi that young Master Qingshu cultivated, his aura soared infinitely, reaching an incredible level. It was nearly equal to the great perfection blue-robed emperors. By Yunfei on the Nine Peaks Mountain, the holy sun rides the wind and descends to the green hills. Young Master Qingshu recited a clear poem. He was a scholar of the Confucian sect filled with righteous qi. The moment he recited the poem, young Master Qingshu's aura completely changed. He seemed to be in harmony with the noble and unquestionable integrity of the green bamboos. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. This was rather unique. Young Master Qingshu used a poem to temporarily change his aura, allowing his aura to completely merge with the mysterious phenomenon of the martial technique, allowing the might of this move to reach a perfect state. However, no matter what, the aura that young Master Qingshu put on was just that. There was no true feeling. Everything was just a facade. If young Master Qingshu were as noble and unquestionable integrity as the green bamboos, it would be hard to say who would win if Xiao Qian fought with his folding fan. As for now, Xiao Qian would watch young Master Qingshu put on a good show before dealing a fatal blow. Amid the green bamboos, Xiao Qian showed a calm expression as he gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. In life, it is important to have a plan in one's heart, to endure difficult trials. It is most important to be humble, to preserve one's strength, to experience wind and rain for a long time, not knowing the cold. The vast poem resounded everywhere and spread out. Every cultivator in Bright Moon Plaza could clearly feel a vast and righteous aura. Young Master Qingshu's body flickered continuously in the air. Every time he flickered, there would be a poem. In the air, young Master Qingshu used his folding fan as a brush. He wrote these poems in the air, forming an inextinguishable righteous will. The green bamboos on the ground merged with the poem in the air. The entire arena seemed to turn into an ink painting filled with charm. Young Master Qingshu, the one holding the brush, had an ethereal figure, completely merging with the world. It was hard to tell where he would appear next. Everyone could only watch as young Master Qingshu used the poem as a painting in the air, slowly making his martial technique stronger and more perfect. There are 2 or 3 peach blossoms outside the bamboo. Who knows when the spring water is warm? Outside the green bamboo, peach blossoms fell one after another, adding a touch of color to this simple and elegant ink painting. All the spectators were shocked. Although young Master Qingshu's methods were somewhat despicable, his martial technique was indeed shocking. It was nearly invulnerable. However, no one could surpass young Master Qingshu in terms of the folding fan. No wonder he was so confident. Before the fight even started, he had already determined that Xiao Qian would lose. Another red sun rises. My heart is still the same as the heavens. A dazzling morning sun soared out from young Master Qingshu's chest, raising his aura to the peak of great perfection Emperor Wu's. It was sufficient to crush someone to death with its aura. Then this red sun pressed down on Xiao Qian. Looking from all directions, the most eye-catching arena looked like a painting filled with green bamboos and poems, decorating this peach blossom river. As for Xiao Qian, he was trapped in the painting like a trapped beast. Many people felt very happy in their hearts. This was the result of being arrogant. Who asked you to be arrogant? Now, even if you wanted to cry, you could not. Inherited Holy Land. Immortal for 10,000 years. The Holy Sun appears, and the blue dragon is defeated. Perhaps because the crowd had been stifled for too long, when they saw that young Master Qingshu held such a great advantage, someone took the lead and shouted. Immediately the crowd followed suit, and young Master Qingshu's fame shook the sky. In the small arena below, Qi Wushua cursed. This group of people is too shameless. Xiao Qian is also too much. Why did he agree to it? He should have just beaten him up. The 10 judges of the Lunar Palace exchanged glances and came to an answer. Yu Bingyun understood in her heart that if Xiao Qian lost this match, no matter how graceful he was earlier, the judges would not give him the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. A bright moon shines in the sky, a bridge breaks the water, and snow fills the sky. Who knows that my heart is like the moon? Whoever laughs is the person in the painting. Chapter 1103. Just as everyone saw the arena turn into a painting and young Master Qingshu firmly trapping Xiao Qian in the painting, Xiao Qian muttered a cold, desolate, and proud poem. The martial technique hidden in the fan silently unfolded. A small bridge, a flowing river, and a bright moon appeared one after another, complemented by the 1,000 frost battle snow. Snow filled the sky, cutting off the flowing river and making the moon appear even colder. Everyone suddenly realized that the painting on the arena suddenly had many more sceneries, causing the originally simple and elegant painting to become colorful and colorful, competing with each other in beauty. However, something even more horrifying happened. The instant Xiao Chan, who was clearly trapped in the painting, finished reciting the poem, he leaped out of the painting and became someone outside. Young Master Qing Shu immediately leaped out of the painting, becoming someone outside the painting. As for young Master Qing Shu, who used the world as the ink and the fan as the brush to paint, he became someone inside the painting, trapped within it. What's going on? What's going on? The crowd, who had been shouting about the inheritance of the Holy Land and the immortal for 10,000 years, stopped. Shock filled their hearts, and incredulity filled their faces. They could not understand what was happening. Why was it that one moment earlier Xiao Chan was still the person in the painting? In the next moment, Xiao Chan became outside the painting, trapping young Master Qing Shu instead? How could the crowd, who had been shouting about the appearance of the Holy Sun and the defeat of the Blue Dragon, endure this? When the many older generation Confucian sect experts in the Heavenly Province Academy's Jade Pavilion saw this scene, their eyes filled with disbelief. Others might not understand, but as peak experts of the Confucian sect, how could they not understand? The martial technique that young Master Qing Shu practiced was one of the Academy's 10 great profound martial techniques, picturesque landscape. It had a total of 4 layers. They were raising the brush to paint, one with the painting breaking out of the painting, and the most profound painting outside the painting. Young Master Qing Shu was an outstanding talent that only appeared once every few hundred years in the Heavenly Province Academy. He learned this martial technique at a young age and reached the level of raising the brush to paint, using the world as his ink and the fan as his brush. Young Master Qing Shu even used a trick to enter the second layer of one with the painting, raising the might of picturesque landscape to another level. However, who knew Xiao Chan immediately saw through young Master Qing Shu's trick? Xiao Chen's aura was not like Qing Zhu's, creating a major flaw in the painting. As for Xiao Chan, he was like a god. With just one look, he comprehended the essence of this move. He used a poem that was similar to his own character. Whoever was laughing in the painting could laugh at who. It was clear who was superior. This person definitely knows some kind of cultivation technique that can imitate other people's martial techniques. Otherwise, even if he could see the essence of this move, he would not be able to jump out of the painting and trap Qing Shu. Otherwise, he would not be able to do so. Another person added, "That can't be wrong. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why a bladesman like him knows so many weapons. Furthermore, he seems to have learned them well. How high must one's perception be to dare to cultivate this kind of cultivation method?" An old man sighed softly. Indeed, even if such a cultivation technique was placed before these consummation blue-robed emperors, they would not dare to cultivate it. There was no other reason. Without sufficient comprehension ability, not only would they not be able to increase their strength, but they would even lose themselves in it, finding it hard to advance. Their strength might even regress. Up in the palace, Yu Bingyun muttered to herself, "Who knows that my heart is like the moon? The moon is a lone flower admiring itself. No one able to understand it. It has been alone for thousands of years, a cold, proud, and lonely existence. What kind of person could come up with such a poem, comparing himself to the bright moon? What kind of person could use such a thought to trap the confident young Master Qing Shu in the painting?" In the arena, young Master Qing Shu appeared confused. He did not know what happened. Xiao Chan, whom he suppressed in front, suddenly moved. It was like there was a barrier that he could never cross. Young Master Qing Shu could only fly forward, getting further and further away from Xiao Chan. Young Master Qing Shu clearly brought out the full might of this picturesque landscape. However, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chan moved further away from him, unable to do anything. Xiao Chan remained silent. Then, he folded the folding fan in his hand and gently tapped the painting in front of him on young Master Qing Shu's chest. In young Master Qing Shu's opinion, Xiao Chan, who was at the ends of the world, closed the distance with one hand, catching him off guard and forcing him to suffer this heavy blow. To others, it looked like Xiao Chan was just standing outside the painting, gently tapping it with his brush. Bang! Young Master Qing Shu vomited a mouthful of blood. His internal organs ruptured as he suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. The mysterious phenomena scattered, and the painting shattered. Young Master Qing Shu tumbled out of the arena. When he landed, he kicked up a large cloud of dust and rumbled endlessly. This startled young Master Qingshu awake. When he saw the white-robed Shao Chun in the highest arena, his eyes widened. Then he pointed at Shao Chun, his eyes filled with horror. You actually trapped me in the painting. How can it be? Pussy. Young Master Qingshu vomited another mouthful of blood. He could not accept this blow, so he fainted from frustration. When everyone thought about what young Master Qingshu said earlier, they felt like his words were still ringing in their ears. However, despite all his scheming and shamelessness, he still could not end Shao Chun's legend. Instead, he buried his reputation here. If you want me to not draw my saber, I will not draw my saber. If you want to decide victory or defeat with one move, I will do as you wish. No matter how many schemes you have, I only need one move to defeat you. A strange silence reappeared in Bright Moon Plaza. A scene that made hundreds of thousands of people fall silent once again appeared in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The savior in many people's hearts still could not make Shao Chun draw his saber. Shao Chun still lost to the weapon he was most proficient with. Furthermore, it was just one move. Now, the scions of the various immortal holy lands and some of the hidden noble clans were no longer hot-blooded. Even if another 1 million people called themselves the immortal holy lands, they would not go up. They needed to wait until Shao Chun showed some signs of weakness before they could go up. Otherwise, not only would they fail to trample on him, they would also lose their reputation. The quiet Bright Moon Plaza paused for a moment. The many outstanding talents in the other small arenas had long since lost interest. One person had snatched away all the spotlight. Even though they were fighting brilliantly, no one paid attention to it. However, they did not have the courage to go up to the most eye-catching arena. Even the holy scions were defeated in one move. How could they dare to go up? In the Yinyang Paradise's Jade Pavilion, a female disciple smiled and said, "First senior sister, these men do not dare to go up anymore. You should go up and raise the prestige of our Yinyang Paradise." That's right. That's right. Elder sister said it before. In order to prevent those stinky men from injuring the Blue Dragon King, we have to defeat them gently with our own hands. Tong Susu rolled her eyes at the two girls and scolded them with a smile. Elder sister has never been beaten by a man before. If I really get defeated in one move, even if I do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years and have only 20 years left to live, elder sister's heart will not be able to leave that person. In the Zodiac Hall, Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao remained silent, showing complicated expressions. Chu Yang had tossed away his earlier ambitions long ago. He wished that he could immediately go up and beat up Shao Chun. However, his rationality told him that this was not the time to make an appearance. It was not worth it to lose his reputation at the hands of someone who did not have much lifespan left. The Lunar Palace's judges all had expressions of having everything under control. Now they also showed expressions of not knowing what to do. To think that one person could force the Four Seas Hero Gathering to stop. This was a big joke. In the Myriad Fiend Island's Jade Pavilion, Yin Shisan stood up and prepared to go up. However, Di Xinhan stretched out his hand and stopped him. Di Xinhan said, "Brother Shisan, let me go. After all, this is the Four Seas Hero Gathering of my heavenly starry ocean." Yin Shisan turned his head and said, "Think carefully. You are just seeking defeat. If I go up, I can make him draw his saber. That will definitely increase your chances of victory. I left the Yin clan long ago and do not care about my reputation. However, you are different. You still have the Myriad Fiend Island, an immortal holy land, behind you." Di Xinhan smiled and said, "Victory and defeat are common in battles. It seems that since I made my debut, I have never lost to a person of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean. So what if I lose once?" Towards the end, Di Xinhan added sullenly, "Furthermore, this is the Four Seas Hero Gathering of my heavenly starry ocean. Someone has to step up. If everyone remains silent and watches, hoping to be the fisherman, then our generation will be finished." Yin Shisan thought for a while and did not insist. He took a step back and said, "Take care." While everyone remained silent, the Myriad Fiend Island's Di Xinhan silently landed on the most eye-catching arena. Di Xinhan. Di Xinhan's appearance immediately lit up the eyes of several people, a flame of hope igniting in them. Di Xinhan was born with the heavenly spiritual body, a special physique. He was the top genius of the Myriad Fiend Island. Since he made his debut, he had never lost to anyone of the same generation. The reason was none other than his strong heavenly spiritual body. At the crucial moment, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he could still end the fight in a draw. In terms of physical strength, he was publicly recognized as the strongest person of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean. No one could compare to him. Furthermore, his cultivation, combat techniques, and comprehension ability were not bad. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. He would always be one of the few people at the top of the pyramid of the younger generation. His status had never wavered. While the many holy scions watched from the sidelines, not daring to make a move, Di Xinhan dared to step forward. He was indeed a true man. However, the people present did not say anything. They only silently praised Di Xinhan in their hearts. Blue Dragon King, I have long heard of your great name. I wanted to fight you in Despair City. Unfortunately, at that time my cultivation was one cultivation realm lower than yours, so I did not dare to challenge you. Today, please give me some pointers. Di Xinhan performed a cupped fist salute and looked calmly at Xiao Qian. He did not show the sophistry of young Master Qingshu or the anger of those veteran outstanding talents. Xiao Qian returned the cupped fist salute. He had seen the other party in Despair City. In Xiao Qian's opinion, if Di Xinhan had challenged him at that time, he would have had a 30% chance of winning. Now that Di Xinhan challenged him, he would not even have a 30% chance. On the surface, it looked like the two were of the same cultivation, both small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, in reality the difference was rather large. Xiao Qian was a peak small perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, the foundation of advancing to blue-robed emperor was breaking through and establishing 10,000 heavenly sage laws. In this aspect, Di Xinhan was not as good as Xiao Qian. More importantly, in the half a year of seeking dragons and fixing veins, he had fought with all sorts of ferocious beasts, gaining a deep comprehension of the changing character formula. Chapter 1104. In that dark and cold seabed, Xiao Qian's mental state had been tempered to a horrifying level, much stronger than that of several older generation cultivators. Xiao Qian collected his thoughts and said calmly, "This Xiao has heard of your name for a long time already." The heavenly spiritual body was a peak physique, even during the ancient era. As one's cultivation increased, their combat prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. Now that you have reached the blue-robed emperor realm, I believe that Brother Di's heavenly spiritual body has improved by another level. Di Xinhan revealed a proud expression. He did not comment on Xiao Qian's words. He said, "Not to mention anything else, just in terms of physical body, I believe that no one in the same generation can compare to me, including Brother Xiao. But I don't like to play tricks, to compare my strengths with other people's weaknesses, and to be pleased with myself after winning." Clearly, Di Xinhan's words had a deeper meaning. He was referring to young Master Qingshu. He disdained playing such tricks. "Today when I fought with Brother Xiao, I knew that I could not defeat you, so I did not ask for too much. As long as I can force Brother Xiao to draw his saber, it will be worth it." Di Xinhan appeared very magnanimous, not arrogant at all. In the earlier battles, Xiao Qian had already used his actions to prove his strength. There was no need to admit that he was not as good as the other party. Xiao Qian liked Di Xinhan's lofty sentiments. Among the many holy scions, Di Xinhan was indeed a true man. Actually, in the Kunlun continent, before the king conferral ceremony, I relied on the advantage of my physical body to make a name for myself among the same generation. Today, when I see Brother Di, I do not wish for anything else but to experience the might of the heavenly spiritual body. Di Xinhan immediately understood. "You want to fight me purely with the physical body?" Xiao Qian nodded and said, "That's right. Just the physical body, nothing else." After saying that, Xiao Qian did not hesitate. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art, and a complete battle armor formed from pure blue dragon energy covered Xiao Qian's entire body. The battle armor was engraved with blue dragon patterns. It flickered with light and gave off a heroic aura. Di Xinhan originally thought that Xiao Qian was joking. He was very clear on how horrifying his heavenly spiritual body was. However, when he saw the azure-colored battle armor slowly appear on Xiao Chen's body, his expression slowly turned grave. When the battle armor took shape, Xiao Chen's expression no longer showed any signs of relaxation. He smiled bitterly and said, "I take back what I said earlier. However, I am confident that I still have a 50% chance of winning if we compete in physical strength." Xiao Chen said with a smile, "To be honest, I'm sure I can defeat Brother D in one move if we compare moves. However, among my peers, I've never competed purely in terms of physical body. There's no other reason but because there's really no one who can match me. I believe you can understand my feelings, Brother D." Di Xinhan could not help laughing loudly. He had truly found a confidant. Among those of the same generation, Di Xinhan had never competed in physical strength with anyone. Similarly, he could not find an opponent in the heavenly starry ocean. Very well. Today this D will compete with Brother Xiao. Let's see whether your blue dragon war body or my heavenly spiritual body is stronger. Right after Di Xinhan spoke, he drove the heavenly spiritual body. A set of sky blue battle armor appeared on his body as well. This battle armor was formed purely from heavenly spiritual energy. It looked solid and thick. Xiao Chen wanted to compete in physical strength with Di Xinhan. Now the crowd, which had been calm for a long time, could not help turning restless. Di Xinhan's physical body was famous in the heavenly starry ocean. No one doubted that he was the strongest within the same generation. Xiao Chen really picked whichever bone was the hardest. In an instant, victory became hard to predict. This piqued the interest of countless people. Although many people did not say anything, their impression of Xiao Chen had already changed significantly. Although Xiao Chen's words were somewhat unconvincing, his tone did not contain any arrogance. Instead, his words were solid and filled with strength. Every time he won, he defeated his opponent with a great advantage. However, in all these battles, no one had ever seen Xiao Chen become arrogant after a victory. On the contrary, the many outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean, who came out with surging auras, ended up making fools of themselves. Honestly speaking, it was hard for anyone to be unconvinced of such an expert. This was especially so now. Xiao Chen's conversation with Di Xinhan was very polite and restrained. Everyone could see the side of Xiao Chen that craved a challenge. Even a consummation quasi-emperor would not dare to say such a thing when competing with the heavenly spiritual body with the physical body. However, Xiao Chen did this, rising to the challenge and facing it head-on. "Brother Xiao, are you ready?" Di Xinhan asked. Di Xinhan's heavenly spiritual body was a special physique that he was born with. Xiao Chen's blue dragon war body was acquired. Right now, there was not much difference between the two. However, when it came to the convenience of moving vital qi, the acquired Xiao Chen would be slower than Di Xinhan no matter what. Hence, Di Xinhan's question was to let Xiao Chen have a fair fight. After a while, the blue dragon body nourishing art circulated through his meridians. Then Xiao Chen nodded and said, "That's enough." The two bowed to each other again and moved back 1 kilometer. The instant they landed, all their auras burst forth. Azure-colored heaven dragons came out of Xiao Chen's body. This was a mysterious phenomenon formed by pure vital qi. The huge heaven dragon swam behind Xiao Chen. 10 dragons danced around, stirring up winds and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder roared endlessly, causing the sky to change color. Di Xinhan's aura was no weaker than Xiao Chen's. 10 faint blue heaven dragons swam around his body. Strong winds suddenly formed in the surroundings. The winds howled back and forth in the sky, creating several horrifying bolts of lightning. The two showed stern expressions as they shouted a war cry. Then they quickly ran at each other. Di Xinhan's body was like a tall mountain. With every step he took, he left a complete footprint on the ground. The entire arena shook intensely. The mysterious phenomenon was even more horrifying. Before the two approached, the two different auras clashed with each other in midair. It was hard to tell who would win. The heavy footsteps sounded like thunder, making the hearts of all the cultivators present pound heavily. Since the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen ascended to the highest arena, this was the most difficult battle for the crowd to determine the victor. Who would win and who would lose was very worrying. If someone were to look down from the sky, they would discover that the depth of the footprints left behind by the two men was almost the same. However, at the corners, Xiao Chen's footprints were round and traceless. As for Di Xinhan's footprints, tiny cracks appeared at the edges. Before the crowd's anticipation, the two quickly approached each other. Who would win and who would lose would be revealed in the next moment. Boom! The strong clash happened in an instant. These two were peak experts of the same generation with strong physical bodies. One could not find an opponent in the heavenly starry ocean, and the other could not find an opponent in the Kunlun continent. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it affected everyone's hearts. As the wind and clouds changed, a huge explosion rang out from the arena. Tiny cracks appeared in the void, as if space was about to be torn apart. Berserk dragons soared and danced around chaotically. In merely one breath, the victor was decided. Di Xinhan retreated quickly, and cracks appeared in his battle armor. Then it shattered, and he fell to the ground with disheveled hair. Then, he staggered back a few more steps until he was only a hair's breadth away from the edge of the arena. Xiao Chun took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He coughed and vomited another 3 mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, he was severely injured. In this kind of head-on confrontation, it was almost impossible for one to not be injured. Xiao Chun clearly knew that using such a method to fight was disadvantageous to him. However, he still chose to do so without hesitation. Aside from the desire in his heart, Xiao Chun also wanted to prove to the Lunar Palace's judges that he, Xiao Chen, could defeat anyone in the heavenly starry ocean using the method that the other party was best at. He wanted to make the Lunar Palace's judges speechless. He wanted to take away the Dragon's Gate's final mountain tablet in this world. Even if Xiao Chun got injured, he would not hesitate to be arrogant for once. So what if he challenged the various martial sages? Di Xinhan paled, looking even more miserable than Xiao Chen's. He smiled bitterly and said, "My heavenly spiritual body is not weaker than your blue dragon war body. Unfortunately, my control over my strength is much weaker." As Di Xinhan spoke, he vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not show much dismay on his face. Instead, he appeared very carefree. Xiao Chun said calmly, "My blue dragon war body is acquired. Your heavenly spiritual body is innate. In terms of control over my strength, I am definitely stronger than you." The reason was easy to explain. For the sake of cultivating the blue dragon war body, Xiao Chun needed to continuously test and temper himself. The innate heavenly spiritual body did not require much testing. It was there from birth. All he needed to do was strengthen and raise his cultivation. Xiao Chun did not stop speaking. He continued, "However, in reality, an innate heavenly spiritual body is much more convenient. If you did not give me time to prepare at the start, the victor would be hard to predict." Di Xinhan smiled and said, "The Blue Dragon King is too humble. Even if I did not give you time to prepare, my chances of defeating you would still be very slim. Your fine control over your strength is much stronger than mine. In this battle, I, Di Xinhan, accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I finally saw the weakness of the heavenly spiritual body. In the future, after I fix it, I will definitely fight with you again." After saying that, Di Xinhan turned around and left in a free and easy manner. Defeated, Di Xinhan also lost. Furthermore, he lost to his strongest point in one move. Such an ending was very dispiriting. Xiao Chun did not even have the chance to draw his saber. Such a situation appeared in the 10,000-year Four Seas Hero Gathering, turning it into a stage for outsiders. It was easy to imagine the bitterness in the hearts of the cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza. However, although they felt bitter, the many cultivators no longer felt much hatred or jealousy for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's actions were not cheap tricks. Although his words were arrogant, he relied on his true strength to win every battle. No one could deny that. Whoosh! This time they did not have to wait for long. A person quickly flew down from the Jade Pavilion. It was the 5 poison sect's holy son, Chun Lin. Why was it that after Xiao Chun defeated his opponent in one move, the crowd paused for a long time before Di Xinhan made his appearance? This battle had only just ended when Chun Lin rushed over to kill his opponent. The reason was simple. Xiao Chun was injured. Strictly speaking, his injuries were not light. Chapter 1105. When Chun Lin fought with Di Xinhan, it looked like he defeated his opponent in one move. However, it was a bitter victory. Chun Lin's white robes were stained with blood. and his internal organs were significantly injured. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Chun Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled evilly. I know that in your current state, you want to defeat me in one move as well, lest your injuries worsen. Unfortunately, I will not give you this opportunity. My 5 poison sect is best at torturing our opponents to death over a long period of time. Right after Chun Lin spoke, he did not bow or give Xiao Chun a chance to speak. He simply threw a palm strike. A boundless black poison fog spewed out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire arena. The thick poison fog was something between formless and tangible. It was clearly thick and viscous. However, it seemed somewhat illusory. When one stretched out one's hand to grab it, one would not be able to grab anything. It was extremely strange. This is the 5 poison sect's phantom poison palm. Everyone in the audience recognized this poisonous fog at once, and a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. This martial technique was extremely vicious. It could not be executed with a cultivation technique alone. It needed to be combined with the king-grade poisons that the 5 poison sect refined. Once it was executed, it would not be easy to dispel. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Even the great perfection blue-robed emperor of the older generation would have to flee when he ran into this poison fog. This is not good. The people of the 5 poison sect are difficult to deal with in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chun was just injured. His body is at its weakest. With the poison fog, he will be even more injured. The fight has not even started, and Chun Lin already has the advantage. Given Chun Lin's craftiness, he will not clash head-on with Xiao Chun. He will keep using the poison fog to torture Xiao Chun. Then, when he is completely weakened, he will come and humiliate the Blue Dragon King. However, even if Chun Lin wins like this, it is too dishonorable. Several people sighed softly. When they saw Chun Lin holding the advantage, they did not feel happy. If Chun Lin acted like a man like Di Xinhan, even if he lost, everyone would feel that he was a man. Using poison fog to deal with someone who was just injured and weak was simply unbearable. Haha, Blue Dragon King, if you beg for mercy now, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, this phantom poison fog will accumulate in your body, worsening your injuries. At that time, you will only feel worse. Chun Lin's erratic and cocky laughter came from within the poison fog. Don't think about it for too long. Otherwise, even if you beg me like a dog, I won't give you any chance. He came and went like the wind. Chun Lin's figure seemed to have merged with the poisonous mist. It was impossible to discover him. Xiao Chun tried a few times within the poison fog, using a strong wind to disperse the poison fog. However, he discovered that it did not work, so he gave up. Instead, he opened his mouth and inhaled. He had Lin had Xiao had Lin had not had before, but he had not had. Lin had Xiao like a Chun had and had not done had, but he had. He aside he and had. He. Lin and Chun had Chun he Lin. Aside he could he. Lin. The Lin. Xiao had used hundreds of Holy Spirit veins to fill his heavenly seal, but he had not managed to do so. This bit of poison fog was nothing to him. Xiao Chun did not even bother to refine the poison fog. He just let it run its own course in his vast heavenly seal. When the poison fog scattered, Chun Lin's figure appeared. His face filled with shock and extreme incredulity. How can this be? You actually swallowed the phantom poison fog whole. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Chun Lin. He raised his hand and mercilessly threw a palm strike. A bright moon rose up from behind Xiao Chun. Infused with hot-bloodedness, it burned like fire. As Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, countless figures surged out from under the bright moon. This palm strike contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. When Xiao Chun threw this palm strike, it was like a flame blazed in everyone's heart, inextinguishable, undefeatable for 1,000 years. They all felt the lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness of the Blue Dragon King. With the suppression of cultivation and martial techniques, Chun Lin could not resist at all when facing Xiao Chun's 1,000-year flame, directly getting knocked back. When Chun Lin landed, his entire body was covered in wounds, not a single spot intact. If not for Xiao Chun's calmness and holding back, this palm strike would have smashed Chun Lin into pieces. The moon set, and Xiao Chun withdrew his technique. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and looked around calmly. Then he asked sullenly, "Who else wants to fight with me? If you can block 2 moves from me, I, Xiao Chun, will be considered defeated and unworthy of taking away the Dragon's Gate's final mountain tablet." The moment Xiao Chun said that, a huge commotion broke out. The Blue Dragon King's tyranny was on full display. Someone wanted to say something in rebuttal. However, when they thought about how Xiao Chen had fought so far, from the moment he appeared to breaking the Bright Moon Sword Dance to defeating all his opponents in 1 move, no one was spared. Regardless of whether you are an outstanding talent of the past or the immortality Holy Sun, I only need 1 move to defeat you. After thinking about it, no one could think of anything to say in rebuttal. This only proved that at this moment, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun was indeed qualified to say such words. Among those of the same generation, only he was qualified to do so. Aside from him, no one else could say such a thing. The expressions of the Lunar Palace's 10 judges could not help changing slightly as they discussed in soft voices. After fighting to this point, there was no doubt about Xiao Chen's strength. Even if Xiao Chun stepped down now, they still had a balance in their hearts and would give the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to him. There was nothing much to say. No matter how much the judges disliked the Qing Emperor's descendants, when faced with Xiao Chen's current glory, they had to admit that the Lunar Palace still had this bit of magnanimity and confidence. However, Xiao Chun chose to continue fighting. This made things a little uncertain. If it was really as he said and someone blocked 1 move from him, then the Lunar Palace might not necessarily give the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet to him. Only the Zodiac Hall's Holy Scion has not appeared yet. Let's wait and see. The leader of the Lunar Palace's judges said, coming to a conclusion. Whether the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet would be given to Xiao Chun would depend on this final match. The other judges nodded gently, not expressing any objections. Yu Bingyun, who had been listening to the judges at the side, shook her head slightly. She could not help looking at Xiao Chun, who was in the arena below. In his current state, could he still defeat Chu Yang in 1 move? Senior brother. In the Jade Pavilion where the Zodiac Hall was, Fu Hongyao called out to Chu Yang, who was about to leave the arena. Fu Hongyao frowned somewhat worriedly. Chu Yang stopped and did not look back. He only sighed and said, "Hongyao, I promised you that I would return the humiliation that Xiao Chun brought you 100-fold. I will definitely do as I said." After saying that, Chu Yang leaped up and landed on the highest arena. The instant Chu Yang leaped up, the many cultivators in Bright Moon Plaza suddenly discovered that the sky had turned dark. For some reason, when they looked up, they saw the twinkling stars. The next thing they felt was a piercing pain in their eyes like needles pricking them. It was extremely unbearable. They circulated their energies to recover for a while before they felt better. They squinted and looked carefully. Then their mouths gaped open in shock. At some point in time, a sun had appeared in the sky. Its light was simply too dazzling. At the very start, it overwhelmed the radiance of the blazing sun. As a result, many scenes of the boundless starry heavens appeared before everyone's eyes. After a moment, these people recovered from the piercing pain. It's the Sun Palace's Chu Yang. He finally came out. If he gets defeated by Xiao Chun as well, no one will dare to fight with Xiao Chun anymore. Given Xiao Chen's current state, defeating Chu Yang in 1 move seems rather difficult. Before everyone's eyes, that sun carried the last hope of all the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. It slowly landed on the arena but did not land on the ground. Chu Yang, who was hovering in midair, looked coldly at Xiao Chun, looking like a sovereign. He said indifferently, "Blue Dragon King, you are really arrogant. Don't forget, no matter how arrogant you are now, if you do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, you will still die a short-lived death." Xiao Chun stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? You are Chu Yang, right? I also have some grudges with Zodiac Hall. No matter the result of today's battle, let's write off this grudge." Chu Yang smiled and said, "That is exactly what I wanted. However, don't blame me for not reminding you. You had best take out your lunar shadow saber. Otherwise, I'm afraid that after this battle, you will not have the courage to draw your saber again for the rest of your short life." Xiao Chun shook his head, feeling that there was no need to draw his saber. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not budge, showing no intention of drawing his saber, rage flashed on Chu Yang's face. He said sullenly, "You short-lived ghost. You have at most 20 more years to live. Don't think too highly of yourself. Today let's see how you are going to defeat me in one move. You want to take away the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet at the last moment of your life, fulfilling your wish. I, Chu Yang, will not let you have it." Right after Chu Yang spoke, the blazing light on his body burned fiercely like a flame. The piercing light appeared again. The crowd, who had experienced it before, quickly closed their eyes lest they get burned. After a while, they circulated their energies to their eyes and carefully opened them to take a look. They saw Chu Yang's aura rising. A fiery red sun appeared around his body, and a blood-red sun mark appeared on his forehead. An indistinct image of a sunbird appeared behind Chu Yang. It was like he had descended into the world with a real sun. The air in Bright Moon Plaza became extremely hot, causing everyone to feel the heat. Sweat continuously dripped from their foreheads. It looks like the rumors are true. Chu Yang did indeed enter closed-door cultivation in the Sun Star. Otherwise, this mysterious phenomenon would not be so horrifying. Do you see the sun mark on his forehead? That is a sign that he has successfully cultivated the sun scripture. Xiao Chun is really in danger. Even in his peak state, he probably cannot defeat Chu Yang. So what if Chu Yang wins? He only has 20 more years to live. Does he really think that he can advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years? He might as well do Xiao Chun a favor. Chu Yang is right. No matter how outstanding he is, he only has 20 more years to live. 20 years? He can't even live past 50. That is rather sad. No matter what, I should have no problem living to 300 years. When the many cultivators saw Chu Yang's horrifying aura, they started discussing him. A short-lived ghost, a has-been genius, just a first-rate star. From the start of the Four Seas Hero Gathering until now, this was not the first time Xiao Chun heard such words. Chapter 1106. When everyone looked at Xiao Chun, aside from marveling at his strength, there was also a look of pity in their eyes. Those with malicious thoughts mocked him mercilessly, mocking him to the extreme, taking pleasure in his misfortune. If Xiao Chun did not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, he would have only 20 years left to live. Before he reached 50, he would die young, becoming a meteor streaking across the Golden Age. This was the Blue Dragon's sorrow. No matter how strong one's mental state was, anyone would feel heartache when they thought of this. In the past 20-odd years of my life, I have fought my way through many battles. It has already been very difficult. However, when I reached the peak of my generation, I ended up encountering this undeserved calamity. I can defeat many outstanding talents and sweep through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. In the heavenly starry ocean, I can defeat the outstanding talents of the Four Seas in one move. So what? If I do not advance to Martial Emperor in 5 years, I will still be a meteor. Right now, no matter how dazzling the light was, it only made people feel that it was a pity. What he revealed was still a look of sympathy. Suddenly, thousands of blood-red white remnant flowers floated up in the hot air. The white remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. Every petal radiated the grief of the Blue Dragon King, and the Blue Dragon King's dissatisfaction. Before everyone's eyes, a scarlet waning moon slowly rose up from behind Xiao Chun. Scarlet light filled everyone's eyes. Everywhere they looked was grief. No matter who it was, all the heat in their bodies was swept away at this moment, replaced by a strange melancholy. Everyone felt Xiao Chun's grief and sensed Xiao Chun's dissatisfaction. Under the cold and invincible mask, the Blue Dragon King also had a heart that could be hurt. The sound of gushing water rang out beside Xiao Chun. That was the river of time that Xiao Chun simulated with his mental state. He was on a lone boat, moving along the river under the scarlet moonlight. Time passed and 10,000 years passed. Xiao Chun's expression changed. Before everyone's eyes, it was like he went through reincarnation after reincarnation, changing again and again. Only the scarlet moonlight on his body did not change. The river could not wash away the grief covering his body. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon on the river first shine? Generation after generation is endless. The river and moon are alike year after year. Under the illumination of the blood-colored moonlight, Xiao Chun, who was dressed in white and accompanied by thousands of blood-colored flowers, looked exceptionally sad. Thousand-year death. I have a palm that speaks only of sorrow and not joy. Along with the grief in his heart, Xiao Chun took advantage of the situation and threw a palm strike at the dazzling Chu Yang, who was sneering at him with cold eyes. Although my heart is hurt, I do not blame anyone. I did not draw my saber not because I am looking down on you, but because I really do not need to draw my saber. The grief that this palm strike exuded was endless. It contained an endless cycle of reincarnation, a grief that could not be washed away even after thousands of years. Chu Yang's state of mind collapsed in an instant, and he had yet to regain consciousness. The sun halo around Xiao Chun's body and the sun god bird behind him crumbled under the power of this palm strike. The palm force did not stop there. Chu Yang, who was sent flying, crashed into a jade pavilion in the air, startling the people inside and causing them to scatter. In that instant, the jade pavilion shattered. The shattered pieces were like a small mountain, burying the severely injured and unconscious Chu Yang. This allowed Chu Yang to preserve his final bit of face, not letting anyone see his tattered clothes and disheveled hair, looking like a sorry beggar. A strong sense of sorrow pervaded the square, reverberating in everyone's heart. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun's dissatisfaction, grief and pain were all expressed vividly in this palm strike. Everyone could clearly feel it just like they did. Xiao Chun stopped circulating his energy and stood upright with his hands behind his back. The aura of grief slowly vanished after the remnant flowers vanished and the blood moon vanished. Plop! Chu Yang crawled out of the rubble on the ground with much difficulty. When he looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the highest arena, his eyes filled with shock. That earlier palm strike was indeed terrifyingly mighty. However, if that were all, it would not have been able to injure him so severely. The most important thing was that the state of grief contained in that palm strike instantly crumbled Chu Yang's mental state. His momentum and fighting spirit all vanished. The instant Xiao Chun attacked, he crippled most of his martial techniques. At this moment, Chu Yang had nothing to say. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. However, he absolutely would not let this go. Chu Yang was the strongest person in the Zodiac Hall. Since his debut, he had never suffered a defeat in the heavenly starry ocean. If not for Di Xinhan's heavenly spiritual body and shocking physical body, he would not have found a true opponent. However, today Chu Yang lost so cleanly. This was simply unacceptable. The many old men of the Zodiac Hall followed Fu Hongyao out of the Jade Pavilion to check on his injuries. There's no need. I'm fine. Let's go. Chu Yang waved his hand and wiped off the blood on his lips. Then he walked out of the rubble and glanced at Xiao Chun, who was in the arena. He said coldly, "Xiao Chun, let me tell you this. Today's matter is definitely not over. Chu Yang will not admit defeat so easily." After saying that, Chu Yang rode on the sun god bird of the Zodiac Hall and quickly left Bright Moon City, not willing to stay any longer. Defeated. Xiao Chun defeated Chu Yang in one move, shattering the last hope of the many cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. Even now, Xiao Chun did not draw his saber. Such a result was somewhat hard to accept. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was supposed to be an occasion for the outstanding talents to show up one after another. They would display their martial techniques and fight an exciting battle, showing off their glory and letting their names spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean. After that, the many holy scions would go up and display even more exciting and dazzling battles, showing off the glory of their holy lands. However, today, because of Xiao Chun's appearance, the Four Seas Hero Gathering, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, turned this banquet into a stage for him alone. What should have been a suspenseful and exciting battle turned into an instant defeat in one move, destroying the illustrious reputation of the many holy scions. "Yi-chun, are you not going up?" In the Jade Pavilion where the Northern Sea Alliance was, Yi-chan had been watching the competition silently, not saying a word. At this moment, someone in the pavilion asked him. He smiled and shook his head. "Never mind. Without Brother Xiao, I would not even be able to become the blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, with my martial techniques, I am definitely not a match for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun has ruined this Four Seas Hero Gathering. The judges of the Lunar Palace will probably not be happy about it." Yi-chan sighed and said, Who could have thought that he alone could suppress all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean? Furthermore, he suppressed them so miserably. Just as everyone discussed in low voices, a cold voice rang out in the palace where the Lunar Palace's judges were, sounding extremely dignified. Blue Dragon King Shao Chan, the 10 of us judges have unanimously decided that no one in this Four Seas hero gathering can surpass you. Even if we go back another 10,000 years, only the Qing Emperor back then could compare to you. Hence, the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet belongs to no one else. A rectangular brocade box floated down from the sky. Shao Chan stretched out his hand to catch it. After he opened it, he saw a palm-sized stone tablet in the exquisite brocade box. The words Dragon's Gate were written on it, giving off a vast aura. With just a few glances, Shao Chan felt like he had fallen into a boundless abyss. The stone tablet contained a vast and boundless, overwhelming power. It made one feel incredibly insignificant. There was a huge pressure in the depths of Shao Chen's heart. Endless dragon roars echoed in his ears, and a battlefield of blood and fire appeared before him. An imposing figure on a horse held his saber horizontally, leading many Dragon's Gate disciples and sweeping through the place. That imposing figure was accompanied by 13 azure-clad experts as they fought with many horrifying enemies. Among the enemies were the strong deity race martial emperors, the dragon kings of the Four Seas and the 7-colored dragon marquises under Neptune, the many holy lands of the heavenly starry ocean, and the even more horrifying deep abyss demon monarchs. Kill! 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 Murderous cries resounded, and Shao Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He thought to himself, oh no. He quickly retreated and closed the brocade box. Then he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks to the seniors of the Lunar Palace for helping me." Shao Chan knew that the stone tablet before him could not be wrong. It was the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet that the Qing Emperor personally made. Although it was only palm-sized now, its true size would be revealed when it landed on the ground. You came for the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Now that you have obtained it, please leave. The Four Seas hero gathering still has to continue. The dignified and cold voice contained a trace of displeasure as it started to send the guest off. Shao Chan placed the brocade box on his back and performed another cupped fist salute to express his thanks. Then, he glanced at the Lunar Palace in the sky. It seemed like someone was watching him there. Now, Shao Chan somewhat understood why that old woman had stayed in the Meditation Moon Palace for 10,000 years. The words on the Meditation Moon Palace's signboard were exactly the same as the words on the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Why was the Meditation Moon Palace's signboard written by the Qing Emperor? Perhaps only that old woman knew what happened to it. Shao Chan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he drifted away before everyone's eyes. On the small arena, Long Fei and Qi Wuxue felt bored. So they followed Shao Chan and left as well. As everyone watched Shao Chan leave, most of them showed respect in their eyes. Defeating the outstanding talents of the Four Seas in one move, Shao Chan truly lived up to the title of Blue Dragon King. This was a form of respect for the strong. However, there were also a few gazes that appeared extremely complicated, making it hard to guess what they were thinking. After Yu Bingyun spoke, she glanced at Shao Chen's back before silently turning to leave. The young treasure master Yi Ling had a faint smile on his face. He said meaningfully, "History is always shockingly similar. Unfortunately, advancing to martial emperor in 5 years is still an insurmountable hurdle for you.